I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
99% sure you have autism. Debate me about it. Hi Steve, I have a solution to your news problem. Apple News Plus gives you access to all big media sites by only using one account. It's like $10. You should have that Russell on to further the MR girl discourse. Destiny. If you were a woman, people would get crucified for saying she's a bad mother because she moved away from her son. Is there any way I can defend Gavin's take from a liberal perspective? I would love as a liberal and Joe Biden supporter to destroy you on this topic. These conservative takes are stupid.
What? Whoa, what is going on in YouTube chat?
Hospitals were put in a position pausing of elective surgeries, where they would bankrupt if they didn't stay at max capacity with COVID missions. Did they overcategorize? Could they afford not to? The unvaxxed I know are people who caught it early, haven't caught it again in 2 years.
Oh god, something is fucked up with Streamlabs. Oh no.
Catch it and get similarly as sick. Not because Jerry.
Well, I just got like...
That was pure gold.
I just got like 200 YouTube donuts, but I think it's like all my YouTube donuts from like the past like week or something.
Gavin's screaming get up needs to be a dono sound. Great content. My pants are full of poop. Dono hostage.
Just skip them. Yeah, but I have to wait for each one
Was
to
he
play. How was the gym? I gym at night. Okay, you guys should know this by now.
What's your favorite thing you learned in the past year?
How deep your mom's vag is. Yeah.
Hey Destiny, recently got out of my first real relationship lasting 3 years. Destiny Dr. Mike has a self-updating program. Hello Steven, I'm happily married. Just donating to... Hey Destiny, that Gab...
There's no way to like flush the dono queue, right?
Under the dog was the...
I don't think you can do that, can you?
Just came in and Destiny is already ranting about me. You should go on Adams.
Thoughts?
Your movie sucks.
This guy.
Oh. Machine, but they never...
Can you... Is it possible in a server to make it so that you can't craft something for a certain number of days? I wonder if we should do like day 1 no guns crafted. I wonder if that's... Just gotta click them faster. Yeah, but you still have to wait for the next one to load, which is the annoying thing.
Whole debate about the MAOA gene, which is like this gene that black Africans have like much. It's like a proclivity to violence that they have.
MAOA gene.
Yeah. I recommend people Google it and do their own research. It's like a big debate about whether or not. But basically, like what it is it's, if you think about like kind of white European Asian ancestors as we kind of moved out of Africa, like aggression and violence was kind of less necessary because we were like farmers and stuff.
But
right?
God, is that really true?
There's this.
Journalist, author, and editor-in-chief. Okay.
Bullying.
What is this?
The Me Too movement against sexual harassment.
Masculinity.
Oh,
Is
I
this
remember
the
this
best a man
commercial.
can get? Is it?
It's likely happening here in Bullying as well.
We can't hide from it.
Sexual harassment is taking over.
It's been going on far too long.
Is that really true? Why did it just close everything? Thank you.
Fucking dubstep.
When it comes to things like behavior, I think that behavior is probably going to be the intersection of a lot of different types of genes and a lot of different types of environmental factors. There may be some genes that correlate with more aggressive behavior, maybe, but there might also be environmental factors that activate those or deactivate those. They can be controlled for as well. Just know that genes are complicated and environments are complicated, and it's never as easy as saying.
That played. Also, he wins.
It's never as easy as saying like this gene makes people do this thing. Human behavior is way more complicated than that. What the fuck is going on here?
Hello, everyone. Today's word is elder. E-L-D-E-R. Thank you.
Am I going to be able to do 350 next time? Wait, am I crazy? That was 70 kilograms, right?
I always hear that dude guy shout L into the void, and he seems
Oh,
to be popular.
are there two red
Let me give
plates
it a
on
try.
here? Maybe there are two red
L.
plates, and it just doesn't look like it.
L.
It's two reds, okay. Nice. Are you doing... Is this supposed to be low bar squats? Yes. Obviously, you squat almost twice as much as I do, so who cares what I have to say? But I feel like low bar squatting with your hands right under the bar has to be so unbelievably uncomfortable and maybe hurtful on your shoulders. No? Why do you have your hand under the bar instead of like locking it in with your wrist? Is it because is this just too heavy to do that with, or? Oof, I feel like that would hurt. To get my back as tight as possible? Oh, weird, okay. If it works for you, it works for you. I feel like when my wrists are like back, behind the bar, I feel like that position like makes it impossible to bend my back. Like that is like the most locked in. When your hands go behind the bar, and because you have to be locked in. But I feel like if my wrists are under, it's way easier for me to crumple forward because I don't have anything locking the bar against me like that. But maybe for some people, maybe it's different. But that seems like a really uncomfortable wrist position for a low bar squatting. But hey, you did it. Do you do low bar? Fuck yeah. Whatever, regardless of what NNN is delusionally thinking. Why would you do low bar if you already do deadlifts? Because squatting is not deadlifting. What do you mean? Are you at 2-plate squat yet? No. Tonight I'm supposed to squat 165. We're getting there, okay? I'm really close to my 2-plate deadlift, though. I think tonight I'm supposed to deadlift 205. If we apply lefty logic to women, they're all rapists too. Drunk girls are pressure made of sex multiple times. Never did I feel raped. Wow, Shro. A little bit toxic, my dude.
Are you getting enough protein? Don't leave games on the table.
I overeat protein like a motherfucker. I drink 2 scoops in 1 shake twice a day. So I think like from like whey protein and milk, I get like 110 to 120 a day. And then I usually have like a meal with chicken in it or whatever. So I should be getting absolutely plenty. I don't fuck around with that shit. Fuck that. Kidney stones poggers. I think you have to be like predisposed to get kidney stones or something. Or I think that's a huge like, I think some people are just really unlucky with that shit. And I think that has more to do. Well, I mean, your diet can influence it, especially if you're predisposed towards it, but. Oh, cute. So we decided to fuck with all my chests when you came to mine in my base. Okay. Found any data on if you have to space out protein intake during the day instead of all at once? I think that type of shit only matters when it, by the time it matters, you're not going to be asking me questions about it. I don't think that's that important. Once you get into higher loads, that type of wrist position lets you get much tighter scapulas and upper back equals more stability and safety. I just don't know. I feel like I totally disagree, but I could be totally wrong. I don't know. I only squat 165, so who knows? Maybe that'll change when I get past 2-plate. The reason why I like low bar squatting so much and why I've liked it way more than high bar squatting is because when I feel weak on a low bar squat, it means that I'm starting to lean forward, and that's all that happens. But because of where the bar is, when my hand's on the other side of the bar and my delt's on the opposing side, I can't hurt my back. It feels impossible to me. Maybe I can, and my back is a little stronger, and I'm lucky in that way or whatever. But it feels impossible to me. When I high bar squat and I start to feel weak, it's because my core is fucking up and I'm gonna hurt my back. That's what's happened so far. Or that's what the feeling is so far. I've never, ever come away low bar squatting, even when I'm like squatting to failure, like that last rep, I'm almost dying. Never, ever walked away from a low bar squat with back pain. But with high bar squatting, if I'm tired towards the end, my core is getting weak, my lower back is rounding, and I'm getting fucked. And I feel like a lot of the part that helps me with that in the low bar squat is having the hands behind so like my wrists aren't under the bar at all. It's just locked into my delts. But again, like I said, maybe at really high weights, maybe that changes. Once you get past 200, 300 pounds, maybe you have to put your wrists underneath it. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but wait, you prefer low bar to high bar? Absolutely. Low bar feels so much better to me. When I'm pushing on a low bar squat, I feel my quads are doing all the work. I feel like I'm like, all the weight is over the middle of my foot. Like I'm pushing almost through a deadlift, and everything just feels like it lines up. Like it's a hard lift, but it's hard in the right ways. Whereas when I do low bar, or when I was doing high bar squatting, it feels so much more difficult mentally, and it feels like I have to think so much more about keeping the rest of my body in line, and not like breaking down or whatever. Click my vid. Short vid on grip.
Why do you use a false grip during your squats?
Because you touch yourself at night.
Wait, no, that's why you're going to hell. The reason is I find it beneficial to drive the elbows under the bar during a squat. Having a false grip like this lets me better achieve it. There's a couple benefits I think you can get from driving your elbows under the bar. First off, it tends to passively extend the thoracic spine, and the ability to extend your spine can be a limiting factor in some people's squats. It also helps me keep my upper back tighter when I'm in that position, again reinforcing the same concept. And there's a couple benefits from the grip itself not related to that. First off, I know a lot of people experience wrist pain, especially on low bar squats. A lot of times, simply using a false grip can completely fix the issue. Another common issue is people feeling like the bar is going to fall off their back, again commonly in low bar squats. With this grip, you can get the fleshy part of your palm under your thumb under the bar and supporting it, helping alleviate the issue.
I mean, like, these people move more weight than I do. But I feel like that's just... I feel like neither of those points are correct. but I don't know. It might... Maybe some... The guy's saying some people's bodies. Maybe some people's bodies are just different. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. If I were to low bar squat with my hands under it like that, it would be the only barbell exercise that I would ever do where I have my wrists like this holding a barbell. That looks really weird. Now, you're not technically pushing the weight, but I mean, even holding a barbell like that looks really uncomfortable. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like when my arms are back here, I feel like that locks everything so hard. I can't imagine. I feel like putting my wrists under. Actually, no, it's not even what I feel like. When I first started to learn low bar squatting, I remember when I was in Sweden, I would put my arms under there because that's what, well, one, because I had no rear delts at all, so there was nothing for the bar to sit on, which made it really hard to find the spot. And two, because I had no rear delts, I felt like the bar would slip down my back, so I needed to put my arms under there. But when my arms were under there, it was just so much weird shit was happening. The position of the bar would move based on how flexible my shoulders felt that day. Sometimes I could pop the bar up or down more, depending on how strong or weak I was feeling that day. So when I was at the bottom of my squat and my elbow was underneath, sometimes I could pop the bar up a little bit and it would start to crawl up my back. I just felt like it was so bad having the wrist under the bar. Whereas when it's locked behind and you have rear delts for it to sit on, the only thing I ever have to think about with my whole upper body, if I have to think about anything, it's just pushing my arms forward. I just have to push the bar into my body, and it's always going to be held there on your rear delts. It'll never move. It's just right there. And I don't have to think about it going up or down. I don't have to think about where the bar goes because there's a little shelf back there for it to sit on, and then you just lock it there, and then you go up and go down, and nothing in my upper or middle or lower body I ever have to think about. But different people have different bodies, and I'm also, again, only squatting 165. So maybe at higher weights, maybe I'll change my mind on all that. I don't know. Are you a pull-up or a chin-up guy? There are two different exercises. You shouldn't be one or the other, right? How many reps do you normally do for squats? I'm doing 5 reps now. I was doing 8 for a long time, and last session I switched to doing 3x5 now. Now that I feel more comfortable with the form, now that I feel safer doing it or whatever, I'm gonna start to like push that higher weight now, rather than trying to do 8 reps. Fuck it. Okay, why do I keep running out and farming scrap shit? I need to farm mats. Seeing this video, thinking about tweaking. Why am I clicking a white name Instagram link? Okay, fuck it. Why is it so fucking loud? Mute. Wait, what the fuck? Did somebody build a little base right next to ours? Are you serious? Hey, who the fuck is in here? Wait, building privilege. Oh, we built a hangar? Why? I guess we can just wrap walls around this. Fuck it.
China's current death toll stands at 4,636. Does this show planned economies are more prepared to deal with emergencies than free markets, or do you just assume China is lying? What evidence supports your stance?
Bro, I have no fucking idea, okay? It's Rust and Gym Talk time, alright? I have no idea. 4,636 is their death toll. Oh, I don't think I believe that. That just seems unfathomably, unbelievably, impossibly low. And they were ground zero for the pandemic. What did you think of your debate with Daniel? It was boring. I guess I haven't done like religious fundamentalist debates in a while, so I don't know. They're not usually that exciting, but. But they look like they're in a bigger car than me. All fucking deals, right? Yeah, just because somebody gets into an accident on the interstate. What? But they look like they're in a bigger car than me. All fucking deals, right? Yeah, just because somebody gets into an accident on the interstate. Why are you killing Shelly? Oh no.
Dear Pepe.
Stupid. Okay, sorry. Increase your upper back tension for a stronger squat. Damn. I think some people have really different mentalities on this. Because I feel like Alan Thrall and maybe Ripto, I feel like the conventional advice I've always heard for low bar is you want your hands to be as close in as possible while your elbows are still pointed down. You don't want a low bar squat with your full fucking wingspan out here to like where the plates are. But I don't know. Hey, listen, if it works for you, then fucking do it, bro. Legal Eagle and Dr. Mike.
I'm about to dissect a case of Grey's Anatomy.
No
I think
way.
I want to do it not just medical.
Oh, wait, this isn't. Bro, there's only one Dr. Mike. There's only one Dr. Mike on this stream. Chill. When you are super jacked, you don't need your hands together, as close together, because you have a good shelf. Well, but I thought that the reason why your hands are close together is because you're trying to create a lot of tension here in your shoulder by retracting your scapula to push the bar into you. Even if you have really huge rear delts, the bar will still slide off if you don't have anything pushing it in, no? Who is Dr. Mike? It's like the attractive doctor guy, right? He's like the super hot doctor that gives advice on shit and people like him because he's hot. And he gives decent medical shit, I guess. Wasn't he voted in like some magazine as like the hottest doctor in the world or some dumb shit? No, you don't need... Why are we...
Broken back and having your hands underneath the bar for low bar squatting. So...
Hey, Steve, are you going to play Lost Ark tomorrow? Yeah, of course. What the fuck? You eat your hot dog like you're just objectively wrong. Let me tell you why for 7 hours. I'll stream ending Lost Ark tomorrow, promise. Bonus me next, D.
Good one.
The pros and cons of the overhand grip to start off with, and then I'll talk about why I recommend having your wrist broken back underneath the bar for a number of different reasons. So, start off with the starting strength hand position. I call it that because that's the overhand position is one that's commonly recommended for starting strength coaches, and I guess that group. I think the value with that one starts off with that it makes you feel like your upper back is really tight. Having your hands, really what happens is by having your hands on top of the bar or behind the barbell here, it forces your arms behind you, which can be a good position just for feeling like you have some control over the bar and some tightness through your upper back. The problem, I think, with that is that it ends up most people don't have good shoulder mobility, or just the length of your arms forces you into position that we end up creating that movement from a lot of extension through your rib cage. And so in all of my other videos, I've talked about how maintaining.
This is how I've always seen the low bar. Yeah, and you're like, your wrists are supposed to be completely straight and shit. Oh. Uh-oh. Did somebody just go boom outside? Hold on. Fuck. Why don't I know where anything is in any of my chests ever? I just don't know what's happening. Oh, it's over here. This? No. Here? No. This? Oh, almost. This one. Yes. What?
Destiny, it is Jim. The guy you keep talking to on stream. I really appreciate a one-on-one time we get to talk, but can we discuss something else besides bodybuilding? Love you, buddy.
Being a good brace and a good
We're not talking about bodybuilding, we're talking about powerlifting, okay?
That's going to be the first.
Damn, this guy's legs are so wide. My whole body would split in half if my legs were this open squatting. Holy shit.
Versus feeling your contraction in your upper back. So I've talked in other videos, I think the low bar placement video, that I don't actually coach a whole lot of retraction in the first place, but I do coach depression. So if we
I need to
put
learn
our
depression,
hands behind
please.
it on top of the bar, and then we lose some of that rib cage position, that's a bad place to start off with.
You said Larry the Tomato in your Gavin debate. Okay, I'm sorry, it's Bob. Larry just seems like a tomato's name.
Some of the newer lifters may just get an advantage from that, from just having the feeling of their upper back musculature contracting. When we put our hands underneath the bar, it allows us to accomplish a number of things. The first thing is I think it gives us a little bit more space in our arms to position our elbows in a way that I can keep the bar from rolling up my back. That's another big disadvantage of having your hands on top of the bar. It's going to be a hard thing to keep the bar from, I'd say it's going to be hard to keep the bar staying low or letting it drift lower. So one of the advantages of having your wrist broken back is that there is going to be a little bit of leeway. If during the squat, if my hips shift back, the bar sometimes will actually need to translate a little bit on my back to...
Okay, don't cry. Oh, okay. Let's get our one Dr. Mike video. It's a 13-minute one. Then we're done with gym talk, okay?
Hey folks, Dr. Mike Israetel here for Renaissance Periodization and Strength Training Made Simple, video number 6. If you want to check out the other videos, we already have them loaded in the playlist before.
Okay.
How many sets should you do in order to maximize strength adaptations? Let's find out.
Good
one.
one.
The first question is how many sets per movement per session, like how many sets of pushing or bench pressing or squatting per session. So if you come in, you have to do some squats. How many sets of squats is maybe too few, maybe too many, and what's that sort of right golden amount? Well, on the low end, you want to do enough number of sets to drive the best strength adaptations. Now, it turns out that you can have a pretty high frequency of training and only do as little as one hard working set per session and get really great results. So at least one heavy working set per session is totally fine.
Really?
Now, on the other hand, as you train for weeks and weeks and weeks, eventually you should hit your maximum recoverable volume, a volume that you are working so hard at that you can't recover from any more than that, and you actually underperform if you go in excess of that. That means maybe you just do one set every time, but you can train for 12 weeks on end, and then the fatigue comes down and crushes you and it's too much. Or you go from 1 set all the way up to 4 or 5 sets, and then only 4 or 5 weeks later, that's too much volume because the fatigue catches up and the volume is rising, and then it's too much. So you definitely want to train enough to, first of all, do at least 1 hard working set. Duh, not really an answer.
Duh.
And 2, to challenge yourself towards the end of your cycles. Essentially, if you're deloading, when you still feel great and you still feel like you could do more work, you could probably have been doing more work. So if someone says, like, yeah, I only ever trained 1 set per session, someone's like, have you ever tried training with 2? And I'm like, yeah, nah, that would be too much. Like, how do you know? Like, I don't. Well, maybe you should try training with more, because you could, more sets is more stimulus and potentially more strength gain. And all the actual formal literature, it's very hard to get the best adaptations from just 1 working set per session. There are some exceptions, but usually more working sets per session, like 2, 3, or 4, is better. It just makes you stronger faster, or makes you more stronger. So give that some thought. Now, you say, okay, 1 is good, 2 might be better, 3 might be better, 4 might be better. Where's the top end for that? Clearly, there's such a thing as too much. Here are some answers. First of all, if you are developing muscle size for strength, okay, not just for its own sake like bodybuilding, but getting the muscles bigger to make them stronger later, we're primarily going to be training with sets of 5 to 10. And the most productive loading range for that is things above 75% of your 1RM. So if you're doing squats and you're doing set after set after set, and in order to continue to do sets of at least 5, if you have to lower the weight on the bar to below 75% of your fresh 1 rep max in the squat, you're doing too much work, because then all of those sets after are so light that they're not really creating the kind of muscle growth that's best to make you stronger. It's what's called junk volume. Oh, you're training all right, but it's not really making you as good as it could possibly be.
Damn.
You're much better off stopping training, switching to another exercise, another muscle group, so on and so forth, another lift, and or going home and just coming back in a different session when you're more fresh and putting in high quality work. The definition of high quality work here is sets of 5 to 10, at least at 75% of your 1 rep max. Now,
why 5 to 10? What happened to sets of 3 to 6, Mike? Why are we changing it up?
Same kind of rule for basic strength training. Actually getting strong, sets of 3 to 6, you should be able to do with at least 82.5% or so.
That was
just an average figure of your 1 rep max. So if you're so tired that you're doing 70% of your 1RM for sets of 3 to 6, you are not training for strength anymore. You're just training for moving around, right? It's probably not why you're in the gym. You're probably watching this because you want to get stronger, so keep that in mind. So hard cutoff is if you can't lift sufficient amount of weight, 82.5%, in this case for basic strength, sets of 3 to 6, it's time to leave the gym, it's time to shut it down. For you, that might occur after 5 sets, it might occur after 3, it might occur after 8, who knows, but that's your answer right there. It's different for everybody. Limit strength development, when you're talking about peaking strength, sets of 1 to 3, if you're doing sets of 1 to 3 and you're down because of fatigue, because you've done so many sets, to below about 87.5% of your 1 rep max.
Jesus Christ, Mike, we don't go to the fucking gym with calculators, man.
Weight anymore. You're just tired and you need to switch the lift or go home or something like that. Now, another consideration for volume. You do a certain amount of volume, certain number of sets per session, and then you do another session, another session, another session. If you do so much volume in one session that your strength doesn't recover and adapt to become greater in the next session after, you've probably done too much. So for example, if you do 4 sets of squats on Monday, and by Wednesday, you do again 4 sets of squats, except now you're stronger in the squat, all is well, and that 4 sets of squats is not too much. But if you've done 8 sets of squats on Monday, and Wednesday, you're so beat up from squats that you're actually a little bit weaker, or just about the same, you're violating the core tenet of progressive overload of strength training, which is to make things heavier over time.
Wait, where's Gojo? Is it possible then that like maybe it's better to do like 2 sets of 5 for squatting rather than 3 sets of 5? I in terms of like volume for sets, I kind of just like ripped off the starting strength shit. I usually just do 3 sets of everything without really thinking about it, except for deadlifts where I just do 1 set of deadlifts. I guess you just have to try it. If you do 2 sets of squats and the next session you can do 2 sets at a slightly heavier weight, then it means you're doing well, huh?
Only way to get stronger. Duh. So maybe 8's a bit too much. If you lower it to 4, you can make those jumps. You're not in the gym for strength training to try to beat yourself up as much as possible. You're there to get that great stimulus and get out to set up the next productive session. Lastly, if you have overlapping soreness into sessions, it's probably too many sets. So if you're doing 8 sets of bench press, and the next time you do bench press, your pecs are wildly sore.
Why do you only do 1 set of deadlifts? Whoa. I'm totally just copying this from what Ripto says. I don't know if it's true or not. So far, it's worked for me. But supposedly, deadlifts are such an unbelievably difficult and fatiguing exercise that you only really need 1 set of them to drive a lot of strength adaptation in a novice lifter. So for other lifts like squats or bench press, you might need to bench more, but deadlifts are just so taxing on the body that 1 set's enough to drive. Yeah, I'm repeating myself. Okay.
Your triceps are sore, and you can't put out the kind of force you're supposed to because soreness interferes with maximum force production, and it risks injury considerably more than if you're not sore, being that you're training for strength. Those are heavy loads. You don't want to be sore for your heavy loads. When that's the case, it's too much
Heavy loads,
now,
Mike.
we all have these Napoleonic big eyes that open up. Man, I could get so much better doing 4 sets or 6 sets or 8 sets if you cannot recover, which means you're not stronger next time that you plan to squat or bench or deadlift or whatever. And or if you're still sore, volume is that big thing we change. Do fewer sets. There is nobody around counting your sets and being like, oh, you're doing 8. That's really good. Nobody cares. Some of the strongest people in the world do 2 or 3 sets per movement per session, and they're awesome. It's just what you can recover from and have high quality workouts, not just now, but the next time and the next time and the next time. If you do too much volume at once, you could screw that process over and not be able to build up like that. Now, to keep it simpler, sort of a 4-point guide here. If you're not training close to your heaviest, it's not going to make you much stronger. So if you're squishing in volume, but you have to reduce the load just to be able to do sets of 5, stupid idea. So
it's all about big loads, guys.
Number 2, if you're training so much that you can't hit a PR next session or next week, or like a relative PR, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, you're training too much, you should probably consider training less. Number 3, if you're training so much that you're sore in the next session repeatedly, you're like, yeah, trying to get stronger hamstrings, doing stuff like deadlifts, I'm sore all the time. Do not be sore all the time. You can get sore, but make sure your soreness heals completely by the time you train hamstrings again. That's a really good idea. And if after a whole mesocycle, progression of session to session to session, if you're deloading, but you could have still hit a PR if you didn't deload, you're either not training for long enough at a time, you should delay your deload to later, or the average volume you're doing, number of sets every week, is just too low. A deload should come when you cannot give any more. Like that last workout, you rack the bar and someone's like, what do you think next week? 5 more pounds on the bar? Same number of sets? You're like, no way, I will be weaker next week. If that's the case, you earned your deload. If that's not the case, and you're like, yeah, I could probably go up, either don't deload, continue to apply volume at the same volume you were, or look back on your accumulation phase and next time, do more. Because you want to push your limits towards the end, and volume is a big way in which you do it. Now, what about total sets per session? Not per muscle group. For example, let's say we're squatting and benching in one session. So we already know the answer is whatever drops out of those weight zones and whatever makes you too sore and so on and so forth. But what about sort of everything that you do, the total actual session itself? So for any of the respective exercises that you do or the muscle groups that you train in movement patterns like squatting and pressing and so on and so forth, if they fall below for hypertrophy for strength 75, for basic strength 82.5, for peaking 87.5, then you're probably done. Okay, now that means, check this out, you squatted first, you bench after. How many sets of bench? Well, benching is still compared to its fresh 1RM. So if you're doing basic strength for squats, sets of 3 to 6, then basic strength for bench, sets of 3 to 6. That sets of 3 to 6 for bench is not adjusted RM-wise, like, yeah, but like, what's my 1 RM if I've done squats? No, it's on an absolute scale. So your fresh bench 1 RM is what you still compare it to. And if you can't move that for sets of 3 to 6 at least 82.5% of your fresh 1 RM in the bench, you're done. So if you're thinking right now, like, wait a minute, that only means I might be able to do 2 or 3 sets in the bench if it's not a first exercise. That is exactly correct, which is why a lot of people a really good strength program is say you can really only have one main focus exercise in any one session if you get sufficiently advanced. Oh yeah, you can squat, bench, and deadlift in the same day, but that deadlift at the end are going to be very few sets and probably not that impressive as far as rep range because you are very quickly going to have so much systemic fatigue, you're not going to be able to lift heavy enough to count it as strength training anymore.
Is that actually true? That sounds really exaggerated. Or maybe for advanced lifters or intermediate lifters, that's true. But I mean, like, if you squat first, you can do other big compound lists throughout the day and still gain strength, right? Oh, hello, hello.
Oh. What is up?
Oh, he just said for friends. Nothing much, just farming.
Do we have hatchets?
Where are you at?
I'm upstairs.
In which base?
The new base.
I don't think so.
Oh, I found one.
Oh.
Alright, I haven't been here yet.
It should be the same-ish layout as the last one, but we can actually put high externals here because the last one.
That was the issue last time?
Yeah, because it was too close to the monument, so we don't really have any layering. But
that was nice though, because nobody built a raid base, right? Or okay, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't think.
Is anybody raiding? Did anybody raid yesterday? Did we get raided?
Nobody raids.
Okay, so it's like you got it.
Yeah. Well, we raided though. We fucked some dude up hardcore.
Hell yeah. And we're gonna raid today.
Yes, there are people around in the desert. The desert is not safe.
Call them what they are. Pepe scum.
Absolutely true. There are Pepe scum here.
What are we learning about with Dr. Mike today?
How much volume you should do. How was your gym day last?
It was good.
Day? That's good.
Yeah. Yesterday. Yeah. Well, day before yesterday, I think. I don't know.
Day before.
Saturday,
yesterday.
whatever that was.
You feeling strong for tonight?
Yeah, I'm feeling actually really good. I did the same squat, but I added 5 pounds.
Good.
I was able to do it. So yeah, feeling good. My overhead press was looking good. I did my Romanian deadlifts as much as I didn't want to.
Nice.
Skipped Penlay rows, but that was the only exercise I skipped, so that's good.
Moot.
I just hate that exercise.
I know, with the rear delts.
I would rather
everybody
do
ignores
face
them.
pulls.
Well, if you learn face pulls, you can do face pulls. It's probably a better targeted exercise than rear delts. I just don't feel like learning that exercise. But if you want to learn them, you can learn it. You should learn them. But the back delts are always neglected. Like every single gym goer is just like, because we overemphasize the front so much.
I didn't do Spartan curls, no.
We're working those in, okay? We're trying to find the perfect place to program those guys.
Okay, it's fucking foggy out. Can't see shit.
Good. Means people can't see you to shoot at you.
Where do you go for farming?
I have to run west. I don't know if it's the case or not, and I've just mind-fucked myself, but I feel like there aren't mats in the desert. I think you have to go to like the forested areas. I think that's where all the mats
ran
are.
out for a little bit. I didn't see fucking anything.
Yeah, so I just run west of forest areas, and then it feels like there's so many fucking rocks.
That old base, dude. If you run around that lake, you just there's so much shit.
Rocks and shit. It felt like there was a ton of shit over there. Yeah.
I ran out for 30 minutes and I came back with like 2 or 3 full inventories worth of fucking stone and shit.
You can do seated rows if he hits Penlay so much. I think that to focus on your rear delts, I've only ever heard of 3 good exercises to really focus on those. The king is if you have if you've got a pec fly machine doing reverse pec flies or reverse pec deck or whatever. I think it's probably the best. It's the easiest. The loading is consistent throughout the entire movement. And it super targets your rear delts. That's number 1. Number 2 is if you can do face pulls with good form, which apparently a lot of people have trouble with, because I see people do face pulls like where they're fucking doing it all over the place, and I don't even know what muscles they're working out with the way that half the people do face pulls. I don't know. That's the second one, but still, face pulls are a really good exercise too if you can do them correctly. And then the third one are I think Penlay rows with a really wide grip will hit your rear delts. Those are the 3 that I know of. Somebody mentioned bent over dumbbell rows or seated rows. I think the problems with a lot of types of rows or rowing motions is that I think they tend to overemphasize like the lower back or the upper back in general, or the back in general. And they don't really hit the rear delts as targeted. But I just ran west into the fucking forest. But there are people around here. You should carry a crossbow or something.
There's a lot of fucking people around here.
Yeah, this place is super active. There's some fucking loser Pepe group that like they fly around in a helicopter with AKs and bolts and they'll just shoot like miners. It's unreal. Like there was a guy yesterday camping the gas station with a bolt action rifle. The gas station was like, okay, dude.
Seems like general Pepe poster activities.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
speaking of, who's winning?
Yeah, let's check.
Oh, Pepe's winning hard today.
Yeah, it was probably those guys farming yesterday. Yeah. Wait, why did you say it like that?
Like, damn.
Like, are you celebrating or?
No. I'm an e-poster, okay? Is this our base? Yeah, it is. Right.
Did New Salsa give any helpful advice for anything?
I didn't go with them. I just went alone.
Oh, fucking loser.
I don't know if it's because I have, you know, my own personal brand of autism, but I actually really like going to the gym when there's nobody there.
Mm-hmm.
There's people there. I don't like that shit.
Yeah. The worst is if you ever move out of here, if you need to get like a membership at another gym, those places are always full of people.
I'll just find a 24-hour one and go at fucking crazy hours.
Yeah, I used to do that, but I don't know if any 24-hour is 24-hour at the moment. They might have all
For the COVID?
Yeah, like all the 24-hour fitnesses in LA closed at like 9 o'clock.
Seems pretty easy to run a 24-hour place. You just have to pay one person to be there, right? Just like watch people, I guess.
I don't know. Oh, I think the best gym, if you ever want to go high roller lifestyle or whatever, Equinox unironically seems super fucking based.
Is that the one Hassan goes to or no?
Yes. Holy shit. Apparently there are always like not that many people there. All the facilities are really good. The equipment is clean and always brand new. There's something about walking into a gym and they've got like those nice fresh rubber plates that are just perfect. They've got all the bumpers, whatever. It feels like you could be stronger in a perfect gym like that. Okay, everything is so nice and perfect and clean.
How much is that shit like a month?
Oh, Equinox? I think it's like $200 or something a month, right?
Okay, so that's pretty expensive, yeah.
It is. $200 or $300 a month. Yeah, that's pretty expensive.
Whereas you can go to like a Planet Fitness for I don't know, fucking $10 a month or some shit.
Probably not that cheap, but anywhere from like I think it's like 30 to 50 a month depending on what you. Yeah.
True. Go to college. Gym's free.
College gyms in the U.S. are unreal.
They're always fucking packed, though.
Yeah, but I mean...
They're really fucking good, though. I need to get TC.
The fuck are those noises? I commented on the recent Ice Poseidon drama. We listened to the video driving up from the Keys or whatever, driving down to the Keys. Yeah, he did his shit. I don't really know what commentary I could give. I mean, he scammed his whole audience. He didn't give a fuck, and he just like moonwalked the fuck out. He did another rug pull. It might sound kind of shitty, but I don't have very much sympathy for people at this point that still fall for rug pulls. Like,
well, hold on. DGG coin's gonna be different.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah, of course.
That's not gonna be a rug pull, of course. Coming soon, guys. Partnering with Athene for this one.
Fuck, it's about to be nighttime, I think.
Cake, why did you turn off the spawning for all of the fucking rocks on the map? What the fuck?
Is Zerko alive still? Is he chilling?
He's alive. Bro, where the fuck are all the rocks at?
I haven't seen anything. Do we still have a scrap heli?
I don't think so. Toast told me to repair it yesterday, and I only saw the main one, so I just repaired that. But I don't know, maybe I went dumb for it.
Oh, we have our main helicopter though, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that one. Sorry, I think
I'm gonna go farm over there then.
Farm over where?
In the ice area. You can just fly it over. This area is
well, you know how to do that? Hold on.
Well, I can't fly, but Shower can fly.
He's not awake though, is he?
And Tosadillus can fly.
Can you do flips in this helicopter like the Daisy one? Destiny, Rust maps. Oh, is this our map? Nodes.
Oh, what the fuck?
What?
That's like cheating.
What does this? Is the red shit supposed to be where nodes are more likely to spawn? Do you think people in this community would fall for a rug pull if you pull it off? People in my community hate crypto. They thought that the NFT sponsor I did was a scam. I don't know if I can scam my community over crypto coin. Blue Living Abandoned. Dr. K retweet. The experts gave us school closures, gain of function research, defeat in Afghanistan, 10% inflation, 130% debt to GDP. Oh, Jesus. Yikes. Oh, his wife, not Dr. K.
Hello.
What dude?
How are you guys?
I'm doing fucking great, man. Oh, Jesus.
How much stuff have you moved to the...
I don't think we've moved shit, have we?
Well, some of the guns are gone, I can tell.
Oh.
They were... all the chests were full.
Your mom has a very full chest. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You okay, dude? Doesn't sound like it.
We moved a bunch of guns, some metal and shit earlier, Josabilis.
Alright.
But I think Shower used it all up, making the base metal.
You and Mood seem less interested in D&D. Is the Glacier shit, or is it just my head?
Glacier shit.
Yeah, the Glacier shit feels a little bit iffy. It feels like we have no way to really interact with the world or explore or investigate everything, and it seems like we're super punished for doing anything, and everything feels like very coin flippy, dice rolly.
My other campaign's fucking Pog. Koibu's doing an amazing job, but I think the Glacier shit, just because it is what it is dog shit. But it's not because of Koibu.
Like the Beholder stuff, like what were we supposed to do for that fight?
Lawyer more.
Yeah. Like we just like if I would have missed one save there, I'm pretty sure Tyrael would have died.
Yep. I don't mind, I guess, Saber dies as much when they make sense. But having like two monsters, and you can plan for, but having just like two monsters like show up and like throw them at you kind of felt shitty.
Yeah, like those Beholders were just like in the wilderness. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Like.
Mark Cuban's NFT company has just been caught promoting scammy NFT projects. There's a surprise. In exchange for millions of dollars in payment. Shocker. And it has finally caught up with them, and they lost everything. Everything except the money. They still have that, guys. Thank God. But the 1.7 million followers on their @NFT account was just nuked into the metaverse. They don't have that anymore. And now several people are looking for a job. Now, all of this literally happened overnight. One day, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars on autopilot, and the next, the account has been banned, and Mark Cuban has been accused of scamming people. How did this happen? I'm here to tell you guys today. It all started with a Twitter user who goes by the name of Top Shot Fund, and he actually did what no one has ever bothered to do with NFTs before. He did his research. He took a look at all the projects that Mark Cuban's company has been promoting in the last few months and checked if they actually made money or not. Now, before we get into the details of this, for those of you who aren't fully in the loop, Mark Cuban and a partner, Jason Falovich, bought an Instagram account called @NFT a little while ago.
Oh, like you did with your phone?
Yes. You have smart switches and you can turn them off and on with your
projects
phones.
imaginable, as long as you are willing to pay the right price. Sort of rug pull promoters for hire, if you want to look at it that way. I'm gonna get a kids meal. Now, I covered this on my show before, warning you guys about this page. Okay, I DM'd the owner, and I was told I could promote an NFT project that I didn't have on his page if I only had $20,000 per post. And he said the only way this would work is if I bought the 5-pack deal, which was $100,000. And part of the appeal of doing this is that they don't mention that these projects they promote are ads. So it looks like they genuinely have
we had
hype.
2 helicopters.
Now, I told you guys
One
at
of
the time
them
this was
was
super
gone
sketchy
when I
and you
logged in
shouldn't trust these people.
today.
And it turns out
I think
I
it
was right
decayed,
because our buddy
No, I repaired
Top
him right
Shot
before I
Fund
went to sleep, and I
analyzed the
messaged Destiny
performance of these
saying, like,
NFT
repair it
projects
before you
that
go
they
to
were
sleep as
promoting
well.
for cash and found that
And
the big one was
70%
on
of
fire
them
when I got on.
fell in value.
Oh, really?
Lost
Yeah,
money.
fixed.
10%
I
of the
fixed it.
projects.
Good.
Thank
You have to constantly repair it. Doesn't matter if it's in garage. The big one decays all the fucking time, so keep that in mind.
What decays? What?
The helicopter.
Oh, lame. Dumb. Stupid.
Right.
So wait, you guys bought another SAM site, I assume? Or was it just the one I have?
It should just be the one, right?
Alright.
Okay, there are boxes that glow, aren't there?
Yes.
Okay, we need I need those.
No, dude, it's just skins.
the
It doesn't
fire-
change the game.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, it's just skins. Have you seen the video someone posted on the Rust channel on Discord? There are skins that you can see through, like metal doors, I think, garage doors maybe, some kind of doors.
Wait, that have like anything you can see and shoot through, or just see through?
Just see through. So like it's a solid door, but the very top of it is like rated. And someone was raiding. They took the TC, or was it their own base? I don't remember the clip. But like what they did, they went to the door, they spray painted it, looked over the gap, they saw like this. It's so dumb, dude. It's
Okay, what are the best kinds of boxes? What do you think?
that one.
Good one.
I think the Molten Visage glows.
I wanted them once. Oh, Glacial and Molten. I'm getting them both.
They're by us Arctic Hazzies.
I don't know where to get that. I go on this fucking website. If you can link me the shit, I'll do it, but...
This game fucking prints money.
Yeah.
Well, probably any of this skin shit does, huh?
Yeah.
The server of OKTV, oh no, okay, online TV, sorry.
Offline TV?
Offline TV raised a shit ton of money because everyone started watching the game on Twitch when before that Rust was kind of niche compared to like the big games. And I think Gary did a report of how much money he made. I might be wrong, but it's a shit ton. The game went from never being in the top 10 on Steam to like being in the top 10 #1 spot for a long time.
What the fuck? Oh.
What's the plan for today?
I don't know if I'm like a fucking idiot.
Can Destiny quickly look at and give his opinion on this article talking about alt-right media tactics?
I'll think about it. Anybody else have a lot of trouble using tap machines in America? Like,
No,
when you
I have zero trouble actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Where the fuck do you put your card? I feel like on some of the machines, like on some of them it'll say like tap
There's
here.
2 spots usually.
But it feels like I'm like pushing my card like all over the fucking screen to try to figure out.
If it's that one, usually there's usually 2 spots. So it's either the screen or there's a thing above the screen that you put it on. You just kind of have to look. I've never had to like throw it all over the screen to have it work though.
Some of them have like a very clear spot and it works, but
You're talking about your phone or your card? You're talking about your card, right?
My card, yes.
Okay, yeah, because I see you guys do the phone shit, and I don't know the fuck. I don't know how the fuck that shit works.
I have the phone shit.
The phone shit is so nice.
Yeah.
You should try that. Once you start using that shit, you'll never want to use a card again. It's actually amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Why the fuck is my credit card getting declined? Steam.
It's extra nice if you forget your wallet. It's like that happened to me. Went to a store, forgot my wallet. It's like, oh shit. Phone works.
credit card information has been declined. What happened?
Did you put the wrong zip code?
No.
I kind of want to do the heli runs, but I think I'll crash.
I believe in you. You can always just park outside, and I can just
Yeah,
go with you
yeah,
every time.
yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Surely I'll
Do
be.
this. Surely.
I'll be strong enough to hold them on my own.
Can't wait to get rocketed while I land.
Why the fuck? Who built the fucking garage outside of our base?
Shower. That's for the heli.
Yeah, but isn't that going to interfere with us putting down high externals? Wasn't that the whole point of us
Oh.
having this base?
We're gonna put high externals even further out to like encapsulate that in the walls.
That's a lot of stone. Are we going to have that in an hour and 50 minutes?
We've got a. There should be a lot of stone there.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
What's a lot of stone?
If not, we can go get more. There's more stone here.
Not a lot. Okay, maybe.
There's like half a chest.
Whoa, half a
Third.
chest. Wow, nice. What is that, like
There's half a
6
chest
high
there.
externals?
Yeah,
You fucked
pretty
up.
much.
Surely.
No.
That's what we gotta get ready before, in case somebody decides to,
Oh my god, they're coming to
Not go
Foundation
after
wipe us,
them.
guys. They're coming.
What if they coincide and do both at the same time?
Do you know if it's possible on a server to set it? Here's something that I'm... Okay, wait, hold on. I don't think we talked about this yesterday because I got fucked. Okay, so for the next server, for the next wipe, so I think we're going to do weekly wipes and monthly BP wipes. Damn, this box cost me $15. And then I think... Okay, so we're going to make it so that on day 1, the only people that can join are people that are subbed. But then after the raid time on day 2, I'm going to open it to everybody that has an account on the site. So anybody can join.
You mentioned this.
Yes. And then I think the raid timer thing works. So I'll try it around the way. We'll see how it works. One thing I was wondering, do you think that it is possible or desirable to make it so that you can only build guns on day 2?
Oh, that actually seems fun.
I feel like watching people
because the people
raid
who rush guns
with,
are
like,
fucking losers.
Yeah, and seeing people like try to do raids with like C4
Yeah.
and shit with like crossbows, I think would be really interesting. But I don't know if
That
it would
would
be
be
too
cool.
memey.
I think if you do that, you should do bi-weekly wipes, and then make it like 3 days of like bows or whatever, so you can have their time, and then they'll have time for the other shit too. But it's kind of up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, not bi-weekly. I meant every other week it wipes.
How many active people play right now? Let me see. Hold on.
When just like a couple hours ago, there was like only 20 people on.
In the
Now it's
early
like-
hours, yeah, it's probably low. Right now, it's 57 people, and then for most of yesterday, I think it was around 100 to 110 people.
Mm. I'll be right back.
Loser.
I don't know about that gun thing. Don't want to game the game too much. Restrain it.
It could be interesting, but at the same time, I mean, you can still run.
I don't-
You can still run monuments to.
I feel like
guns.
that
Mm-hmm.
choices could be, well, let's say, it's rooted in the fact that we suck. It's like, it's to
Well, no, not
pull
really.
down the
I'm
good
saying there's
teams.
like...
That's what I feel like.
I think that the early game stage of like running around and everybody has like bows and crossbows, I think that's really fun. But once people start rolling out like 9mm guns, you're kind of like fucked. Unless you're like a god. Like you're never winning crossies against like Thompsons and MP5s and shit. Or once people get like 5.56 rounds and shit. Where did my spray paint bottle? Never mind. Fuckers. I just think it'd be really funny to watch people like rocketing a base and then they like take out like crossbows and they're like fighting and shit. I think that'd be interesting to watch.
maybe not craft guns then, but at least you should be able to like find them.
Yeah,
so
if you
everyone
can find
would be
them,
getting
that's
for the
still be
crates.
fine. Yeah.
Like airdrops would be really important. You'd have probably 50 people trying to get one.
I don't think I'll do that next one. But yeah. Can we do 6 to 10 EST raid times? Hard for West Coast to raid. That basically means that Europeans are never doing anything, because now you're starting at like 1 a.m. for Europeans. It's pretty rough.
It feels bad, man, dude.
They got heli. Oh shit, they did.
That's I know, I think. And some... Those are the guys that countered us yesterday.
Bastards. At least they contributed. They do it shit.
When was the spray can thing added?
I think this update, I don't remember it existing.
Based.
Last week.
Vanilla skin shots unite.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Yeah, I think that's
NFTs are a scam. Are you serious, Dan? Shut the fuck up. It's a stupid fucking meme.
TTS test donut.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
I think we might need to get those high externals up before raid.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah. Otherwise somebody might just doink our heli. Shit's expensive.
Hey Steve, off topic. It's cool to see the amount of interesting political people and personalities coming from TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok is like kind of like I think the new breeding ground for political memers. It seems like there's a lot of political shit that goes on that platform. Sure, it'd be nice if I had the original Destiny name on TikTok and the account wasn't arbitrarily fucking banned. But you know, what are you gonna do?
They banned you on TikTok?
My Destiny account got banned, yeah, for no fucking reason. I have no idea why. They just had multiple community service violations, and that was it. It's like okay.
Banned. No one refuses to elaborate. Geek and Chad.
What do you think was Katie's main issue last night? She seemed to be impervious to... I think it just my rhetoric is really aggressive, and I think when it comes to like rape stuff, people are like very, very, very sensitive. So it probably just puts people in the defensive very quickly.
Whatever happened to focusing on optics? Weren't you gonna do that?
I did that through 2021. I think I did really, really, really well. Now I'm 2022. I'm taking a break from that.
I mean,
I won the optics war. In 2021, I won the optics war. What are you talking about? Every lefty that I had an optics debate with stopped debating me completely. Vosh is...
I mean, Twitter optics, man.
Who cares about Twitter optics? Even with Twitter optics, I still...
It seems like most of your bullshit comes from Twitter-based shit.
Let's do an accounting of the facts. Hassan literally got so molded that he had to get himself permabanned from LSF. So we won that optics war. He took 4 or 5 huge L's in a row. Even LSF was on the pro Destiny side for almost all of those dramas, which was amazing. Number one. Number two, Vosh's community constantly shitting on him, calling him out for not debating anymore, him avoiding me constantly, being obsessed as fuck. We had great memes like Vosh gloves, okay? I think the optics war were won in 2021. Now we switch to the bully war.
I just realized I was wrong. I don't know why I mentioned Twitter. You don't even have one, so...
True-based. Giga Chad.
This is fine.
Actually, even the Twitter optics war was won. Apparently my new bio makes it so I can't get banned, so...
Do you think online I could qualify as a minority, as a Lithuanian? Like if I slap that on, can I just...
Your rhetoric is toned down a lot. What do you think the panelists would say about Nebraska Steve tweets? Would you say?
Nebraska Steve tweets are for another time, guys. You would understand.
I don't know. Some of those... As somebody newer to the community, it was like, is this the same person?
Just listen, you wouldn't understand, okay? Nebraska does something to your soul. Okay, it's a different type of place.
Midwest is really something.
Yeah, we're a different type of people out there, right?
What kind of people?
I felt it myself.
Wait, where do you live? Where are you from?
Missouri.
Oh, Kansas City or
St. Louis.
Oh shit, my dude. I've been through the Arch a couple times.
Yeah,
great place. That's all I know about St. Louis. Giga chat mod. Oh, what's that? I tried to go to Morning Glory in San Diego and there was an 80-minute wait. Fuck you. It's a good place, my dude.
There's a place called Morning Glory.
There's a lot of restaurants with like sexual names because people think it's a funny meme or whatever. But they have something called they're called souffle pancakes. Apparently there are other people that like make these too around the world. It's not just this place, but these are so good. They take like 40 minutes to make or something, but oh my god. Wait, why? Bro, are you serious? What do you have to wear? What do you have to wear for the helicopter to want to kill you?
You had more than two pieces of clothing, I think, right? Yeah. It's not more than two pieces of clothing, and no ranged weapons better than the first bow. If you have anything else, like.
So cringe.
Wait, no, you're getting shot by the Chinook. He shoots everyone. Doesn't matter, but he misses most of the time.
He's still
the attack helicopter is.
Yeah, you might have
the
been
one.
that was the attack helicopter.
Never mind. Okay.
Wait, we need stone, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
All right.
At the new base, or we can, if you wanna.
I'm gonna get a inventory load of stone right now.
Base.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Like, how are we this down bad?
We're down bad.
Oh, bring one of the fridges. I need a fridge, okay?
Make one. It's like a couple of mouth frames.
Well, don't we have an extra one at base?
Probably. I think I threw them out.
Cock.
We needed space.
Is that what your mom?
Didn't work out, huh?
It didn't. That's why she said she needed space. Relly is talking to Katie. Oh boy.
Right? When we're talking about, or sorry, not as a generality, when it comes to my moral justification for whether or not somebody speaks out, it has to do with the stakes. So let me give you a separate hypothetical. Maybe you're going to be more receptive to this. Let's say there's a dude that's getting sexually assaulted by another dude, right? And this dude has, in one instance, a 100% chance of being beaten within literally getting murdered. All right, he has a 100% chance of getting murdered if he speaks out about the sexual assault. And another instance of a person who's getting sexually assaulted and has a 0% chance of even being touched. He's gonna get up, he's gonna leave the encounter and dust himself off and just go back to doing whatever the fuck they want to do. All right, which one would you say is more justified or has more of a justification for not stating or maintaining their boundaries?
Wait, did I push a button? Why can't I take out a weapon?
Can I just say whatever? This is very frustrating for me. Sure. I guess the person that you want me to say that is correct is correct. I'm trying. Honestly, it's okay that you think I'm bad faith. I don't really mind it. The issue that I'm having here is that we're working under the assumption that women who don't assert their boundaries are doing it on purpose, I guess.
Hold on, let's try something else, okay? Would you, let's say that there is a single mother, right? And this single mother has to get food to her family. She is going to the grocery store to buy food. She only has the money inside of her wallet. Somebody walks up and says, hey, can I have $50? This is the only amount of money that she has. She has $50 to be able to buy food for her children. Otherwise, her children will starve. Somebody walks up to her and calmly asks, can I have $50? Would you blame that woman for giving that person $50 and letting her kids starve? Just because she wanted to be nice.
Katie is a retarded child. Listen, I disagreed with Katie last night, but I think she made like a good faith effort to understand what I was saying. I feel like her disagreements, I disagree with her, but I think she like tried. Now the other woman was, yikes. Okay, the other one was a super yikes. Okay, but Katie tried at least. And when she was trying to restate what I was saying. Welcome, warrior.
Because I'm putting 100%.
When she was trying to restate what I was saying,
Check
she
out this
seemed to do
F-35
generally a
fighter
pretty
jet
good job.
failed a stealthing landing, costing over $100 million in damages. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. She literally kept saying, you said boys will be boys though. No, I think she said it once and I pushed her on it and then she dropped it, I think, so. Fucking worms.
The reason
establishing themselves
the
in
reason
world.
why
I
I
think
made
that's
them
very
the reason why I made them physically superior is because when I gave you the example of the woman, you said, well, it's because she's weaker than the other dude, and because the women are put inside of positions.
Right?
Okay, you said the women are put inside of specific positions because of their strength. That's what you said, and that's why I brought it up.
I never said that.
Okay,
that's my argument.
That's the implication I got.
Argument to make.
Sure. So that's why I believed that was the position that you were taking. So I just want a simple answer. Okay, I want a simple answer. Somebody giving $50 away. Let me make it even simpler. Okay, I am a single father, right? That mountain of a man, right? I give $50 away that is needed for my kids to eat food. Am I a bad parent? Yes or no?
Are you a bad parent?
Yes
yeah,
or no?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Finally. Now, am I a bad parent if that same thing happens, but at gunpoint? Somebody has a gun and they're going to fucking kill me. Am I a bad parent if I don't give that person the 50?
No, I don't think so.
Wow, so physical violence and physical force affects your autonomy to be able to make decisions and whether we would morally condemn people for making decisions. Same thing applies, and I'm just applying that to sexual interactions.
Awesome.
Hold on.
Can you now let me clarify my position? Because I seem to be too stupid to understand yours.
Well, I mean, it took a long time to get a very simple hypothetical. I'm just simply...
The way people trauma dump to win arguments is actually pretty gross. Not just because it's unfair, but what if the other person also has trauma they haven't been public about? Are they supposed to bring it up or lose? Yeah, it feels very underhanded to me. Wait, who did we listen to where that happened? Oh, it was RGR and Doe. And I think my advice in that situation was, if somebody's going to pull a trauma dump that hard on you to win a debate, I think you just have to take a step back and leave, because you're always going to look like a fucking monster. Now, I don't care looking mean, but yeah, yikes.
because they are literally thinking in their head, this guy's going to kill me.
The woman last night started to as well. Not as much as Doe did, although she's trying to bring it. But like, it gets really hard when people want to bring up their own personal stuff because it's like, okay, well, not like arguing around this is like gonna be very awkward and it puts everybody else in a weird spot. Yeah.
To not state your boundaries. That's not an excuse.
Wait, that's not an excuse.
Yeah, it is. That's what this conversation's about prescriptive behavior. That's what it's about. And because women have been socialized to not do this, isn't a good, valid reason for me to not prescribe
Ye
that they
wins.
ought to do this in the future. That's not a valid excuse.
It does.
Just like it's not a valid
Oh,
excuse
Jesus.
that men might be socialized to push women's boundaries,
That
right?
got
Because
murked.
we view that as what they really want, and they like pushy men or whatever the fuck we want. It's not valid to say, well, we were socialized that way, so it ought to be that way. Just because you were socialized that way doesn't mean shit to me. It's about whether or not it reduces the negative outcomes that we care about.
So you agree that men who are pushy shouldn't engage in sex?
Yeah, if you cannot control
Why do
yourself
people keep
to
saying
avoid
this like it's an
engaging
own?
in
Like,
that-
yeah, of course.
I don't know why you're like y'all
Jesus
directed this
Christ.
question at Destiny like 19 times like it was going to be a gotcha. I'm not going to
Yeah.
say that raping people is good and that rapists should
Do you
continue
think
having
guys that
sex.
stealth shouldn't engage in sex?
Yes.
Yes!
And you think that you shouldn't engage in sexual activity if you can't stop yourself from sexually assaulting somebody. You're not going to get a gotcha off of this. I think
Why
it's
would you even
pretty
ask that?
insulting for you to even I don't know. That's pretty okay, sure.
I understand that that's
Rape
insulting.
bad.
Do you know
Did
do
I
you
say
know
that?
what I was insulted by?
No, I'm just
this
moving
kind
to
of
other
like
things.
narrative that women are so like incompetent and like socially inept that we assume that if they're not asserting their boundaries, it's because they are choosing not to.
So
I think that's very
hold on.
silly.
We just controlled for
You know who the prophet of our time was? You know what the biggest 180 I'm ever gonna do on my life is? I think the biggest 180 ever is gonna be when I finally come around and I realize that Kanye West was a modern day prophet. Okay? He was the Socrates of our time, and I just couldn't realize it. Kanye West, when he went on that rant and he said that slavery was a choice, people got so ass mad, but he was largely correct. That J. Cole echoes this in that one song where he's like slavery lock away mentally more than the physical or whatever, right? The things that happen to us that like kind of fuck with us in society, it's not just like you're actually physically forced to do something. Oftentimes they're mindsets. It can be a pattern of learned helplessness, or it can be, we think that we're supposed to act in certain ways, and we learn these ways that end up being not good or beneficial for us in life. That's the way that it is. It's not always that like people are too stupid. That's not what you're saying. When you're like, a woman could choose otherwise. We're not saying she's too stupid to make a choice otherwise. Just that like people don't really think about it. Because I guess it's surprising to me still. It feels like a lot of these conversations don't happen a lot. One thing that I get emailed quite a bit that I guess is good,
Welcome back, finally.
or makes me happy or whatever. I get emailed quite a bit when I talk about certain abusive relationships or abusive relationship dynamics where people email me and they're like, hey, I was actually in an abusive relationship with XYZ for like 3 years, and I didn't actually realize it. But hearing you talk about how some people can treat others, or that you shouldn't have to tolerate certain types of treatment, I never really thought before that like this was something that I could actually, make demands of on other people. And after hearing somebody else verbalize it, I realized that I'm more comfortable doing that. I get several emails like that. Believe it or not, now I don't want to cite these because I don't know if people could be trolling or whatever, but I've gotten emails from women saying similar things as well. Like, hey, actually, like I've been in sexual situations. I kind of feel like, as a woman, you're supposed to blah, blah, blah. And I realize that there are a lot of situations where like, if maybe I could just say something and it wouldn't be the end of the world. It would be better to do something other than not. Not to say that we should be rape apologists or any crazy shit like that. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like sometimes like a lot of the things that I talk about in regards to abusive relationships or consensual stuff to me is like very obvious, very second nature at this point. But it doesn't feel like a lot of these conversations happen in a positive way publicly very much. That's the feeling that I get. Hi.
Hi. Best time.
Destiny is a handsome fellow.
I wonder why. Well, one of the big reasons why is that conversations related to consent and sexual relationships have almost been entirely co-opted and hijacked by women reliving their trauma every single time they have these conversations publicly. I think that's a really big reason why. Basically, every single conversation around consent or sex boils down to don't rape women, they're all traumatized from all the male rapists. That's about as far as you get in any of the conversations that I've ever watched people talk about on Twitter or any other social media platform relating to these. It's basically just that. That's about all you can say, which like doesn't tell anybody anything about anything and is not helpful to anybody. My boyfriend makes me wear cat ears, doesn't let me wear any clothes, and says I'm only allowed to meow. Is that abusive? Only if he doesn't clean your kitty litter every single day. It's crazy how often I hear things like fuck men, but if you even give soft criticism to women, you get fucking crucified. Yeah, like, to be fair, my criticism was phrased in a pretty harsh way. I'll admit that, of course. I phrase things pretty harshly, right? You know, don't treat women like retarded children. But if I were to phrase something the opposite towards men, everybody would be pogging me. If I were to tweet out, hey, men need to stop acting like fucking animal rapists when they're taking women on dates. It is unacceptable that men act like fucking animals, fucking apes, fucking rape monsters when they're trying to court a woman. It would be pog. Like, I could go as hard as I want on that end, and I would get like poggers and yes queens. But if you go hard on the other end, you're fucked. Even if you go soft on the other end, you're pretty fucked. But like, so I figure I just go hard on both ends. Fuck it, you know. 1 sec.
The SAM site doesn't shoot the NPC?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, that would make it kind of broken. So yeah, getting the heli is going to be a bit of a problem.
Why?
Because I was running out to check on the heli, and he was just like waiting there. Because we don't have the external wall for it. So it's like a separate like building kind of thing. I mean, he has like a stone gate on it or something, like a wood gate, not a high external stone gate to like get into it. But I was like walking up to that door, and then he just.
Sorry, I'm back. What happened?
Down. There's a guy with an AK outside the base.
With an AK?
Yeah.
Okay.
I walked on, got gunned down instantly.
Do you know what the name was?
Yeah,
Loser, probably.
Wicked Goose.
Sounds
there
like
you go,
a
you're
loser.
famous.
The guy Pepe or?
Probably a Pepe poster.
Fuck, that's probably the wrong bet.
Oh, they left all my stuff. At least they did that, thank you.
Holy shit, what is this
the little
upstairs?
things in life.
Oh my god.
That's like the shooting floor.
What do you mean by shooting floor?
Like all those doors should be open so you can like peek out from like the cracks down through the holes in the ground and shit.
Why do this over using like the roof tiles? Just curious.
We could have the roof tiles as well, but this allows us to shoot straight down, and it gives us more cover.
Okay.
Like with the tiles, like they're only gonna see our heads, but this has more movement and. Okay, I'm going out the other door. That way they don't steal all our stuff.
Who's shooting?
Not me.
It's. Oh,
Killed?
he's just like right outside our base.
No, I killed one out there.
Okay.
Who's right outside our base? Can you go? Can you go loot 210? 210. There's 2 bodies. One is a gun.
Okay.
Out of all
No,
the guns,
right. Go right. Yep, right there. 2 bodies.
Out of all the guns, we didn't take Tommy's. Why?
Oh, hi, Alwing.
Anything good, or what gun did you have?
Just, custom SMG.
Damn.
He's kind of down bad. Was there another guy you shot somewhere?
I think there's a guy over there. That monument. I don't know. Okay, cool.
Fucking dubstep.
Outside of the base is secure if you want to come out here to take the...
You know, I'm gonna go mine, because that's what I do. I'm a miner now, okay? Well.
You're not emotionally mature.
Based.
That's why you're out there mining.
True. Absolutely true.
Is this? Is this a Dick Rider base?
What do we have left? Oh, no, that's our hangar that apparently somebody built for the fucking helicopter.
Yeah, that's the heli. That's the heli.
Why not make it on roof?
What do we have left that's made of stone in the base that's decaying or whatever?
There's like 1 or 2 spots. I think the reason why we don't have it on the roof is so that we still can do the windmills and stuff if we built it on the roof. You might get tricky.
That challenges people's preconceived notions, and you can take down titans like Ben Shapiro.
Which neighbors did you want
like
to evict? These ones or the ones with the windmill?
No. Yeah, there's somebody out here that is people that were flying. Was it like Scooty Butt or something? Who am I thinking of? Anybody have any idea?
It was funny reading the chat yesterday. It said like this used to be very quiet, no people. And so the moment you moved, it became a war zone.
Good. That's what I want.
Isn't everyone dying from landmines in this area?
Oh yeah,
there were a lot of those. Somebody said that somebody raided somebody last.
Don't kill me again.
Year Pepe.
I'll never forgive you.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I'm Yee.
Oh shit, dude. My bad. If you come by later, I'll
get that SMG back. I'm down bad.
If you go back to the base, someone there should give it to you. No, stop! Hey, what the fuck?
Don't do it.
I don't care. You hit me. You
No,
don't
chill. Hey,
make him go away.
Go back to the base and
leech.
ask.
Watch
Somebody
out.
will give you a.
Pepe. There's Pepe coming. There's Pepe coming.
Shit, get out. There's frogs.
Pepe to the south.
I don't know if he's got a bolt. If he does, I'm fucked.
If it's the Pepe dudes from around here, yes, they roam with like bolties and AKs. They will camp on top of the gas station with fucking bolties. Okay.
Well, hold on.
Do you think you could reach more of these types of people when talking about the precautions one should take? Responses one having section kind of be stuck in between a bunch of platitudes about how bad and rapey men can be. No, I'm good.
I was coming for you with a horse. Maybe. Nah, I'm just riding around.
I'm a year.
Hey, whoa, I got a gift for you. Yes, take that.
Are you fighting someone?
Oh fuck! I just got. That's an AK, right? That noise is an AK, right? Wicked Goose. We need to find out where these guys are.
Gooser.
Hit him in the head a couple times.
Yeah, did you kill him?
I'm running over, but where is he?
I died directly northeast of Utah. It just depends on what your goal is. My goal, I'm not, I don't know. If I'm fighting with people, I'm usually just being mean. But if I'm trying to persuade people, I think I have some sway still over like my audience and people.
I killed him.
Holy shit. Wait, fuck! Wait, you killed the Wicked Goose guy?
No, yeah.
Oh, damn.
I trusted us. Fucking god gamer.
Wait, with what gun?
Tommy? It wasn't an AK, by the way. It was he had an M39.
What is an M3? Is this, it fires 5.56,
It's a
right?
Yes, 5.56 semi-auto military grade one. It's like a better version of the semi.
When he killed me, he was using an AK-47U.
Wait, then someone fucking took... Oh, he might have dropped down the ground, actually. I'm stupid. Let me check.
Wait, I think he killed... I think he did kill me with an AK, didn't he, guys? It said AK, so...
Yeah, it should be on the floor.
Shit. Who is this guy? Oh, yeah, I got it. Assault rifle.
Yeah.
It's not here.
Don't
we got it.
Bro, he definitely.
Here. Hey.
Nice.
Come over here.
No, give him a Tommy instead. Give me the AK. I'll give him the Tommy.
Don't give him the AK.
Get a Tommy. You get a Tommy gun.
Give me the AK, okay?
I dropped it next to you.
Yeah. You got bullets for him?
No.
You got 5.56?
You think I carry 5.56 with me? No. What the fuck?
Maybe you found it. You got 5.56 on you?
You looted the body. I don't have any.
Thank you.
Whose horse is that?
Yeah, there's a horse as well. Who's he talking to?
Yo, mama.
Your body's right here for the...
I just want my pickaxe and shit back. God damn it. Yes, that's what I want.
Oh my god, you got the Arctic skin cinematic. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Good job on panel last night. Glad to see you push back at people talking about breaking of consent as distinct psychological experiences. They act like there is a point at which consent is broken, and everyone breaks, instead of a spectrum of experience.
Yeah, I will do this, okay? Because I love sex. And it's one of the few things I'm passionate about, and I think I can talk a lot about it and provide valuable insight, and I think it'd be good to have I think having just like a 20-minute video explaining like a couple of different scenarios and like a couple of like the complexities or challenges of like having these types of interactions, I think would be like really positive, because nobody like really talks about what happens within the confines of like a sexual interaction. We always talk about like the before and after. Like, you make sure that you have consent and make sure that you don't rape anybody and blah blah blah, and like that's it. But like it's a little bit, I think it's a lot more complicated than that most of the time.
Thank you. From?
I have no idea. I assume it's probably got to be one of the windmill ones, so maybe that one closer to the water.
NASA. Astra. Who's making these rockets? The Astra? Is it by NASA or do other companies make them?
Rocket 3.3LV008, Astra's first mission with satellites on board, ready to lift off from Cape Canaveral, Florida in just under 2 minutes from now.
Great, we got a shit ton of chairs again.
Why? Who's doing this?
Cake.
Why is Cake hacking the server?
I'm gonna leave commentary in the hands of Carolina
he
Grossman
can.
at Alameda's headquarters, and good luck and Godspeed to LV0008.
Enjoy the view, Thomas.
Hold on one second.
Right on countdown. Ace here. Please start PSD recordings and downrange ground station recordings. In work.
Okay. You think you can make the
vehicles on internals.
a good big gate for us? Posted us? Or big walls?
You need tier 3 workbench, I think. No, wait, no, tier 2 is alright. Yeah, yeah.
45 seconds. First stage tanks coming up to pressure.
So I need to dump all this shit.
I wrote a poem for a moment just like this. Roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweat. Bell, 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 bell.
Oh, so this is the shitty guns. The other ones are good guns.
Bell, 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 bell,
As you've just
Launch
heard,
is
we had an
deactivated.
abort at T0. Teams will look into the data, and we have time to try again.
Where's the... Oh, there it is.
Starving to death. Whoops.
So right now the team is getting the vehicle into a safe state as
walls, 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 walls.
again at our terminal count point.
Hey, where's the
T-minus
clothing
15
chest?
minutes.
You guys fucked all my chests up, so there is no clothing chest right now, okay?
And we do have time in today's launch window, which extends until 4 p.m. Eastern.
There's like some in the top, I think. Some hazies. Huh?
Where do I toss green cards at? Where's the dump chest?
There is none. Well, every chest is a dump chest right now.
Only thing I dump is...
Is what? Yeah?
Yeah, your
mom.
mom.
It's here. There we go.
I dumped her.
No!
Wasn't putting out.
Thank you for closing all these doors on me.
Do you think this rocket's gonna explode, guys, or do you think it's gonna go to the moon?
Don't know. The James Webb thing, I'm most excited about out of all this space shit right now.
Why?
I get some dank-ass photos, man.
Cringe, bro.
I mean, the photos will last longer.
It's the web thing in space, Destiny. You should be excited.
Based, dude. That's so based that you would say that, man. The web thing. Based, man.
Okay.
Yeah?
You ready, Toastadills, to build these walls?
Yeah, I get.
Please don't fuck
externals?
them up like I did.
Yeah.
Do you want me to place them or craft them?
Yeah, I want you to place them and craft them.
Oh. I don't fucking know, man. You gotta tell
They're
me.
over here.
You gotta tell me where you want them.
I don't know.
No, they're nice. Like 2 walls. You want me to craft them? Just say so.
Yeah.
95% of stealthing takes place during casual. Oh wait, really? Situation factors surrounding non-consensual removal of condoms reported by patients presenting to an STI clinic.
And as you saw, there was an abort at our T0 liftoff time. Looks like we did have engine ignition and an abort was called.
They
They
aborted.
are troubleshooting the issue. Looks like the pad is safe and secure. No fires, no issues.
Losers. I wonder if that's because, well, if you get stealth in a committed sexual relationship, maybe you wouldn't go to an STI clinic because you know if your partner has STDs or not. That could be a confound there, maybe, but.
Guess we'll never know.
Sorry, I'm back. Never know what.
Don't worry about it.
No, I think we should be fine.
We need a gate as well, right?
Yeah, 1 gate.
Where's the gears at? There we go. We won't have enough high externals for this. Like, do you want to do it halfway or?
I don't know.
I'm telling you, like right now, it's not gonna be enough.
Surely they'll just get the other base instead, right?
No. The Mad Radar all one.
Who's shooting at our base?
Hey, Destiny. I'm 21 and some friends and I are going up to Canada to
some guy with a baldy.
mushrooms and hang out. It'll be my first time taking a hallucinogen.
Ooh, do we have extra
Any
stone
tips on how I should go into it and
with
what to avoid?
externals? Oh, we don't.
Make sure you're in a happy place. Don't take too big of a dose. Make sure you've got somebody. Oof. That knows what they're doing. Huge unk alert. Going live on YouTube and TikTok shortly. Come chat. Oh! When someone finds you cruising.
Ooh. Fucking hell yes. Hell yes. Hell fucking yeah. The Porsche's not driving for nobody else but himself. Nigga, because you got a fast car, that don't mean shit, bro.
The guy's black. That's recording.
Because he got a Porsche, got an M3.
Ooh! Close. Oh. Jesus. What? What do you want?
What?
You know what I'm saying, dude. What do you want?
Everything.
Base, dude. Me too. Me too.
Nice.
Is Moon here?
Yeah, not in talking though, but I gave him my stone tools and he's on the grind.
Where just blew up?
He just walked right onto a mine. I just saw it too. Root just immediately walked out and got quacked.
He's gonna be mad as fuck.
He's so mad. Where's your pickaxe? It got fucking incinerated.
What? Oh, when you put up the high externals around the base, remember to save room so we can throw down some furnaces outside, so we can actually cook some fucking mats. Yeah. Guys, the Unc is going live today.
The who?
Uncle Adams.
Fuck Uncle Adams.
What the fuck?
Is he like starting a streaming career or something?
Who knows?
You come over here, there's another mine.
Okay, but where's my pickaxe?
I think it got blown up because it was in your hand.
Wait, your things get blown up? No way.
Boot over here. Come over here real quick. Help me disarm this mine.
Okay, you want me to disarm it?
You should be able to just press and hold E on it now that I'm on it.
What are we decaying?
I'm not fucking with you, dude.
You press and hold E on it? You don't see it? Wait, I can do it.
Oh.
Are we decaying stone?
Yes, decay stone.
Do you want to place stone externals while we're decaying
I don't
stone
think
shit?
that externals have any impact from tool coverage shit.
I need another axe.
Because externals never decay, and they're not connected to the base anyway, so.
They decay if they're not under the TC range, but I'm not sure about upkeep.
Are you sure they decay?
Well,
if you place a wall in the middle of nowhere, I'm pretty sure it goes down.
I don't think
but
it
I
does.
could be wrong.
You are wrong about everything. I'll go check the one that was placed down.
Those wooden externals that we placed when we raided, I think they're gone. So
yeah, just make a stone one.
Well, but those could have just as easily been destroyed by a flamethrower or something, right?
Why?
I don't know. Maybe they just didn't like them there. Maybe they looked ugly.
There was also a wooden external in front of our base.
Analyzing a right trolling strategy might work.
Just make it yourself. You have the recipe. It's the default.
Some of the external walls only decay outside of TC range and don't take upkeep.
Top left.
Yeah. All right.
What's the recipe though?
Just go to tools.
Yeah, shut up.
You know what Rust needs? A hardcore mode where if you die, your CPU overheats and melts.
What the fuck?
It just turns your computer into a Bitcoin miner. Yeah. This wall's down. Rating starts in a minute.
Who cares?
We'll be fine.
Fuck, dude?
Wait, rating starts in 1 minute? Are you guys serious?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 12:59. Well, 1:59.
We have not enough walls for this shit.
Well, get guns and get ready to defend then.
We'll just hold up.
Plus it's night hours.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go kill myself and go stand at the other base.
It's alright. Here's what's gonna happen. Someone's gonna raid, they're gonna counter, they're all gonna kill each other outside of our doors, and we're gonna chill.
Assuming there's not a frog uprising.
I have 0.
Oh my god.
Pepe? More like pee-pee.
I can already hear the MLRS rocks. Wait, we're actually right next to it. It wouldn't take... Can you... Is there a minimum range? Oh god.
Wait, what is this tweet? No, not to say that you should or shouldn't do anything or anything is like good or bad or whatever. But like, I feel like Canadians cuck themselves way harder on their First Nations people than like any other fucking country on earth. Why would you assume that like First Nations people in Canada are gonna get the shit beat out of them?
Not faulty.
We're unrateable.
Surely they won't raid the streamer.
I mean, they haven't for the past 3 days, so.
Cowards.
We had a bunch of fucking people on and ready, so this time around.
Where the fuck is new salsa at, Mooten?
I don't know.
Salsa dancing.
Maybe working.
Fuck word, dude.
What?
I hate working.
Why?
I love fucking. When are we gonna go raid? We gotta get our Pepe scores up, or our E scores up.
No fucking rockets. Where are you gonna raid with?
Do we not have rockets in the other base?
Not enough to raid like anyone decent.
Fuck.
Yeah. I didn't farm sulfur, so no one farmed sulfur, and that's why we don't have any rockets.
I farmed a good amount yesterday.
A little bit, but not
good
not
amount.
nearly enough.
TRB.
Check it out.
Silver down our
Damn.
How much did you have before 15k? That's the real question.
Fucking remember.
Well, probably 14k. Got it.
Because one rocket is 1.4k sulfur, I think. So if you find like 5-6k sulfur, that's 4 rockets or whatever.
How was the rift today?
It's good. I think I went 4-1. Back to plat 3.
It's a good rift day.
It's a good day.
Wait. Psst. Holy shit. Jesus, dude, you fucking scared the fuck out of me. What are you doing out here? It's nighttime. Go home.
I know. Hold on. Look.
Shoot him.
Look. Take that.
A Larry Yee poster.
Who
That's the
cares?
guy I think I stole the horse from.
Go do what?
Thoroughbred?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, what did you say? What do you?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
That windmill base.
I know we discussed me not subbing, but I'm changing my mind midstream.
Oh, good job. Thank you for subbing.
Concern.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Say that one more time. What did you say?
Don't raid that windmill base.
Oh. Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
your neighbor.
Okay, we won't raid it. We got you, dude.
Your mom asks. Oh, I see your mom. It's Monday.
Wait, I have like no fucking bullets.
Okay, and
Obama. Obama.
Okay, so you're probably.
We watched this. I think Moon was linking this in Champ Select.
Oh, that video?
The video.
Absolutely big.
Okay, so you're probably in Champion Select and some random guy posted this YouTube link in the chat. Well, guess what? That random guy is me. And I have a few things I want to say to you before the game starts. First of all, I'm better than you are at the game. You suck. I'm here to carry you. I don't get carried. I do the carrying. You understand? You're probably some low elo player who just magically got here because the matchmaking system somehow puts you in favorable matches and you got carried. So yeah, you suck. The matchmaking system always puts me in the worst possible matches that can happen. And I've still carried my team time after time, and I'm here to carry you too. So yeah, shut up, listen to what I have to say. If you don't do what I say, I'll report you for lack of communication, and Riot will ban you. Trust me, I'll get you banned. Do everything I say.
Uh-oh.
You probably think you're good at the game, guess what?
At us.
Nah.
But you're not.
That message.
I'm 100 times better than you are. Do whatever I say.
Why would they hit us with that?
We can win.
Did
Don't
that hit
do what
us
I say.
time?
We can
No.
still win.
Okay.
I'll carry you. It'll just take longer. But I'm not here to waste my time. So do what I say so it's done quickly. Just sit back and do not feed. Do
Where's
not
Gabe's base?
feed. All you have to do is sit
Oh.
back, farm, stay even, don't give them free kills.
Yeah,
I'll
if you
carry
let me
you.
know when they fire, because I'm on
Understand?
the roof right now, so if they,
I'm the best
if
player
they
in the
fire
game.
and I'm not ready, I'm just gonna get
The
blasted.
best.
You want more?
I'll be challenger rank 1.
Oh, that was
This one hit?
on us.
soon.
That was a regular rocket. That was a regular rocket.
Wait, where are we getting rocketed from?
350 maybe? 350 north?
Well, it's probably pretty important that we do something about that.
Yes.
Okay, I'll I'll teleport back over.
Yeah, kick teleport him.
Yeah, TP me over.
Are they rocketing from 10 miles away? Or just...
I can't see shit. I don't know how to get upstairs. Good luck, guys. Oh, we have to do the thing.
Don't.
What? Don't what?
Give away your position. They probably shot like 3 rockets and gave up.
Don't give away your position?
He's talking to me.
Oh.
Well, if you're running in pitch black with a flashlight, it's like, you know.
They're gonna see you.
Yeah?
He wins.
He went back to his base, 100%. What a coward.
Can we just repair it then?
Yes.
Okay, so you're fine?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, good, because I killed myself and respawned at the same base by accident, so.
Does that one good?
Ye won again.
Good job, Wing. You're a good one.
Okay.
Oh, hey, you got him? Didn't even hear the bullets.
Just do what I tell you. I mean, look at my YouTube. I have thousands and thousands of views. What do you have? 0, because you're pathetic. You have no chance in life. You're just here to do what I say. Now you can win. Nothing more. You'll never be as successful as I am. I'm the most successful person in the whole planet. But at least you can win this game if you do exactly what I tell you to do.
Who the fuck is smashing shit? Oh, are you repairing?
Yeah, but I can't. Can you give me light here?
It's the daytime now. So, sun's coming out.
No, stop! Oh, we saw this.
You got more stone?
Before we get into the Army's next generation thermal night vision goggles, we have a message from our partner, Private Internet Access. Military forces
I can start placing
wells,
wells, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Encryption to have a secure network. Private Internet Access is the most customizable VPN service, which is part of the reason why it's so popular. It's used by over 30 million users to know how important it is to use encryption to have a secure network. Private Internet Access is the most customizable VPN service, which is part of the reason why it's so popular. It's used by over 30 million users to reroute their internet traffic through an encrypted tunnel, giving people back their privacy. Private Internet Access is the most customizable VPN on the
Wait, are we getting rocketed?
It's satchel charges, so one placed one. That's it.
market.
Are you sure?
Well, more than one, I guess. I don't have any fucking...
Yeah, you just leave all those doors open. You get a lot of angles up there.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So you can actually tell the Pentagon that you have a modular VPN experience. The service blocks malicious websites, ads, and hides your online activity, so you can research drone warfare for your YouTube channel all day long without raising any eyebrows. If you care about your operational security online...
Okay, at some point also, we need to talk about like trauma responses, and like healthy ways to process trauma. It is not healthy to post traumatic experiences just on social media. It's not a healthy way to deal with trauma. It can lead to reinforcing trauma. It can lead to rewarding trauma. It is a super toxic, bad, negative mental health thing. One of the big issues that we've run into, honest to God, this can be seen echoed through like every part of society, is we have a huge problem today with thinking that if it feels good, it is good. Wait.
50.
Was that a rocket?
Yes, yes. Can I?
Is there anyone even near our base?
Yeah.
No, there's Gabe shooting from 50 yards away.
Is it Gabe?
It's pretty sure it's Gabe.
Gabe! Mooten, tell him to fuck off.
He's a Pepe poster, right?
He is a Pepe poster. Kill him.
Then why is he murders us?
Because he's fucking. It's Gabe. He just does crazy shit out here. Okay, he's out of control. He's wild. This guy talks about mental health while playing Rust. Lol W. Why the fuck would you think that just playing Rust means I can't talk about mental health? Now, if I was playing League, you might have a good point.
Pepe poster hit you?
I didn't see him. It's fucking. We can't be in this area because I'm colorblind. I can't see shit.
Oh my god.
You can't pull that out every time.
Can you pick me up?
Why? Because you don't have a car anymore? Haha, I got him. Get it? Oh! When the are you getting another scooter?
No.
Why?
Why not?
I don't want to spend money on it.
You don't want to roll around in a sick ass fucking scooter? What the fuck did we do the subathon for? You promised you were gonna have a scooter.
Scamathon.
Yeah.
I never said I was getting a scooter.
I
Ever.
lied.
I fucking died.
I gave you all that money just for the scooter.
Shut up. Did you get him, Toast?
Yeah.
Base.
Oh, he didn't even wall off completely. I thought he was like fully.
Yeah, no,
just rate him right now.
Someone doing something unhealthy doesn't give you carte blanche to say whatever you want to them. If somebody wants to make something public, then you have every right to criticize that person, and you can be a dick if you want. You absolutely do. I don't know where this idea came from, that you can post dumb shit publicly and not have people make fun of you or call you out for it. Now, if you want to say there are better ways to do things, or that's mean or rude, you can say that. That's fine. But this idea that we're just pretending that like, oh, well, you should be able to post whatever, like, and people shouldn't be so mean to you or whatever. No, that's bullshit. I just don't buy that at all. Why would I stop what I'm good at to try and build a business in a sector I'm oblivious to? Oh, don't. Okay. Unk is live. Oh my god. Unk stream. Unk stream.
New back over here. Can you speak Spanish? No, but obviously if you follow my YouTube channel, you've noticed that I've gotten a couple of my videos translated into Spanish.
Unk stream.
And it's working out pretty well, actually. Thank you, Lane. Hey, so I see at least one YouTube member in here. Shout out. Sorry I haven't been on. I know I was on a lot of Saturdays. Thank you, love you too. I was on a lot of Saturdays and then I stopped doing it, so I want to apologize for that. Today's a Monday and I'm on YouTube and I'm on TikTok. The new single is dropping tonight.
Oh!
It's called Big Energy Mode.
Big Energy Mode!
Put the roo on your head for old time's sake. I don't even remember what that means, but thanks for the super chat. Welcome everybody on TikTok. I'm also on YouTube, so sorry that I'm splitting my time between the screens. This is cool though. This is cool. I'm glad you're hyped. You should be hyped for this song. This song is a hype track. It's not a sad song. I'm telling you guys right now, it's not a sad song.
It's a hype track. Ooh. Hype track?
Trying to keep up here. Unk, unk, unk. Yes, I'll give a shout out to your daughter, Destiny. Hope you're doing well.
Yes, I've been noticed.
Thanks, King. Big Energy Mode, yeah, so it's dropping tonight. Okay. I'm going to have to go here for a bit and then here.
Okay, that's fine.
Can we get a preview? Somebody says, should I do that? Maybe I will do a preview in this stream.
Ooh! Drop some bars.
So big energy mode. Does it slap as hard as the 90s? I would say harder. I would say harder. So this song, a little bit of the background to this song.
Harder than the 90s song.
You know me, there's always a story with everything, right? So big energy mode, which is dropping tonight. I had a guy who is from Los Angeles. I'm not going to say his name. He was big in the music industry. He worked with Beyonce's father.
That's me.
He worked with Chris Brown.
He's talking about
all
me.
these people, right? And he's like, I want to work with you on this song. Okay, the song that I'm dropping tonight. And he's like, here, I'll tell you what. He's like, put me down as a producer on the publishing. Okay, story time, guys, and then I'll get to the comments. So he says to me, he's like, put me down as a producer on the song. And then I'll take it to all my contacts. I know everybody. So I was kind of like, that's kind of weird. You're not a producer. You didn't produce the song. You didn't write the song. And
Oh,
he's like,
no.
Yeah. But you have to understand, the music industry is full of guys like me who get added to the song as a producer.
Oh,
even
no.
though they're not a producer. And what they do is...
Oh, no, he got scammed.
Yo, thanks for the crazy $69 gift, my bro. Shout out, man. I've never even seen something like that before. Appreciate that a lot.
Oh, no.
Okay, back to my story.
What's happening, Unk?
No, I'm not getting scammed.
Oh, no.
Okay, so this guy says, add me to the song as a producer and I'll take it to all my contacts. So I added him, but I said not as a producer.
An executive
you didn't produce
producer.
the beat. You didn't write the lyrics. I'll add you as a publisher.
Oh, publisher. Okay.
So I did it. I held up my end of the bargain, and as people do in the music industry, he didn't hold up his end of the bargain. So I called him out on it, and he's like, oh, it takes time, it's COVID, it's this. Like, people say this stuff all the time. When I was doing radio campaigns, they used to say, oh, it's the hurricanes. And don't get me wrong, hurricanes are serious, but they shouldn't completely stall a radio campaign, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, this guy didn't honor his end of the bargain, so I changed the song and took him off it because the song has been altered. It's not the same song, so he's not on it. Oh, of course not, JC. Never. So, with that said, this guy wanted to be a part of this song. He really liked this song, so that means something. But anyway, I'm releasing it by myself. It's called Big Energy Mode.
Oh, God.
And it's going to be dropping tonight at, I think, midnight New York time. So whatever time that is in your respective time zones. All right, now I'm going to go back. Hey, channel members, what's up? Apologies to my channel members that I haven't been streaming much lately.
Okay, hold on. Brittany wants to talk, apparently. Hi, what's up? If you're talking, I cannot hear you. I'm just gonna chill here until I can hear you talk.
Instagram. Go in my Instagram bio, click the link, and you can request features there. Can you shout out my DJ friend? What's up? 1 million plus streams. You guys on TikTok are looking back there. Yeah, there's 2 of them. 2 songs over 1 million now. Oh my God. Okay, now we're back on YouTube. I knew it'd be kind of tricky, but this is fun, guys. If you're on TikTok, tap the screen, tap, 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 tap. Yeah, I did drop it. I dropped it. I dropped it to 800, but you got to understand that I got to make sure someone's serious about that too, right?
Dropped what to 800?
Okay.
Oh.
All right, now we're back on YouTube.
Wait, hello?
Oh, there you are. Oh my God.
I just realized I had my shit muted. That was
Just like I was like, what is he doing?
That was my fault. Just don't worry about it, okay?
Having like a panic attack.
Well, that's got it. I'm glad I can do so easily. Yeah. I like to have power over the people I talk to, you know.
Is my camera like literally like freaking out on you though?
No. Why is it freaking out on you?
Okay. Yeah, it is, but I'm gonna ignore it. I have my good camera on from my stream, so they can see my beauty in 4D or 4K or whatever you call it. So bad with tech. Oh my god. Okay, so I told the internet I don't care about your tweets. I did not read them. I don't go on Twitter, so this conversation is not about that.
Oh darn. Okay.
No. I don't listen to me. All I care about is like talking about the human condition outside of the drama and people's escalated trauma emotions, right? Because I understand they're real. I want to talk about them. They're real things people experience. Obviously, I don't know, the way people have this conversation online is like, it's very, and it's so understandable, but it's usually in middle of their feelings, which is so valid, but it's like, I kind of want to talk about it outside of it, and maybe I'm coming from a place of like, I've done the therapy, I've been assaulted, I have the like the regular script most women do. And now, in hindsight, years later, I'm like, oh, there are other ways I think we can have this conversation. So that's kind of how I want to do this. Is that chill?
Yeah, whatever you want.
Perfect. I love that. That's a great answer. Okay, so the way I thought we could have this conversation was first, do I have your consent, Steven, to have this conversation with you today?
You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'm the most open motherfucker on the internet, okay? Knock yourself out.
Oh, great. Well, okay, I didn't see your panel yesterday, so just for reference, I only saw the last like couple hours, maybe hour of you talking to some girl about rape, and I don't know her name. I'm so sorry. I don't know who she is. Hey, okay, so I don't know, but like that lady at the end, right, the last conversation you had before you went off. And one of the things I noticed through the discourse was two things. She actually brought up a couple of interesting points I wanted to bring up with you as well, which might end up breaking the truce with She Who Will Not Be Named. Is that okay?
Yeah, we can talk about, just make sure you're like nice about her, but yeah, go ahead.
Every human being is on a journey and we all struggle differently, and we're all here for recovery and better health. So that's what we want for everybody involved.
Based. All right. Okay, cool.
Okay, so I thought, first and foremost, so for people know, I used to teach on consent on my channel. It's through the lens of BDSM, because I know a lot of people are like, why aren't you talking about BDSM? Because BDSM literally gave me tools that vanilla culture never gave me to avoid sticky situations around assault and consent violations. And I feel like the way we can have this conversation is to first acknowledge that every single person will have a completely different experience when it comes to these things. That there will never be an objective version of consent that will ever work for every human being, nor every bubble. So if everyone's coming from a different culture and everyone has a different background, there's just so silly to think that consent can be and look one way.
It's very, so very fluid, right?
Yes. Okay, so if we know it's fluid, then we now have to sort of dial that down, in my opinion, to sort of the individual experience. But when people have that kind of moment together, and this is assuming, I'm sorry, I should say this, we are not talking about like violent rape, right? Like you said on your stream. We're just going to talk about normal people having cool interactions, meeting other cool people and wanting to do cool things together, and how that can go wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like then it's simply the individual's responsibility and experience to facilitate a cohesive experience that, yes, sometimes can go wrong, but there doesn't need to be this escalation of feeling. Now, in my work, I think I told you last time we talked that I do one-on-one consultation calls.
Sure. Before you get into this, I'll qualify something you said, and I'm sure you'll agree. To be very ultra clear, when we talk about responsibility here, responsibility is not the same as blame or at fault or like did something wrong that made you deserving of something else. So for instance, if I see a car that's about to pull into my car or hit my car from behind, I can have the agency and the responsibility to take some actions to avoid that. But if he hits me, it doesn't make it my fault. I'm not the person to blame, but there is some level of responsibility I can exert to like avoid a situation, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Like, look, life is so complicated and it's simple at the same time. People want to love and be loved. They want to see and be seen. And so, of course, when emotions are at play, when horniness is at play, things get muddled. I've been in so many situations. I've gotten so many calls from people who said, hey, I think my friend might have raped me the other day. And I'm like, whoa, let's talk about that. And one of the things I see from most people in sort of like gray situations is that there is there's like two parts of them that are battling. The part of them that loves this person or likes this person, and the part of them that didn't want to do something in that specific moment of time, but wasn't technically opposed to like a future moment in time or maybe even a past moment in time. So when you're in these like heightened situations, it's really hard to hate afterwards, and at the same time you feel conflicted often from society and often from female circles of wanting to hate this person. But I would argue and want to encourage people to consider what happens when someone you love is having a real lapse in judgment, and the question is, at what point do you have to then just reassess how you treat and interact with them in a way that doesn't necessarily make them out to be this like forever horrible person?
Yes. Something that you said is so hard to talk about this because people just fucking lose their minds. There's something you said that I think is like super true. I worry sometimes that I think I've referred to this as like retroactive trauma, but I worry sometimes that we like kind of negatively reinforce a behavior that it doesn't, like we basically cause people to view things as being so much worse than they needed to view them. So for instance, you might be in a scenario where this is something that I hear pretty commonly, okay? Two people live together. Somebody wakes up and they want to start something sexual with a partner who's asleep, but they haven't had a conversation beforehand about it. Now, they start doing something sexual. Maybe the partner wakes up and they're not 100% feeling it, but it's in a relationship. You kind of trust the person, and the other person ends up getting off, or they do something, and then you kind of feel like a little bit shitty about it afterwards. In my opinion, actually, I'm not going to say in my opinion. I'm going to be a bit stronger than that. The best way, I think, to resolve this is like have a conversation with your partner and say like, hey, you did something. I don't like it when you do things sexually that we haven't previously discussed before, or I haven't like given you the affirmative. I've said like, okay, right. I'm not awake, so we can't mutually explore that thing. You can't test my comfort there. You're basically just waiting for me to wake up, and you're hoping that I'm okay with it. I don't like those types of things. I don't think we should do that in the future. Like that's a bad thing for me, right? You have that conversation, move on. I think that would be like a positive way to approach it. Something that I worry about when the way that people have these conversations, though, is that oftentimes, and I think this is okay, I don't like this, but it's okay, sometimes people aren't comfortable confronting their partner directly, and maybe they'll talk with some friends first, which is okay. But instead of their friend saying what I just said, oftentimes it'll be like, oh, honey, you just got raped. You got your partner fucking raped you. He's a rapist. You got raped in the morning. And it's like, holy shit. And I've seen people that have had, this has happened in some online centers, where people had a negative interaction. And it's shitty. I'm not trying to downplay that. And it does suck when people push your boundaries or violate your boundaries, or engage in rapey behavior even, which can happen in relationships. That's really shitty. But people go so hard on it that I feel like people could have a negative experience, and now they're like, holy shit, this is actually way worse than I thought. Like, I got raped. And now all of a sudden they're like nodding along. It's like, oh my God, I got to dump this guy. My life is like, and now I have trauma for the rest of my life. I can't believe I got raped. It's like, damn. Slow down. Holy shit. You know, that irritates, that really irritates me, because it makes the conversation so black and white and so like comically one-dimensional that like every time consent is broken, there's a mustache twirling rapist on the other end just trying to take advantage of a woman in whatever way possible, which is so not like 93% of rapes that happen, which is just somebody pushing harder than they should against somebody else, not realizing that they're doing something incredibly shitty, but just trying to push for something that they shouldn't be. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think, okay, first of all, it's weird that the dating sphere is really strange to my brain, because I categorize everything. Obviously, that's like my whole premise of my work is like categorization. And so I think that what I encourage people to do is really be thoughtful about why you're interacting with this person. So if it's casual, if it's a fuck buddy, if it's a lover, and these are all different things to me. If it's like a long-term partner, if you live with someone, are you there because you love them and trust them? Like they're inside your body or / in your house. Maybe you should consider who you have in front of you, because it seems strange to me that in a healthy dynamic, you wouldn't be able to just to look at your partner and say, hey, I'm really embarrassed about this thing, but I need to tell you something. Now in BDSM, we have a term, and I know people use it outside of BDSM, called like blanket consent. Have you ever heard of that?
Is this where you basically give consent for a wide range of activities, and then assuming you don't withdraw it or use safe words or yellow light, red light, or whatever to stop somebody, they kind of just have
perfect. Yes, exactly. So I had a partner, and all my partners, I do this where it's like, look, I'll choose sex over sleep any day. Like that's just my personality type. So I always told my partners, like, look, if you want to have sex, just start the process. I will wake up, or maybe I won't, and that will also be fun. I give blanket consent for sleep sex.
Sure.
But I know a lot of people who don't. Now, on nights where I'm like, hey, I have to wake up at 4 or 5 a.m. and I have to be somewhere and I cannot lose sleep, I will say cuddling, kissing, like massaging, things that are like, things that will put me to sleep are fine. Things that will wake me up and make me, you know, wide awake, like those things maybe avoid, and I just communicate. Now that all comes from practice, though. It's really, really embarrassing to say out loud, hey, can you do like this thing but not this thing, and oh, could you maybe like literally specifically do this? Like it's very it's something you have to try and do.
It's hard, and to be fair, it's negatively pushed on from both sides. And when I have these conversations, I try to verbalize that, but because I don't want one side to feel more blame than the other, although depending on what we're talking about, it's going to sound like I'm giving more responsibility to the man or more responsibility to the woman. But a really good example of this is you need to communicate to your partner what you like and what you don't like. That is so important. Now, if I'm looking on one end, I'll just use woman and man, right? So I can say to a woman like, okay, you have to be able to verbalize what you like or don't like, because otherwise your partner's never going to know. And if you're like going through your life faking orgasms and not actually telling people like, hey, this feels good or this doesn't feel good, like you're never going to have good sex. And like every guy that you meet is not going to have any idea what's going on. And like, yeah, you're like contributing to the fucked upness of society or sex in general when you act this way. However, on the other end, there are a lot of, I'll say men, just because I'm talking women and men here. There are a lot of men where if you give them any amount of critique or feedback at all, they take it personally and then they completely fucking shut down. And I was like, okay, well, if you can't handle any amount of feedback, if a woman says like, hey, can you like look at me a little differently, or can you do this a little bit? And the guy's like, all right, you know what? I'm not gonna give you a head. Like, this is too much. It's too stressful for me. It's like, okay, well, now you're shutting down and now you're contributing to a society where a woman is like, fuck, it's easier for me to just fake an orgasm than to try to give this guy any feedback at all. Because as soon as I give this guy feedback, he's gonna take it personally, and it's just the whole fucking experience is gonna be ruined. Almost every single negative thing in sex ends up getting reinforced by both sides. I feel like people don't recognize that all the time. Almost every single thing can be improved by different actions on both sides. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, that's just a human thing to do, though, right? Like humans are gonna human. It's just a part of our like our makeup as a species, and so that's why I always encourage people. Like, if you read a statistic that women are more likely to do this, or men are most likely to do this, beat the statistic. Think about it. They're telling you literally what we're all doing wrong to some extent. Fix it, or don't complain, or figure out you're in a bubble. Like the lady who was talking to you yesterday, I think it's called, what is it called? Stealthing?
Yeah.
Okay, like that is so funny to me, because I'm an extremely like aggressive person with my partners, and I do negotiate everything because like that's just how I feel most safe. But I will say, like, if anyone ever tried to pull that shit, it would feel very violating, and that would be like, oh, I'm sorry, are we fighting? And that's usually what I would say, like, oh, are we about to fight? And that's usually an aggressive way to come about it. And I am Middle Eastern, and I did grow up with 8 brothers, so that's probably a part of my personality type. So here's the thing. You said maybe people shouldn't be having casual sex. I actually, as a person who, you know, enjoys adult company, as a person who enjoys drugs, as a person who enjoys, like, losing myself, I try very hard to soberly negotiate what I'm doing. Even give ourselves a couple days in between to make sure we actually want to do it. Like, I like to give as many like pathways to success as possible, because do we not all want to orgasm at the end of this? Like, I'm confused. And so it feels like a business transaction a little bit, but I want a successful sex life the way I want a successful business. I want everybody fucking happy and winning at the end.
Yeah.
So it's like, how do I do this? Well, I put it on myself. I am a grown woman. I'm very fucking smart. And if I am very fucking smart, I better know how to communicate how I like everything done. Now, with that said, I try to be compassionate towards my partners. Every partner I've been with, I think you said this the other day in a stream, every new person you are with, in my opinion, is a new body, a new face, new lips, new everything. I remember I was hooking up with this girl once, and she had features that were quite tinier than mine, and I have very large features. I have very Middle Eastern like nose and everything. And our faces, for whatever reason, the way we made out, no matter how we did it, we suffocated each other. And it was so funny. And so she was like, what are we doing? I was like, fuck, I guess not dating anytime soon. And I was like, okay, well, note to self. We both have literal features that just like, it's just so weird for our faces. And then we kind of like did other stuff like BDSM-y stuff, or maybe we switched the energy to something else. But either way, it was such an open and awesome and lovely conversation to have with her. But we were both queer. We were both open relationship aware. We both knew consent things. We had knowledge at our disposal to make that situation less awkward. And I don't know if people know, it could be as simple as like, do you know you don't have information you could have? Like, do people not know that they might not have information they could have? Like
in terms of communicating like a preference to a partner, or them communicating a preference to them, whatever. Yeah. But it's so funny because the situation is almost paradoxical. You are laying there with your legs open, exposing the most private parts of you to another person, but you're too shy or embarrassed to talk about what's happening. So it's like two kids like playing hide and go seek or like getting into the cookie jar, and they're doing something they're not supposed to, but they're still enjoying it. And it's like, it's such a weird, bizarre, like, how is it that you can be not confident enough to have this conversation, but we're doing it? It's like so weird to me that is like almost the norm, it feels.
It is. I think so. I think women are particularly trained to be sort of like experienced, and until recently, women weren't, I think, taught that they could also have the experience. Like I you know, and I think that's kind of the issue, because a lot of the women I know they always tell me like, Brittany, you're like a man though, and I'm like, okay, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying, but I am a woman, and
it doesn't have to be like masculine to have like features of being like assertive or aggressive, like that doesn't have to be exclusively in the domain of man. Like, you can absolutely inherit or have those traits as a woman, not inherit, but like develop those traits as a woman. You don't,
totally.
And what you're saying there goes along with the, like, I feel like a lot of these conversations, I hate to use this word because 5 years ago conservatives use it all the time and I would fight them on it, but now it feels like we're getting to that point. It's very infantilizing, and I've said this a lot, where you're basically like leaving it up to like whether or not the man decides to rape the woman, and he kind of has the final say because he has all the agency and you can't say anything different. It's like, fuck, like, there's so much more control you can exert over the scenario than that. And like, people, especially guys, especially creepy guys, really, really, really don't like confrontation. And True. Generally, anytime you develop or anytime you create a confrontation with a person, usually more like 99% of the time, they'll back off the behavior. Very few people want to like fight over it. I remember that I had an ex that worked in a male-dominated environment. She would tell me that like anytime guys said like creepy or like dumb jokes to her about like women or whatever, usually her response was to always just be like really kind of like loudly and almost like a bimbo, be like, oh wow, what did you mean by that? Or like, what do you mean by that kind of joke or whatever? And anytime she would say something, like heads would turn, like the guy would get just like mortified and he would back off completely, right? Because I think that most people don't really want confrontations, you know, men included.
So they want to feel, I feel like people, okay, look, if we're talking about like a person who wants to be, I don't know, I don't want to use the word malicious, but kind of like, well, let's say malicious. Let's say they intend to embarrass you. It's kind of one of those moments where it's like, oh, I always say the world is the wild, wild west. We just have iPhones. And I think people are forgetting, like, we're in a civilization because we've maintained it, but like, it has to be maintained. And so we have to continue maintaining it, not by backing off, but by making it clear moving forward, this is not the kind of discourse we would like in certain situations, but it has to be up to the individual because everyone has a different preference. Some people, you know, like to have sex at work. Some people don't. I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? And like, so even that could add, I don't mean to associate, I'm not saying you meant that they had sex at work, but you know what I mean? Like, it can add a complication. So even like myself, I had a literal discussion in my Discord yesterday where I asked them, like, am I allowed to have sex with people that are dumber than me or less introspective? Both words are good. They're two different categories of people.
We'll say less introspective.
Two categories of people.
Okay.
Well, but both though, right? Because this is important, right?
Oh,
because if you're meeting someone who literally doesn't have it, like any kind of okay, fine. Let's just go less introspective. It's less of a hoopla. But I put them in different categories. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So less introspective, right? Am I allowed to? Because what if they come to me and they say, you manipulated my feelings. You knew I was more into you than you were into me. And I'm like, well, everyone seems to be that way at first, though. Everyone seems to be more into somebody than the other person. That's how you get to know somebody. So at what point are you allowed to even engage with people that aren't willing to be open about their own feelings in regards to you as a sexual partner, right? Like, I think about that with lovers. I haven't interacted with anyone in quite a while now. And I'm almost like afraid to, because I'm afraid that I'm gonna like step into drama or step into like territory of people's feelings, you know, like people are gonna want more than we've negotiated for. And so I'm like hesitant to believe that people can be introspective enough unless I guide them, which is fine, but exhausting to have to like mother your casual partners.
Yeah, where you
partner.
And you kind of sort of have to. It took me a long time to learn this. I didn't figure this out until like my late 20s. It's like, it's funny because, oh fuck, have you seen the 70 IQ meme, 100 IQ meme, 150 IQ memes? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No,
fuck.
I'm sorry.
Okay, regardless of that, like basically, if you're a really dumb person, then you don't listen to anything your partner says. And when you get a little bit smarter, you realize, you know what? I need to start listening to what my partner says. But when you get really smart, it feels like, you know what? I actually can't listen to anything this person says. I have to use so many more tools to figure out like what is going on. Because there are casual sexual relationships. I remember I had one that I felt really bad about in California, where I super liked the person in a friendly way, but we also had sex and it was super fun. I loved hanging out with this person. And I verbally checked in a lot. Like, you're okay with us not dating, right? Like, that's chill with you, right? Like, if I start dating someone else or whatever. And she was always like 100%. Like, all of the affirmative consent check marks were there. Everything was there. And then I started dating somebody, and her heart got broken, and she hated me, and we never talked again. And I kind of like, I reflected back on it, and then looking back, I'm like, you know what? I know that she was saying something, but like, I think her actions were probably communicating something different. Like, she would drop off like cookies sometimes in my apartment and shit, and I'm like, you know what? These are probably more than just friendly things. And I start to realize more that like, when I interact with people, it's not really enough to just listen to what they say. Sometimes that's not even relevant. You have to like be so much more holistic in your approach to people, and that can feel exhausting sometimes. Where even if you give the standard disclaimer of like, hey, this is exactly what I'm looking for, this is what I want, and they're like, oh yeah, cool. Just because they say that doesn't mean that they're cool with it. A lot of people have no idea what they're cool with once they get into other emotional states. And yeah, like you said, reinforcing for the 4th time, that can be a really exhausting process sometimes.
Yeah, and I'm open. The thing is, like, I feel like I'm open to it to an extent with certain kinds of people. Like, in my head, I can have casual sex with, let's say, someone in their 20s who's like, hey, I'm really nervous, I haven't had sex before, I know you're like this person who can be, I'm like, okay, I'm in my 30s, like, I don't want to date someone in their 20s, like, I'm totally down for it though, like, if this will be casual. And I can imagine like patting them on the butt and going, okay, but then again, I'm like queer brained and BDSM brained and poly brained in the sense that like I know that all these subcultures exist and people have different rules in every subculture. So like, I review Fresh and Fit, and like in their bubble,
oh god,
I could not be like, okay, so right, you know them, right?
Oh
okay,
man, yeah. I've really bad, but maybe I might not have watched enough. But of what I've seen, it very much seems to be like the alpha MRA pickup artist. Like, it's kind of Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But like, they're in a particular bubble, and I try to tell them when I review their stuff, not that they've ever seen my stuff, but I try to say like, look, this is a bubble, right? They claim they're speaking for women of the West and men of the West, but like, who? Midwestern Lutheran girls who've been homeschooled their whole lives? Like, this is a completely specific bubble. So first, you have to acknowledge you live in a bubble. Then you have to decide, which cultural bubble do I live in, and how do I navigate within that bubble? You know how Mormons have like soaking?
Yeah, I've heard of these things.
There's a whole term, right, for Mormons, and I think about them all the time because I'm like, y'all created and invented a way around. Like, the Catholics have anal sex so they can avoid not being virgins. The Mormons do soaking. It's like geniuses. I love all you horny bastards. Like, and I'm just sitting here thinking like, okay, this is obviously a bubble, and these are rules that are put in place for the bubble. So Fresh and Fit will say, oh, treat a woman this way because women are like this and all women are like this, and I'm saying no, not all, nothing are like nothing. All is not helpful when we're talking about individual experiences. Because the way I have sex isn't the way you have sex, isn't the way they have sex, isn't the way anyone has sex. Everybody does it differently, and we have different intentions.
And so, even when we're talking about like things that we think are universal, like sexual things, they're not even. One of the things that irritates me the most is when people link like, this is the guide to giving like the perfect blowjob, or this is the guide to giving like the perfect head to a woman or whatever. And it's like, those guides are one sentence long, and it's, you just have to talk to your partner and see what they like. Because like, the amount of like, I don't know how many girls or guys you've been with, but like, I've been with girls that need like, their clit needs to like be lightly chewed on for them to get off, and then other girls, like, you can't even pull the hood back, they're so sensitive, you can only tongue it like through the hood. Like, so the idea that there could be one guide for both of these peoples, and it's the same with guys as well, right? Some guys want you to grab their balls and like really get in there, and other guys are like, don't fucking touch my balls at all, they're way too, like, I can't do it. For
sure.
Yeah, and the idea that there are like these one-shop guides to like figure out like, oh, this is how to always do a good job with a man or woman. I see those and I roll my eyes. So I was like, maybe for one person this works, or maybe for a set of people this works, but like, you have to communicate. There's no shortcut for that ever. There's never going to be a shortcut for that.
So I live on the gay TikTok, and like, the funny part about gay TikTok is sometimes they'll hop over straight TikTok, and straight people like are very interesting to me. Like, as much as I like date men, I'm really not straight in the way my girlfriends who are straight, and so they're dealing with completely different like nuances in their dating. But I've noticed that a lot of women in straight relationships will be like, what orgasm? When have I ever orgasmed? I'm like, y'all are either not participating in your sex, or you are not communicating, because like I consider it like my duty to communicate. So I dated a partner who like was like really inexperienced with oral sex, and he was really nervous, and I was like, look, no big deal, everyone is nervous, genitals in your mouth are nervous, like there's a lot of reasons to be nervous. I'll show you what I like, and then I'm just gonna guide you with no words so you don't feel like I'm attacking you, but like the movements, I'll tell you what to do. And it worked out great. Like it was 100% fine. A little embarrassing, a little like anxiety inducing, but like so many men I've been with, and I've only been a little over a dozen people, but like all genders and like variations. And what I've noticed is like if you like, they almost fight you at first. So like I was with a guy who was like, he was doing the typical guy thing where like he wasn't on the clit at all. He was literally like to the left of my thigh. It didn't even make sense.
Okay, yeah.
And I like moved his hand and I moved it over. He's like, why are you running away? And I was like, oh my God, this is a total like trope. This is a literal, your words out of your mouth are literally out of erotica. I'm not running away. I'm showing you where the dot is. Like I'm showing you where I actually need to be so I can run away in like a sexy way and you can chase me. But like I'm not even there. And you know, it was funny because I didn't, and I told him, I was just like, you know, what would make, you know, I like flirted. I dirty talk my way through consensual negotiations during sex. So if we've already done the blanket consent, like, hey, these are all the things you can do if you feel like it, if we feel like it. But during sex, I usually dirty talk my way through the consent. So I'll like make it sexy so it's a part of the sex. So we're not stopping. Like one time I was with this NB person, and it was really difficult because the whole time they were like, can I touch you here? Can I touch you here? Is this okay? And I was like, okay, Habibi. Like, everything is okay.
Yeah.
You know, everything is okay except these like 3 things. Everything else, just whatever is natural to us. Because I think like sex is an adventure. It's like a moment in time where 2 or 4 or 5 people can have a really amazing, intimate moment together. And I want us to have that knowing we want to be there. Like knowing we actually want to be there. And I think that's like really hard for people to verbalize, but you have to train yourself. You have to. If you want a successful sex life, you have to be open. And like
one of the,
you know,
on that note, one of the biggest, I don't want to call this a red flag because it sounds really mean and I don't mean to say it that way, but like what you say about like
he checked Kirby and realized he can't shed.
Sorry, what a dumb fuck. One of the biggest things when it comes to like sexual stuff is like the other person has to be willing to like take care of their stuff and look over their stuff. Not only is it good for them to do that, it's also good for the other person too. When I talk to a woman and I'm like, hey, like the easiest way to figure out how to, especially if somebody's body is a little bit confusing, easy way to figure it out is like masturbate. Let me see it. Let me like show me what you do, and I can tell like immediately, right? Because like there will be some women that will like, you know, do this. There'll be some like, and it's like, okay, yeah, show me. And when a woman's like, oh well, I don't really know. I don't ever really masturbate, and I'm like, you don't ever masturbate? He's like, no, I don't really ever like have orgasms or anything. It's like, okay, well, if you don't know how to get yourself off, the chances of me figuring it out have been dramatically decreased. And then and then you're in these weird areas where it's like, now there's a lot of pressure on you because now you've got to figure out like both sides, or you can just ignore them, or more likely they just don't even think about it. And it's like, yeah, you have to be a participant in your sexual activity. Otherwise, like, what the fuck is happening? Like, it's
Yes. And
do you
we say
real quick? You got a really big super chat. Do you want to take a moment to thank him or whatever?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Guys, I lowered my chat down because you all are so distracting and like my brain wants to read it, but I can't like read and watch Steven or listen to Steven, and so I'm trying to like be nice. Where is the super chat? Oh my God, thank you so much, Aguni. I'm gonna say your name like that. I'm so thankful for this conversation. I hooked up with this girl from Tinder 10 years ago. She never communicated verbally or physically as things heated up. That she wasn't okay with what was happening until she texted me the next day. Greetings from the Netherlands. Love the Netherlands. Very cool. Thank you for that super chat. And thank you for, oh, Repsion's here too. Hi, Daniel. How are you? It's been a while. Oh my gosh, you're still around. This is such a surprise. Yes, I know. I disappear and come back all the time. What can I say? Hi, hello. Thank you guys. Thanks, Steven, for telling me they were there.
No problem.
I will keep chat up, but guys, please, with your beautiful sentences, don't try to seduce me away from Steven. I'm busy. But like, thank you. So in BDSM, we say the reason we negotiate is because people can't read minds. If people can't read minds, then are we not doing a disservice? Like, here we are, these champions of consent, these strong, independent women and men, these strong, independent humans, and we can't even fucking verbalize what gets us off, what makes us happy, what makes us feel safe, in order to spare our partners, like, trauma. Like, I think about it from my partner's perspective. How would I feel if I let my partner believe that he or she had done something so awful to me in a way that they hadn't? So I have a story for you. Are you ready?
I'm always ready, okay?
So I was a virgin until I was like 22, but like my 21st year was really adventurous. I went down on my first guy, went down on my first girl. And like that was really huge for me. Like it was a big deal. And the first girl I went down on, we had been friends. We had all been drinking for brunch. We had a friend in the room with us. She was a photographer, the woman who was watching us. We negotiated. We all agreed on what would happen. The woman with the pictures would like take photos of us / enjoy the moment. Me and this girl would have sex / I would go down on her. And through the process, the girl started getting like self-conscious, and she's like, can you leave, photographer person, because I can't come with you like in the room. So then she goes and waits outside the apartment. We finish what we're doing, and like a week later she comes to me and says, I really feel like you violated me. And I was like, oh, what does that mean? And she goes, well, I felt like we were both drunk. I was like, okay, first of all, you definitely drink more than I do, and we were all having mimosas, so I was also a little tipsy. But like, what does that mean? And she goes, well, I feel like you took advantage of me. And I was like, okay. And then she started to accuse a few other men in the group.
Oh,
because
okay.
you know we're one of those groups. And so eventually we all learned that she was going through a huge crisis of being like this conservative girl that's not one of those girls. And like a year later, she literally came back and said, I'm so sorry. I was really going through an anti-sex phase. I was really feeling like slutty or like slut-shaming myself. And I just want to say, like, I'm sorry. I was just like kind of a mess. And I was like, great. Well, your mess caused me like a year of anxiety and like a year of like questioning myself and like my value as a person. And she was like, oh, well, I mean, I was also doing that. And I was like, great. So hurt people. And now we are both hurt. So what do we do now? And eventually we like repaired our friendship. It went fine for a few years. And then we just grew out of that friendship naturally. But like that really stayed with me my whole life, where I was like, what is this? Like, what is the world offering me if like we've negotiated, we've talked it through, we've been friends, we know we love each other and we're safe with each other. Like at what point does your personal issue like ruin the fun of what we're having? Which is going back to that introspective thing. I am nervous now at this state of my life, like you said, of having to do like the work of, do you know what you want? Because I've already done that work. I've already fucked enough people and done enough things and fucked up enough. I fucked up too. Like I have fucked up enough to be like, oh, okay, what do we do now? But saying that and doing that is very difficult. So I think like I want people to be encouraged to consider, again, practicing those tools. I'll give you guys another story that I think will be very helpful. I grew up with this family, another Middle Eastern family. I love them. And they had like a bunch of brothers. And I was always around growing up from like 9 till now. I hang out with them. And one of the older brothers, him and I have this like ongoing flirtatious thing we've been doing for like since I was younger, since he was younger. And eventually we got to that point where he made a move. And the move he made was so comical, but obviously like to other people might have been traumatizing. So we're in the family room. The TV is on. I'm sitting next to him on the couch. And I'm just doing my normal Britney flirtatiousness that I do with basically everyone, which I should probably stop. I stopped doing to some extent with some certain people. But he crotch grabbed me. And like, I was like, oh, that's a move. And I looked at him, I was like, why did you grab my crotch? And he was like, I don't know, I thought that was the move. I was like, that's not the move. Yeah. And he's like, well, what's the move? I was like, the move is probably like a slow in kiss or like a touch on the shoulder or maybe a cuddle. And he was like, oh. And I looked at him, I was like, how many times has this worked for you? He's like, quite a few. And I was like, okay, fair. So I believe this. I have met women that like those things. Like that's what I'm trying to say to everybody. Everyone is having this conversation as if there aren't women in the world that want to be pushed up against the wall and forced to kiss at a club or like in their living. Like that's what I'm saying. Why can't these women also exist? And you know, people who need it slower can also exist.
Sorry, somebody brought me food. Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's lovely. Like, what a beautiful moment.
Oh, well, thank you.
That's so romantic.
But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Yeah, there's a lot of different types of people that exist. It's dumb to pretend that sometimes these types of people don't exist, and yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. One of my guys asked me, from a girl's perspective, like basically, hold on, let me get it for you, because I want to I want to discuss it with you. He said, I get what you mean about leftist men and white knighting, because I feel like leftist men who always talk about like, oh, I even hate men, I just want to like protect women and I'm an ally, are just trying to fuck women. And I'm like, get away, go away. It just feels very performative to me. He said, how do you distinguish between someone who is trying to get laid and someone who is trying to be a genuine ally? And I wonder, do you have a perspective from your male brain?
Let's see. Okay. Let me explain a whole other system that
great. Okay.
you can either agree with me or you can either be incorrect, and then I'll answer that question, okay? So, I think there's a very weird phenomenon, okay, where I think that when it comes to guy friends, I think women have two different categories, and when it comes to female friends, males have one category. So, I think that women tend to sort guys into two categories of I would fuck this guy and I wouldn't fuck this guy ever. It's just not the type of relationship I have with them. And men have a ranking hierarchy of every female friend they have, and they would fuck all of them. Some, they might need some intoxication, but they would fuck every single female friend they have. And I think that there's a lot of confusion sometimes to where guys don't recognize that women have two different types of sorting systems. So they think that if they're really close friends with a woman, they must be really high up on that ladder, because any guy, like 98%, would fuck 99% of their women friends, especially their close friends. But for women, it's not necessarily the same. Do you agree or disagree with that? So
kind of. I feel like if women have two categories, like guys I would never fuck, and then guys I would fuck, even with the guys I would fuck also fall on a spectrum of like it sounds like they feel like they're going to be really important if I choose them, and that makes me feel uncomfortable.
Maybe not necessarily. And I'm when I say this, I literally mean this just has to do with sex, and not to do with like you hate or like a hideous person that's disgusting you. Like the guys that you won't fuck, some of these guys might be like really close friends that mean a ton to you, and they're like really important people in your life. Yeah, they're not like hideous fucking you.
Yeah. I have these experiences. Yeah.
I don't think guys almost ever have those experiences. Like they might have close women friends, and like, yeah, there's a close friend, but if she wanted to fuck, like, yeah, absolutely, of course, it would be like a no-brainer, like for a lot of guys. So I think that, so to address your other questions, like how can you tell when a guy's just trying to fuck or not? When it's been made clear that there's no path forward to sex, and the guy is still like interested in advocating on your behalf for a certain experience or whatever, then I think it becomes pretty clear that like, okay, it seems like their intentions are pretty genuine. And if a guy starts to lose interest immediately when it becomes clear that like, oh, like I don't really talk to married chicks, or I don't really, blah, 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 like, or if a girl is kind of rejects in advance or whatever, then I think that is also a kind of a red flag. But it's hard to know 100% because most guys will fuck most girls they talk to. So of course, if there's a guy that's an advocate, like I'll be honest, like I will generally fuck with most girls that I talk to, but I also advocate for women at the same time. Now, if I ever get into a scenario where like, so I won't name names, but it's come up before to where I'll cover like certain types of allegations or whatever that have happened on stream to other streamers or whatever, and I like to read over and I agree with things. And sometimes the girls afterwards will message me and I'll get into contact. When those girls start to get a little bit flirty, I usually will say something along the lines of like, hey, if you want to do this, this is fine. But it feels a little bit weird that I kind of like covered some part of the abuse of yours, and now you're talking to me, because it kind of feels like I'm just trying to fuck you and I'm covering your abuse to do that, right? So I'll be very like forward saying something like that. Like my goal when I cover these things isn't to get these women to watch so that I can fuck them too, because that feels really weird. So yeah, I think I think the onus is on the guy to take extra steps to make sure that it doesn't look like you're just trying to fuck somebody, because as stupid as it is, these people on the left absolutely fucking exist, and it blows my mind. But yeah, I think it's okay to question people's motives if they haven't like proven otherwise, or if they're making steps in the contrary where they are actively trying to fuck you or whatever. Yeah. Okay,
yeah, I think this is where my brain struggles a little bit with like, where is the point outside of all of this where we're just like two people who are having like a genuine moment? Like, am I the only romantic in this room? Like, even with casual sex, I think you said the same. Like, I like to know the people I'm having sex with. I like to get to know them and hang out with them, and like I want to like you. So like when we're having sex, we're having fun, like an activity, you know, and that afterwards we're like gonna eat or like go for a smoke or something fun. Like I don't know why people like Okay, so I have a couple of guy friends that I use as examples. Like one of my guy friends, him and I have threesomes with his partner as like the focus. I don't like to be the focus. I've done it before. It's fun, but it's not the greatest. For me, I prefer to have someone else as the focus. So him and I go for them, and like for her, if she's a non-binary person, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So for that person, and him and I always joke like, hey, should we have sex? And I'm like, and like we always talk about it. Like, do we want to have sex though? Because we have a really good, healthy, non-sexual BDSM relationship, and I like that relationship with him. It's really good, and he likes it too. And but like it doesn't take away from the fact that we both like to have sex with his partner at the same time. Like it's again, him and I look at each other as like the tops in that situation, and like think of torturous ways to torture their partner. So like they're really, you know, it's a lot of fun. It's mutual fun, but we casually, openly discuss it. There's no secrets. There's no guessing. There's no, oh my God. But then I had a friend, a man, who was going through like a breakup situation, and he called me and goes, hey, do you want to have sex? And I'm like, whoa, sir. We are boys. Like, what are you talking about? You want to have sex? And he goes, I don't know. Like, I'm lonely. I'm feeling upset, and I feel like you're slutty, so you'll want to. And I'm like, whoa, okay.
That's such a guy thing, because any guy would say yes. But so I understand why he thinks that. I think a lot of issues between men and women come from not understanding that we separate. So the reason why the friend zone exists is because guys can't fathom that a woman would be really close to them but not want to fuck them, because guys don't do that. And then on the flip side, the reason why I would say like the fuck zone exists, where a woman is fucking a guy but the guy won't date her and the woman's like, I don't understand, is because the woman can't imagine a guy wanting to fuck somebody that he wouldn't also want to date. Like, what the fuck? Like, if you're fucking me, this is like a really big deal or whatever. And the guy's like, well, no, I would fuck any of my female friends. Like, why do you think this is a big deal? And I think the misunderstanding there explains a lot of that. But yeah, so your friend calls you, he just broke up, and now, well, obviously you're slutty, so obviously you want to fuck, we're friends, right? And then...
Yeah, it definitely basically, like, participated in ruining like the established relationship we had for many years, which was strange, because I'm not slut shaming. I am confused on being used as an object only because you're heartbroken. I'm like, see, now you don't even want to have sex with me. You want to have sex with somebody. Go hire a prostitute, bro. I'm pro sex work. Like, that's not the point. Now it's not about me. He'll be hate fucking me because he's mad at his ex-girlfriend. Like, it's not fun for me. You've ruined it. Now it's not about us. You know what I'm saying? It's about whatever drama is in your life, and that's what frustrated me. But I will say, I do have male friends that do not find me attractive, and I do not find them attractive, and we have very healthy relationships. Like, literally the healthiest. So it's always strange to me. My mom used to say to me, Betsy, if a boy and a girl in a room together, they will have sex. And I was like, you know what, Mom? I think you need to amend that too. If the man and woman are attracted to each other, even slightly, they probably will have sex.
Ooh, okay.
Go ahead, because I'm telling you right now, like...
I understand what you're saying, and you'll always know better than me, and obviously neither we can, and it might even sound a little bit of me undermining. I never believe it. I never believe it.
Really?
I never believe it, ever. But that just might be me. I've heard a lot of guys say shit like that. I might even been said some shit like that in my early 20s, and girls like, oh no, like, we're close friends. Like, we would never fuck. But if you, like, walked into the room with these guys, you tore open your fucking clothes, you're like, we're fucking right now. How do you feel about it? The fact that, like, a heterosexual, cisexual, whatever male would be like... No, I just don't see our relationship as being that way. That's like a 1 in a million shot. You might have one friend in your life.
Okay.
That's what but I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong on that. That's just how I feel.
Steven, listen to me. Listen to me. Have you ever considered I might be ugly to people?
I am looking at you, and you are not of a level of hideousness, I think, that most guys, or even some guys, are like, no, you know what? She's just not. No, I don't think so. Or maybe there's some people that really hate girls with curly hair. I don't know. but no, I don't like. I don't think so. Like, there's I don't think so.
That's so hard for me to process. That is so hard for me to process. Like, don't you just ever look at someone and you're like, nope, not my type, can't get it up. Like, they don't fulfill any fantasy for me. They're not the physicality I want. They're not like the mind I want. Like, don't you ever just look at someone and you're like, nah. Right?
I think that guys are a lot better in general at compartmentalizing stuff like this. So a guy can look at a woman and be like, yeah, we have no common interests, you know. I'm more into blondes than brunettes. But like, fuck, I'm not gonna say no to this. Like, I think that's generally what most guys would, yeah, because the experience of sex is like so fun, and you're wired to like go after it so much. You're like, you know, it's not a perfect match, but hey, fuck it, it'll do, you know. Like, the way that I would compare, fuck, I don't even know if you would engage with porn in this way, but it's kind of like, let's say you feel like, you know, I haven't masturbated in like 2 or 3 days. I kind of feel like coming, and you turn it on, and it's not like the best porn, but you'll still jerk off to it. Like, oh, fuck it, you know, you do thing. Like, I think it's similar to that, but that's just how I feel. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna call my homie up and be like, bro, you watch that stream? You want to fuck now? Like, he's not gonna do. It's not gonna happen. We like the energy between us is so obviously non-sexual that I just like I can't process it because like
you should message him and you should be like, you know what? I've thought about it and I actually want to try fucking some of my close friends. Like, would you be down to come over and we could just get a few drinks and like fuck around or whatever? And I think initially be like, are you sure? And be like, well, you know, if you really want to, Brittany, yeah, I guess I can take one for the team here. We can go for it. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But
this is great for my stupid ego, let me tell you. This feels really nice, right? Thinking like every man will want to fuck me. Even if it's not me, they just want to get off. It's like, oh, wow. But I just don't buy it.
Yeah, pussy's a powerful thing. This is why guys fucking do. I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger fucked his maid, okay, on his fucking bed. Like, why would you do this, right? Or you got like all these celebrity sex scandals when you could fuck any person in the world. Like, guys are dumb as fuck when it comes to getting laid. It's absolutely
I think
true.
maybe that's where the introspection comes in. Because if you have a really introspective person, you're gonna think about sexuality as like, because like no offense, like sex is no longer, for me at least, not this like it's this whole, like you said, it's like it's very like contextual based off the situation. But like, so my brain doesn't do it with, okay, so if boys' brains, sorry, let me think out loud. If men's brains see compartmentalization as an ability to look at a female friend and just be like, pussy, I can have sex with her even if I'm not attracted to her, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, my brain goes, okay, I'm not, for this moment in time, I'm not traditionally attracted to you, but you actually fulfill this need. Let's say I'm really into like, sometimes I'm really attracted to like, okay, you ever play Overwatch?
Yeah.
You know, Roadhog, like the big, okay, I'm fucking attracted to men with this build for very dirty, raunchy, filthy, disgusting sex. And it's this very specific build that has like this daddy stalker killer energy that I love, that if held right with enough masculine energy is really hot. But long term, I can't be always attracted to it because I'll like lose it because I'm more attracted to like more in shape bodies. But for a moment in time, I can be attracted to that body and have sex with that body. But like, is that what you mean? Is that the same thing or is that different? Like, is that how men's brains, because I'm just like trying to figure out.
You're thinking about it a lot. Guys don't think about it that much.
Oh, okay.
I wish you should get a whole bunch of guy friends together, get some mimosas or whatever, have a drink and just chat about it, because the difference between how men and women view sex is so worlds apart most of the time that you can have a woman friend and a guy friend, and I'm not saying this had happened to you, but you could have a woman and a guy friend in the same room, and you could ask the woman, like, this is your close guy friend, right? And she'd be like, yeah, of course. And you could ask her, if you were to come into this room naked, do you think he'd fuck you? And she'd be like, no, I don't think so. We don't have a relationship. And you could look right over the guy and be like, would you want to fuck her? And he'd be like, yeah, duh. And the woman is like, wait, what? No way. Like, it is worlds apart. I understand what you're saying, but like, you're trying to say, like, there are certain types of people that I might not be conventionally attracted to, but given the right set of circumstances, there are bodies that, even though I wouldn't normally go for this, I would go for it's not like that. For a guy, it's like, there's a woman, I could fuck her, I don't, like, fuck it. I might even need to drink a few shots before I could do it, but I will absolutely fuck 99% of women that will offer themselves to me. This is why, not to me personally, but I think that this is, like, it's hard to believe as a woman, because it is unfathomable, I think, to women. But, like, I mean, you can see this play out in, like, dating scenes everywhere. Like, you can look at, like, Tinder, for instance, right? Do you know what ContraPoints is?
Yeah, I had a personal relationship with Natalie, so.
Ooh, okay. Regardless if you like her or hate her, even she said that when she was a guy, I don't know if it's right to say, but when she was a guy, Tinder was very hard. But even as a trans woman, it's like sausages everywhere. Like, even as a trans woman, it's like, holy shit, I've got like 1,000 matches in like 2 days out of nowhere. It's a different world sexually between men and women, yeah.
I was on Bumble over Christmas, and my brothers were helping me. My whole family was helping me with my Bumble, because I only do it when I'm in Cali, because I don't want people to know where I live. And I was like, okay, but like, what do I do? And my brother's like, swipe on every guy. I was like, whoa. I was like, what's the point though? Because like, I'm gonna hate them. And he's like, well, that's what the guys are doing. And I was like, no wonder you fucking, I was like, I fucking hate you guys, because look, then I swiped and I matched with guys, and then when I hit them up, they didn't message me. So I was like, so you're wasting my time. Now I've sent DMs, I've sent messages to people that don't even want to fuck me. They're just swiping on all the girls. Like, it's not efficient, and I don't like it. But like, I'm also like an efficient person where I'm like, are you attracted to me? Yes or no? Like, I usually know. If I'm attracted to someone's like the way they see the world, it makes me feel safer. Like, actually what stood out about you, and I'm sorry to like, that sounds really flirty, but like, I mean it just like very matter of fact. When I saw your DMs to Anna, I'm sorry, about her, good, we wish her the best.
You're fine,
God
don't worry
bless
about
America.
it. Yeah, we're all good.
Oh my God, the anxiety. So like, I really liked that you were communicative, the whole like condom thing, talking about like, because I hate condoms too. I fucking hate them. I can't feel anything. It's not the same. And I'm a woman who's very active in bed. I'm on top. I'm like everywhere. And I do it by how I feel. So like I can't feel you. So like how are we gonna have sex that's good, right? So like condoms, like I love IUDs for this reason. So I'm testing all this stuff, obviously. So it's like, okay, this is a much safer person. And this is before I talked to you. So I didn't know the context fully, but I was like, oh, see, automatically my brain goes, Steven is a safer partner than a guy over here who's not going to check in. And that's what I'm telling people. When you're thinking about having sex with someone, pay attention to the minute details of how much they ask you about yourself and how you're feeling. So you guys can have a very good experience. And then you can also ask him how he feels. What is he like? What does he want? Because you're right, going back to that blowjob thing. I mean, oh my gosh, I talk to guys about this all the time with my callers. Like they'll be like, oh, girls always think I want like messy and gargly and saliva. And blah, blah, blah. But sometimes I want it slow and I want you to change the momentum. I'm like, talk. Oh my God, talk. Just like, or use your hands for fuck's sake. Like use your hands and guide them. Like it's so hot. It's so fucking hot. Like guide your partner in a very toppy, dominant way. All my queers speak out right now how hot this is. But it is so fucking attractive. We're missing out on flirtation. We're missing out on a 3-day like build up. We're missing out on so much. And I just don't know why people are missing opportunities to have good sex because they're embarrassed or too scared. Like for fuck's sake, stay home. Because like it's really ruining the experience for fucking everybody.
Yeah, and I think I might have even said this in our last conversation. I remember, but I give this piece of advice often that like if you want to be like the most manipulative person in the world and you want to trick girls into fucking you, like the best way to do it is just make them feel really safe. Because it's like it's the easiest way to get somebody to be as open as possible because they're not as worried that if they give an inch you're gonna take a mile or that you're gonna try to be like pushing as much and as much and it's like
totally. Okay, I got a super chat and I want to read it because it's a good question.
Okay.
I'm 29 male who suffers from ED and I want to do it, but I can't always stay hard. Are there girls out there who will be patient with men like me? I'm scared. That's thank you so much for that super chat. I really appreciate it. So I'm gonna tell you right now. See, I read this and my brain's like, I don't see the issue. Like ED is such a normal, common thing for many men. Like why would I just think about sex as an opportunity to have a loving moment, whether we're casual or not. And ED, your weird dicks, they turn left, they have bumps. I don't care. The point is that you as a person is somebody that I like, so I want to have sex with you and I want to be good to you and I want you to feel loved, which actually could be a form of manipulation, girl, because a lot of my casual sex buddies have fallen in love, not on purpose. I don't mean to do this on purpose. But I do think there runs that line where people hold back during sex so they don't cause people to fall in love with them. But then it causes the experience to be subpar. So yes, there are women, but the women are like me. And I can't tell if I'm the unique one, which is really shitty, or if society is just not training people with enough openness. Because I feel like in BDSM circles, or ED would be so not a big deal. Like you just work around it. You even, hell, do you have a kink around it? Because I could totally make fun of you for it and then turn you on and then bring you, like, there's so many ways to go around this. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that sound crazy, Steven? Like, do I sound like, are you thinking, no, a man has ED, he's fucked forever, having sex? Or like...
So, I push back actually against this type of stuff. This is interesting. I feel like sometimes when people give certain sex advice on the internet, it feels like it doesn't map on to a lot of real experiences. Although in some cases it could be true. I feel like the better thing to say, in my opinion, is that like if you have ED, there are gonna be girls that won't fuck with you. They just won't because like that's an important part of the experience. But you can absolutely find some that will. Sometimes I feel like people are a little bit too positive, and then you're sending people out into the world with unrealistic expectations. And I find there's a lot of conventional sex advice on the internet that doesn't line up with reality all the time as well. I don't know if people say it to make guys feel better. This is something that I hear that is so common, okay? Women can't come from fucking. It's impossible. Every woman prefers oral over fucking, and if you give really good head, a woman won't even care if you fuck her or not. This is something that like I'm really excited for because I really like giving head. Sometimes it's more fun for me than actual sex. I enjoy that. It's a really big part of the experience for me. But when I got into the sex world, and I've had quite a few partners at this point, almost every girl I've been with really loves getting fucked. Even if you're really good at giving head, even if you can make a girl come with head, oftentimes like they will stop you like, hold on, I really want to fuck. Like this is a really important part of the experience to me. And that's like a piece of advice obviously given online all the time. If you give really good head, they don't care if you fucking up, blah, blah, blah. But in the real world, it seems like over half of women are like, fucking is like the core part of the experience. I don't care if you can make me come and squirt 30 times with your mouth. I need dick. Yeah, so that's like a piece that doesn't line up. So I guess going back to the other guy, like, yeah, there are going to be some people that are bothered by you having ED, and if you find that out, just figure it out early on. Like, okay, well, fuck it. And there are going to be some people that probably don't care. I have been with women that really like getting it, and they don't like fucking as much. You know, some women have like vaginismus and stuff, and like intercourse is uncomfortable and shit. And if that is the case, and that girl runs into somebody like you, then she's probably going to feel really lucky. Like, oh, thank God, this isn't even on the table, so I don't even have to worry about this particular thing. So yeah, it just depends on like make sure that you're managing people's expectations. Yeah.
Yes, I love this. Okay, it's the same way I feel with like dick size, because people will say, and I agree totally what Steven said, guys. Like, keep that in mind. Everyone's an individual. We're gonna have individual experiences. But like, dick size is the thing where guys will tell me like, oh, I think my dick's too small, and I'm like, well, what is she? And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, well, we all have like a different length. Women. Some people have like shorter, longer canals. Like, you have to think about the vagina as like a place you can go into, but it's not like there's a cervix there, which we all love getting our cervix pounded if you're a masochist like I am, but a lot of women don't like that. So let's talk about that. Like, let's talk about how like you don't necessarily want a 9-inch dick. Like, sometimes you want a 3-inch dick or a 4-inch dick. Like, all these assumed things about the body is so like, let's just talk lack of education in the States. At least I don't know how it is around the world, but in the States we definitely lack with knowing bodily autonomy or like anatomy, not autonomy. Anatomy. But like we
anatomy and
body and anatomy. Yes, it's like we forget though that like everyone is so different,
and like, people suck at knowing lengths. I have talked to, and I've seen it at one time, and it's probably happened more, where I'll have sex with a girl, whatever, and I like her friends are talking or whatever after, and she'll be like, oh my god, like the sex with this guy was really cool, like we did awesome positions. Like, I think Steven has like an 8-inch dick, and it's like not even fucking close. You're delusional. And I'll see girls say shit like this, like, oh yeah, like my boyfriend was like really big. I think he had like a 9 or 10-inch dick. You're out of your mind. You have no idea how big like a 9 or 10. Or sometimes I'll see people hold their hands. They're like, yeah, guys, like his dick was pretty small. It was like this, like maybe like 3 or 4 inches. And I'm like, what? What? Are you serious? Like, yeah, people are so bad at like estimating length or having like. So don't take, it's like gym numbers. He was like, oh, like I bench like 400 pounds. Like, no, you don't. Like, you're lying, right? People do the same thing with lengths. Guys over-exaggerate, women over-exaggerate, not maliciously, but just because they don't know. And yeah, everybody, don't. Yeah.
Well, I had a lover who like refused to like measure his dick, so he never had to deal with like the insecurity of his length. And I was like, oh my gosh, so dramatic. Like, look, at the end of the day, sex is so weird. Like, look, I dated a guy who was like 6'4", and I'm 5'1". And that was the funniest 69ing I've ever done in my life. And I looked at him, I was like, do you think this will ruin our relationship? We cannot 69 successfully. And he was like, well, I mean, there's other things to do. I was like, that's true. And that definitely wasn't the reason we broke up. But it was one of those like conversations we would have. Like, I'm like, how much is this going to impede on our sex life? And 69's like not even that great. I mean, it's pretty good, but it's like, it's one of many things you can do. But even those things, I think about height, because all these girls are like, I want a really tall guy. I was like, I've been there. I just want a guy who's kind of at my height or taller, like a little bit. I don't even care.
If I find a girl that's like 5'8", that's actually so true. Like, sometimes your bodies fit together like really well if you're like the same height. When you're doing missionary, it's easier to kiss. If you're doing 69, it works really well. Like, there are different positions where like, and then there are some times where like having a shorter person can be fun or whatever. But like having people that are the same height as you can like make things fit together in some ways. My ex-wife, I think she was like 5'7", very close to my height, and everything like fit together and worked out like really well, and it was super cool. Having somebody that's really short and you're like fucking them and you're like trying to reach down to like make out with them while you're fucking and you're in this like really awkward hump is like, it's not like the worst thing in the world, but like there are definitely things that work depending on different bodies and everything. Yeah.
Yes, actually, I never thought about what the man looked like or had to position his body as with me until I fucked in front of a mirror. And then I was like, oh my God, like that is so funny. Like, it doesn't look like this Hollywood sexy photo all the time. Like, sex is really, again, I don't want to slut shame, and I don't want to like say it has to look sexy all the time. I just feel like it feels good. It's good enough.
It is,
but it is so
super
funny.
True. Oh, dude, Melina, sometimes when we have threesomes or whatever, like the people like to record and stuff. And I remember that like one of my favorite positions is like with a girl is on her tummy, like prone, some people call it. I super love it. It feels amazing. It's super hot. You can wrap your arms around stuff. You can pull in. It's really good. And I was fucking another girl, and Melina was recording. She's like, "Oh, this is like so hot or whatever," and she plays it back. I just look like a worm on top of this person. I was like, "This is like the least sexy thing." I'm getting turned off by watching the video of me fucking, because it's just like two like vertical slabs of like rectangles like moving a little bit. It's like, yeah, it doesn't translate at all. But so yeah, like sometimes things don't necessarily look, or even if they feel really good, 100%.
Yes, okay, this is the conversation that I want the internet to be having, where I'm like, guys, are we not just like kind of monkeys having sex sometimes too? Like, I I just feel like sex is such a humanizing and beautiful moment. It doesn't need to, like, I hear these fresh and fit guys talk about how, like, it's transactional and she has to love you more and all the, and I'm like, you're so exhausting. How do you have time to come? Like, you're so overthinking everything. Like, once the sex has started, my brain's like, I don't even care what we look like, dude. I don't care what I sound like. Like, I just want to fucking come and have fun with you and do things, or maybe not even come. Maybe not even come. And like, that's kind of the thing too, where like everyone thinks like you have to orgasm at the end of sex. I'm like, oh, no.
Which is also, by the way, that's a very woman take, because as a guy, it's really, really hard to do that. But there are some guys who do it, yeah.
And the guy can, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I've been with enough male partners. Like, if you need to, if that's the thing that needs to happen, I love that for you. But like, there's nothing like being tortured and edged for like 3 days, and then you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much that goes into this. You can do it, yeah. It's like there's so much, but I think that is such like a real moment where you realize like, oh yeah, I'm having like it's a real human moment. Like, we're overthinking so much, but at the same time, I guess you have to with consent, because I am doing it right now. I literally do it all the time where I'm like, can I have sex with this person? Is it gonna be drama infusing? Am I gonna get like pulled into weird situations? Like, should I have sex with this person? It's like, you think about it, not that I'm sitting here with tons of options, but like I'm sitting here with like, you know, it's like, oh, that's nice. That's nice that somebody wants to spend time with me in this particular way. How do we both like make it the best situation for both of us, all of us, whoever's involved? And that's like, that takes some thoughtfulness. I can, I guess, turn into overthinking, and maybe that's the problem. I know there's a lot of nervousness that goes into sex. So like, when I was having sex with girls for the first time, I remember after my first time having sex with a woman, it was during a threesome, and I was the focus, and it was very intimidating. Like, to be the focus of 2 people, a man and a woman, who like just cared about you. Like, it was so intimidating. And then afterwards, we were sitting in bed together, and I was like, holy shit, was that a threesome? And they're like, yes, you dork. I was like, oh my God, I had a threesome. And I was like, so, because it was so natural. It was just 2 friends I knew. We were hanging out. One thing led to another. She started kissing me, and all of a sudden he was there, and all of a sudden we're doing stuff. And it was beautiful and wonderful. Now, keep in mind, these were BDSM partners previously, so we had negotiated all the important stuff beforehand.
Kind of on that, in terms of like pressure during sex, something that I say pretty often that's kind of funny is that, like, I think the best type of partner to be with is one that really wants you to orgasm, and the worst type of partner to be with is one that really wants you to orgasm. It, like, there is like, it's such a weird line of like, if you have a partner that's like really invested in your sexual outcomes, it's a really cool feeling, but sometimes people feel like they need to be invested, and if you're not going, there's like, everybody has had this moment, well, people that have sex, everybody that has this moment where you're with a partner and you can tell that they're barreling down the home stretch and you're not there, and you can feel like the fingers are flying, the tongue, the mouth is stuck, and you're like, oh God, like, I'm not even close to coming, and this dude is like going at 150%, expecting me to like pop right now, right? Sometimes girls will do it when they're blowing, they're on the thing, and it's like, yeah. And then when you get into those situations, sometimes it can be really stressful because the other person's like ego is riding on your orgasm, and nothing will push you farther away from the edge than thinking that, like, if I don't come right now, this guy's going to hate me and himself, and oh my fucking God, it's so stressful. Yeah.
Yes. 1,000 billion%. So, okay, are we not having like a very real conversation about sex? Like, isn't this like casual and nice, and it's honest, and it's like, oh, here are the funny moments about sex, like the fun and the weird and the awkward moments about sex? Why do you think discourse on the internet turns into this battle of like, you're pro-rape?
I think every conversation about sex begins and ends with like, don't rape women. And that's about all people talk about. It's like, I think I said that multiple times. That's like my biggest frustration is like the extent that we could talk about is like, men need to not rape, and you need to get like affirmative consent, and like that's it. That's like the whole conversation. It was like very frustrating because it misses like 99% of the conversation. Yeah.
It's interesting because I think you talked about it as well. Sorry, I have so many streams in my head. I don't know who says what, but I think they were talking about like Republicans and how Republicans used to say like women can't have casual sex. And I really used to hate that as a younger person because like I have this incredible sex drive, and I just like, I was able to really have sex and like live in the moment and not misrepresent my feelings. Or maybe if I had feelings, I always like to create a safe space. I think I told you this last time, where like if somebody is upset, I just want them to tell me so I can be like, oh great, what can we do better? Are you upset at me? Or are you upset at yourself? Is this your trauma, or is this like our trauma now?
Yeah.
And usually they'll say, no, actually this is from like an old relationship, and I'm realizing it's coming up during sex with you, and I wonder if we could change things up. And I'm like, yes, or we can even stop. Do you need to stop? And they're like, oh, no, we'll just change it up. I'm like, great. Or there's certain like, you know how like people call them like, oh, baby girl, or like daddy, or like there's certain words that like trigger people. It's like, just talk about these things because people naturally use them. Like, ugh, I do not like being called baby girl from like a strange. I'm like, sir, who are you, sir? Like, have we established something here that I was unaware of? And like, even like derogatory terms. Like there are moments where these things are maybe appropriate, but they need to be negotiated. Hold on, Repsion left a super chat. He said, love hearing this. Love hearing this. Such a refreshing conversation to listen to. Hard to find it nowadays, but I think that's because we're political. Politics is not life, but life is politics, but not really. Like the whole like, how do I be an ally to a woman? Just be a person who's not an ally. Just be invested in that person.
Yeah, I say that all the time. I don't want to be an ally. I don't give a fuck about being an ally. My goal is not to like be an ally. There's like a set of things that I believe are like right, and I think that there are ways that we should act, and then I kind of try I push that to other people. You should be respectful of people, don't be racist, et cetera, et cetera. But like I don't care to be thought of as like an ally. That's not an identity for me, or that's not a goal for me. Hopefully that's like a byproduct of all the other beliefs I have and the way that I act, but that's not like a destination. Like I'm here to be an ally. I'm not here to be a fucking ally. Like I'm here to be hopefully a good human being, and if I can provide some level of comfort or like give voice to certain things, that's really cool too if I'm able to do that. Yeah.
Yes. Well, it sounds like I am, there's something between us. So now an ally insinuates you're reacting to like an established patriarchy or some bullshit that's like in society. And so you're now putting me in between you and this thing that doesn't need to be there for you to humanize me, love me, make love to me, be with me, be my friend. And so I'm like, take it out. I don't need it. Just be cool with me and love me. Now, one of the things feminists really fucked up on, and I'll go ham on all my sisters out there, is like, I remember during like Cancer Awareness Month, I would say like, save the boobies, because, you know, I love boobs. I'm like, save the boobies. And people are like, that's not funny. I'm like, you're not funny. You're making it not fun. Cancer sucks. Just make it fun. Otherwise, get out. Or do it serious over there. And then they'd say, like, men should, like, want to fight for breast cancer, not because they have mothers and sisters, but because they hate breast cancer. And I'm like, oh, my God. No one does this. No human being cares the fuck out of it. No, we don't care about strangers. Like, we're not supposed to. We're supposed to care about our people, our communities, our inner circles, our, like, where we are. Mind our own business. Leave other people alone. But, like, I do think there should be a personal investment. You should say, you know what? I have a mom. I'm going to think about her and women like my mother, like my sister, and then be considerate of how much I love my sisters. I love my mom. So I'll love women similarly to that. But if you objectify your mother, or objectify your sisters, or think of them ill, maybe you'll take that out into the real world. I just feel like that's a much more human perspective.
It super
than this idea. Yeah, that's what I don't understand why we're trying to we're trying to literally create humanization by dehumanizing people.
Yeah,
it's
or people
strange.
think that you should be able to just like intellectualize everything, and like I consider myself to be like I'm intellectual or whatever. Like I consider myself to be pretty smart and everything. But like even I like having like lived experiences with things is like a really important way for me to kind of understand like how people are. Even if I would consider myself like a pretty cold or detached person, like the one of the best examples I can think of is I just super didn't give a fuck about like movies where like kids are dying or whatever. It's just, like I don't give a fuck. Like why would I care? Or it's just like it's like part of a movie for me. After I had a child, man, dude, when I see videos of like kids that are going through like cancer treatment and shit, it is actually like the saddest thing in the world. I'm like, dude, you're like 4, 5, or 6 years old. Like you're supposed to be fighting your parents over getting a little bit too old and want so many hugs all the time, and you should like all these like cute things that you're supposed to do in life, and you're like sick and throwing up half the time, and it's like the saddest thing in the world. And I think I only have that perspective now because I am a dad and because I've seen my kid age from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's like, oh my God, this is like so much sadder. And I think that that's like it's a universal experience that when you have first-hand experience with something, your perspective will change a lot. As a guy, I not to get into weird, like my dick is a decent size, okay, and but even though it is, I've always thought that I have a small dick. I think every single guy thinks they have a small dick, but like one thing you have to understand is our perspectives on dicks are, as a guy, you're standing and you're looking down, and it's a really small thing that's really far away from you. And as a guy that's had a sexual experience with other guys, there are guys where I see pictures of them before we hook up, and their dick is sometimes like even an inch smaller than mine. And then when we go to hook up, and it's like right there in front of me, I'm like, holy shit. This thing is fucking huge. This is like way more than I thought it would be. And it's like literally just a perspective thing. Like I think most guys in their head, I swear to God, I felt like this until I was like 28. When I thought of like my dick, I'm thinking like my dick is probably like maybe a little bit wider than a finger, or maybe like 2 fingers. And that's like that's like what I thought I meant, even though it's like not even remotely mapping onto reality there. That's just like the thought because your perspective is like so far away from it. Or with sex too, something that's really different, is the external experience of fucking somebody is quite a bit different emotionally than the like experience of being fucked, right? Like having somebody enter your body is, I think, a different experience than you entering somebody else. And that's something that for guys is like really hard to think about a lot as well. You know.
That's why I think no. Okay, I got this like what if scenario from someone once that was really just like hilarious. But he says, okay, you're on a desert island, and you're with the worst person in the world. Like you hate this fucking man. I was like, all right. And he's like, and he gets sick in a way that like you have to suck the poison out of his dick. I was like, all right, crazy scenario. Go ahead. He's like, do you suck the poison out of his dick? I was like, nah, he can die. You said I hated him, right? And he's like, oh, you would let a man die rather than have sex with him? And I was like, okay, but you prefaced it with I hate him. And he's like, fine, you don't hate him. He's just a normal guy. I was like, nah, probably not. If I don't want to. Do I want to? He's like, no. And I was like, so, yeah, probably not. And then he's like, but why wouldn't you? I was like, well, again, if you're saying I don't want to, then why would I? But if I liked this person and I needed to do this to save them, I probably would. But he's like, okay, what if it's like your dad or your brother? I was like, okay, sir, is this a kink? I was like, is this a kink for you? Like, what are we doing? Because my brother would want to live with the memory of me. Don't you understand? Like, my family's not thinking about the moment. We don't care about living that much. We're thinking about the aftermath. Like, do we want to live with this memory? And I don't think people think that way. They're just thinking in this moment, this is all that matters. But I'm like, but what about the future? So when I go into situations about like making love or having fuck buddies or whatever else I'm doing, I always try to consider, what are we going to do tomorrow? Like, do you want to talk about it on the internet? Can I mention it? Should I say I got laid? It'd be pretty big news for my Discord. Like, I haven't had anyone in a while. It's like, this would be like a really nice story to tell. And so I always ask people, because I'm a private person. I don't want to name names or anything like that, but I want to be able to tell my stories. Like, hey guys, guess what? Your girl got some, and that's so great. It's like really lovely. So then I have those conversations. Like, I want to think about the future while not overthinking the moment. And I think that just, like, I go back to it. It's a skill. It's a skill. And I don't know why people think they're all so skilled in making love. You know how many Cosmo articles I had to read, how many books on sex I had to read, how many people I had to fuck before I was any kind of decent? Like, you just, it's like, it comes naturally, sure, but like you deal with different people with different bodily desires and needs and shapes and sizes. It's like, the amount of pressure people put on themselves gives me anxiety. As a future mom, as like a mom assignment on this channel, I get anxiety for everybody who talks to me about this. Where I'm like, guys, please. So then my brain goes like this. My brain goes, okay, I will show you guys how to have sex so you don't have to freak out. But then that turns into some weird like fantasy where I'm everyone's fuck godmother and I'm like this YouTuber who fucks her audience, and that's super cringe.
Yeah.
But like, who's gonna help these people? Who's gonna calm people down? They actually do have, I don't know if you know this, but there is retreats you can go on. Like, there are sex positive retreats you can go on to learn how to have sex with your partners. But people think that's embarrassing. Like, I should already know how to do it. And I'm like, who knows how to do anything?
There's another, someday I'm going to do like a whole stream dedicated to just horrible sex advice that is commonly given on the internet. Here's a piece of advice I hear all the time, okay? What is the most important thing to be good at sex? And the response is always like enthusiasm and a love for your partner. Neither of those things make you good at sex. I'm sorry. You'll see advice given, and again, I don't want to make accusations, but sometimes it feels like it's literally like advice like by virgins for virgins. I'll see somebody, like a girl will come online, she'll be like 17 or 18 posting on the sex subreddit. She'll be like, hey, like I'm curious, is it possible to give a bad blowjob? And overwhelmingly, the most upvoted response is like, oh no, there's no such thing as a bad blowjob. Every guy that's getting his dick sucked is going to be like so excited for it to be happening. You can never go wrong. And it's like, that is absolutely not true. There have been plenty of times where, girls give me a hand, it's like, okay, we need to either move on to something else, or like your teeth are like causing an indent in my fucking skin. Like, this is not working. Oh
no.
Yeah, and there are also times where, like, especially if you know a partner really well, where like you might not necessarily be into it, but they're like, hey, like I'm kind of horny. It's like, okay, I can get you off. And they know your body perfectly. They can be not into it or not care at all, but they're like a fucking machine. And you're like coming in like 2 minutes. And it's like, wow, thanks.
Totally.
Yeah, the technique is really important, and it's learned through practice. You have to deliberate practice. You have to practice on somebody. You've got to develop the technique, and then you've got to be receptive to feedback, and you've got to like deliberately change your actions in the future. And that's how like you improve. The idea that it's just a matter of being passionate, you would never say that about any other skill in the world, right? How do you play like really good football? You have to be really passionate about it. What? No. How do you shoot like free throws and hit them like 60, 70, 80% of the time? You have to be really passionate about basketball. No. You'd never say it about anything else. And I hear that repeated so often, it drives me crazy.
I also hear the enthusiastic consent, which I got a story for that. So like, I don't believe in enthusiastic consent as like a requirement for good sex or consensual sex. One time I was like really tired, and when I say like my sex drive is very high, I mean like I could go twice a day and be like pretty satisfied. I could go every day and be pretty happy. Every other day would make me feel a little bit like, oh, we're kind of like, okay, like we could have it more. So like my one of my partners had come home and I was like on the bed and I was trying to go to bed and he was like, you want to have sex? I was like, oh, I'm so tired. Yes, I do, but I'm so tired. I feel dead inside and I'm just like, I'm past that 25-hour mark, you know, where like you've been up for more than a day and it's just like, my body my mind wants to, but my body is just making a decision, right? So I told them, I was like, you can try. Do you want to try? And then if I get into it, I get into it. But if I don't, then we'll play into that dead body fantasy I have. And they're like, perfect. So like, okay. So like they start doing stuff and eventually my body does get into it because my body's like, oh, okay. Like we remember what this is like. We like this. But I was still so tired that the only thing I could do was wrap my legs around his waist and keep pulling him inside me. And I was like, good enough. Like I don't need to be more active than this. But it was really nice to feel so safe with a person who didn't see this as a rejection of them or a rejection of our life together. It was just a literal, my body is tired. Is my body allowed to be tired, please? And I think that people forget, like, okay, so like learning to have sex, there were so many moments with my partners where I'm like, hey, I've never fucked a girl with a strap on. Can I like practice with you? Like it might be awkward. I might like have a lot of like stupid moments. And I've always been so lucky that the people that I've primarily had sex with have always been very open to making mistakes. Like they were open to it. But I don't want predators. So predators are gonna hear that and go, oh, good. They're open to mistakes. So I'm gonna go in and pretend it's a mistake. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. That's like where your adult brain has to kick in and be like, hey, are you fucking a bad person? Or are you fucking a malicious person or a person with ill intent? Then like be a grown up and like feel the vibe out, bro. But one of my male friends was telling me he doesn't understand how like people couldn't know that someone's not into the sex they're having. Like, how do you make these mistakes? Like, can't you look down and see your partner is just like not as enthusiastic? But then it goes back to what you said earlier about people faking orgasms.
Or
so many women I know.
Sometimes it's just really hard to know. Like, so I am somebody that like, I have a decent amount of experience with people, sexually, non-sexually. I feel really comfortable generally reading people. I feel that way. But even I know that for new people, it's really, really, really hard. Like, and especially when it's a new partner, it's impossible to tell the difference between like a sexy sound and a painful sound. Because when you're doing something to somebody and they're like, oh, it's like, okay. Like there have been times where like, and if I'm not 100% sure, like, and it's happened to me where, and I'm thinking like, oh yeah, I'm like a pretty empathetic receptive person where I'll be like fingering somebody, I'll be like sucking on their tit or whatever, but like, oh, you know, and I think I'll say something that's like, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Because I wasn't necessarily 100% sure. And they're like, this has actually been like really uncomfortable for like the past like 3 minutes. And I'm like, oh, damn, I wish you would have said that. I was like, okay, well, let's stop and change it up. But like, if I wouldn't have stopped to verbalize it there, I don't know how much longer I would have been like torturing this person who like wasn't like 100% in the mood or wasn't feeling it or for whatever reason it wasn't feeling good for them. So like, yeah, it can be anytime somebody is like, anytime somebody says that like, oh yeah, with any new partner, like I can like feel it out 100% in the beginning. It's like, man, maybe some people can, but that's like really, really, really hard because everybody's body is so different. And, yeah, it's so hard on the first time to figure that, especially people that I generally have a rule against this, but sometimes I will. Some people like very rough, very hard stuff, but I get a little nervous doing that on the first time with somebody because I don't know what's too far. And I probably, I probably ruined the mood on this, but like I had to stop and ask this girl like fucking 15 times when I was overseas because I'm like fucking, and she's crying, like actually like crying. And I'm like, are you sure you're okay? And she's like, yeah, like, stopping and keep fucking going. I'm like, okay, I guess. But like, I'm like really worried that at some point she's gonna flip. She's like, get the fuck off of me. Like, you're actually raping. Like, okay, dude. Like, holy shit. But yeah, like it's so hard with new partners. You just instantly know like everything. Like communication is really important, basically. Yeah.
No, it is. And like, oh my gosh. Okay, when you said like the difference between like a pleasure sound or a pain sound, my brain's like, Brittany, go vanilla, go vanilla. I was like, oh yeah. People don't usually like to get hurt necessarily during their sex. And I was like doing this math in my head, but it's so true. So again, if we have to have consent conversations in middle of, I usually make it a part of the thing where like, oh, do you, like, you ask questions like, oh, do you want me to hurt you? Like, do you like it when I hurt you like that? It's like, oh, yeah. And then you can answer, yes, I do. Keep going. It's like, that way you don't have to like stop and quote unquote ruin the moment. Which, by the way, when you're with someone you really like, I don't know if I really believe in like the concept of ruining a moment.
It
Maybe
shouldn't
in like
happen,
a one night
right?
stand. Yeah, like ideally you would just like be able to communicate and you'd know why they were reaching out. Someone said, super chat said, this is a side effect of the pornification of sex. Same with what you said about those creepy choking gawk BJs. Oh yes, like I do think like a lot of, especially Gen Z is suffering heavily, and I usually would not fuck Gen Z. They're quite young, but I mean, I'm, you know, maybe in certain situations, but like, you know, they're young people and they're been on porn, and a lot of the men in particular are really not getting the proper sex education they need. And so they're all doing the pornification thing, which is just, it's so human. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to humanize this experience because it is so human. There was a situation that I knew of where like, this bubble that existed was sort of, if you come to this place, assume your drinks will be spiked.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because someone I knew went to this sort of bubble, hung out, thought she was safe, and then this thing happened. And the way she confronted the people were like, this isn't normal. And they're like, well, it's normal here. They're like, she's like, what does that mean? Shouldn't you have told me that it was normal here to spike people's drinks before you did it? And they're like, well, we thought you came for sex. We thought you came for partying. And she's like, no, I thought I was just having a normal date night with my friends. Like, I didn't know to expect this. And it was like a weird moment where I almost couldn't believe it. I was like, no. And then I realized like, okay, hold on. Maybe in like party schools, party areas, party situations, there is this assumption. Like I actually have a podcast about my rape and whether or not it was rape, because I'm trying to imagine the rapists. Like what was their thinking? We were at a house party, there was lots of drugs, I was drunk as fuck. And like, were they thinking that this was a consensual thing? I always justified it as no, because wasn't asked my consent. When I tried to get up, they weren't into it. I felt like they covered my head. I assumed it was a jacket or something, or like maybe there's just their body. Like it felt very suffocating to me. And then years later, I dealt with like this PTSD and I went to therapy. And the way that I kind of moved through it was sort of like humanizing the whole situation and thinking, okay, it was rape. And maybe these two guys meant it to be fun. For them, it could have also been rape. And I'll never know because I don't know who they are. They're like, I was in my 20s, I was really suicidal. And I would go to these house parties in hopes that like literally I would overdose. And so I was kind of in that moment thinking maybe this will be it. Maybe they'll kill me. Like to get really real about how sexual experiences can be very dark is like some of us aren't having fun, consensual, beautiful sex. Some of us are trying to die. And so we get ourselves into situations that are really dangerous. Like that girl you were talking to yesterday said something like, Steven, there's house parties. Yeah, girl, that's what I'm trying to say. Are house parties situations where you can play with fire and really get burned? And maybe, not to quote my father here, but maybe we should avoid these situations. Or maybe we should say, maybe these aren't the situations where we should be having sex. Every time I tell people I was assaulted, the first thing they say is, oh, was it at a BDSM dungeon? I'm like, no, fuckers. Yeah. Like BDSM dungeons would do everything to avoid this by negotiating. It happened in a vanilla party house because there is no negotiation. There is no open talk. I don't know how many of those boys and girls would just like do things where we were all just winging it. Like literally they would just like come up out of nowhere and hold you and hope that it would lead to something. Versus in BDSM culture, I mean, you're not even supposed to fucking touch anyone's anything without asking for it.
I hate so much that this is considered part of BDSM culture. Something that you said earlier that is so true is that like there is so much value in the ways that people in BDSM cultures relate to each other that shouldn't have anything to do with BDSM. That should be in every single sexual circumstance. It should just be like standard practice. Like the idea that like, oh, like do you have a safe word? Yeah, I'm into really kinky stuff. I have a safe word. Like anybody can have a safe word. You can be the most vanilla like missionary with the lightsaber person in the world, and you can still have like safe words for like, hey, you know, like yellow light. This is like let's chill for a second. Or red light, I need to stop right now. You know, like all of these types of ways of communicating about circumstances. This isn't reserved for like the most crazy, kinky, outrageous circumstances ever. Like these should be like standard practice for everybody.
It's just that I meet a lot of people who feel like you take away from the authenticity of the interaction by negotiating.
Does does that actually happen? I'm so curious because I have never in my life, I hear people say that a lot. That's not to say that like this is the only type of people that would say this, but in my life, it's always like kind of like the alpha posturing guys that will say like, well, if you ask a girl for permission, blah, 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 like it always ruins the moment. There have been, I can see that happening if you're really crazy about it, like, can I kiss you, can I touch you, can I blah, 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 but every single time, not every time, but most of the time I'm gonna have sex with somebody, we've like sexted or talked about a ton of this stuff beforehand, and when it comes time to the actual sex, like, you're still having to think and be fluid and everything, but like, a lot of the hard stuff is solved. Like, they've already told me what they like, they've already told me what they don't like now it's more or less just, we've made the game plan and we're kind of like getting down to it. And you know, if I feel like they're uncomfortable, or I stop for a moment, I was like, hey, are you feeling okay or whatever? I've never done this, and the girl is like, you know, you stopped a chick, you know what I mean? You really ruined the mood. Like, that is, I've never had that experience in my life. Not to say that that's impossible, but it's almost always the opposite. I'm not trying to give like a guide for manipulative rape, but every single time I've stopped and been like, hey, you seem like a little uncomfortable, do you want to like chill for a moment? Those nights have always ended in sex for me. They've never not gone that way. I don't know, that's like a really weird thing that I hear from people. Somebody's like, oh, I don't want to ruin it and lose everything. It's like, bro, you're gonna ruin it like pushing too hard the other way, is my experience. Yeah.
Okay, I have so much to say about this, but I need to pee.
Go
I
for it,
told my audience what happened, so I'll be right back.
Knock yourself out, be careful. We're gonna do drugs and travel after this, guys. Are you hyped? Are you hyped for it? I try this talk with consent with my jungler every time. Hey, listen, I see you're coming down to gank me. Can you not do that, please? Wait for 20 minutes. Doesn't work in League, though. Hold on one second, I'll be back.
Always win.
All right, let me see what super chats we have, because I think I missed one. Oh, I think I missed one. This says, I feel like a dude. If you plan on being in a long-term relationship at some point in your life, you should get used to not finishing every time. Oh, for sure. Like, realistically, right? Like, we're humans. I just feel like sometimes people really forget we're people and we're struggling and we're going through things. Or, like, I've been thinking about, like, even, like, relationships. I shared this video the other day of a person in a relationship who had gotten into, like, who had gotten MS. And how, like, people are like, oh, I would leave my partner if they were, like, disabled, or I would do any of these things. And I just think, like, where does the love come in? You know what I mean? Hey, Steven.
Hi, what's up?
Talking about, where does the love come in? Like, can I ask you about you and Melina?
Yeah, this is, I'm going to be very atypical here. I don't think it's even the normal guy experience. It sounds a little bit mean or cold to say, but for me, emotional stuff and physical stuff are in two totally different worlds. They're not at all connected to me. So yeah, that's a...
No, I'm gonna push back on you.
Push
Sorry,
as
I don't
hard
believe
as you want. So many women have tried, so go for it. Knock yourself out.
Well, because then you lied the other day when you said that you like to like have casual partners that you actually like you like as people, and you want to go like, right? So like, isn't that love? Like, isn't that a version of love? Friendship love, but it's love, right? Isn't it? Consideration, love for the fellow human.
Okay, well, if your definition of love is that, then yeah, then love and sex are totally close to me. I really like pleasing people. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
we usually when people say love, they're like when you're having like. So for instance, like I can go watch a movie with somebody, cuddle up the entire time, like hold hands or hug them on the way back to the hotel room. We can fuck, we can cuddle all night and sleep. And then the next day, like we'll leave and I'm like, oh, that was a really fun experience. Like I'm like super friendly with you, but I'm not like in love with you. I don't feel a romantic attachment, like anything like that.
Right.
Yeah. That's a really hard experience, I think, for a lot of people to understand. But if you want to talk about like a general love for people, then yeah, sure, of course. Yeah.
So I'm literally like, that's why I like your brain a lot, because it's exactly how, like, that's how my brain works. Where I tried to explain this to one of my friends, and he was like, no. He's like, do you objectify them? And I was like, well,
Sure.
I mean, you could say that.
Yeah.
Like, you could say that. But I'd like to think that I'm like humanizing you by giving you the respect we've negotiated for, which is not to call you at 3 a.m., not to bother you, not to interrupt your life, not to like do anything we didn't negotiate for. Because it takes me so long to fall in love with people, and it has to be intentional. Like, I can't just fall in love with somebody. That's not how it works for my brain, but that's my brain, right? Like, so my brain is very much like, oh, we've negotiated. That's what I'm saying when I can say, I can look at someone and be like, oh, are we negotiating for just a specific thing? Perfect. Love it. It makes me feel so good.
Returning back to what I said earlier, though, these negotiations in the end don't seem to matter much. I think there's a lot of work that you have to do on your part to figure out where they're at, because people, they're either not honest with themselves or with you about where they are. Because I've negotiated a lot of those situations where I thought everything was good. And sometimes, like, the language that I use is, like, almost clinical. Like, I've had people where I've gone back and looked at the DMs and it's like explicit, like, hey, just so you know, I'm not breaking up with my fiance. I have no intention of dating you. I'm a very physical, cuddly person. Doesn't mean I'm in love with you. Doesn't blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh yeah, cool. That's totally fine. And then the experience happens and it's like, they're like, I feel like you tricked me. And it's like, okay, well, fuck me, you know? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So we got a super chat. It says, is it okay to ask a girl you don't know at a bar or club to make out, or is that rude? When is it okay to do that? Been told by family it's rude. Bilbo Baggins. It's cute. I feel like this is such a black, like, it's not, I don't know, like, what kind of club is it? Is it a sex club? Because, like, at a BDSM dungeon, that would be normal. Like, hey, do you want to make out with me in that corner? Yes, I do. Thank you for asking. And then you just go and make out with people. But, like, in a different bubble, you might be at, like a dance club, like a place I probably would not know what to do with myself at. Or you could be at a gay, oh my god, my early 20s was like gay club, and gay men would like fondle me, touch my boobs, pull down my shirt, make out with me. They'd come out of like nowhere, and I'm like, bitch, are you not a faggot? And they're like, yes, are you not a dyke? I'm like, excuse me, sir. And I'm like, do you want to make out with other women? Go make out with that straight 40-year-old woman who like needs attention, because like I'm good, I'm looking for pussy. And like we would be like yelling at each other, and it'd be so funny and normal. And like I know there was a time where feminism came in and started saying like gay guys shouldn't feel okay to just touch women. And I'm like, yeah, but like at a gay club, which is for gay men, which is hypersexualized a lot of the time, you have the right to have a space where if you're here, this is kind of the expected thing, because I'm a touchy-feely person, and sometimes, oh my god, do you not just want to be like a body in a crowd of people being touched by strangers and then go home and never do it again? Like, am I the only person that likes to flirt with like risky sex sometimes? Or like, oh my god, I had a conversation with a friend who asked me, like, we were talking about like, oh, do you ever just want to get into a toxic relationship? I'm like, oh my, yes, absolutely. Like, don't you ever just want the passion and the fire and the toxicity and then you want to bail? Yes. Like, but should we engage? Should we be more efficient with how we're engaging?
Yeah.
Like, what? Tell me. Like, what do you think about that idea?
Right,
do you think adults are...
Something I was going to say earlier, and this is a hard one, and it's like, I don't even think I haven't even scratched the surface of like how insane I think takes can get related to rape and everything. And when I say insane, I mean like stuff that people wouldn't expect. Like this is, okay, I'm going to couch this in a lot of careful language, okay? Everybody should work through stuff on their own. Just because you enjoyed something doesn't necessarily mean it was good. There might be trauma you have to work through, blah, blah, blah. Talk to a therapist, figure that out, right? In the first serious relationship I had, it was unbelievably toxic. Like, there was a lot of physical abuse involved on her end, but still, there was a lot of physical abuse involved. It was super, like, mindfucky or whatever. There was also a lot of sexual experiences that, like, looking back, like, I was getting raped a lot. But when I like think back to these were the hottest sexual experiences of my life. Now, that's a really loaded statement, but when you say like, man, sometimes I want to hop into a toxic relationship, I absolutely understand what you mean when you say that. And that doesn't make these types of sexual relationships okay, or it doesn't mean that like people should pursue these and people should respect boundaries and everything. But like, yeah, I think that the way that we can like relate to sexual experiences a lot can be incredibly complicated, or even when there are things that aren't okay. So like one thing, for instance, is that like, I'm very nervous about like messing around in public. It's something that I'm not really comfortable with because I don't want to get caught. And my ex throughout high school, she knew that, and I asserted that boundary, but she knew that if she messed with me, eventually I would get so horny that I'd be like, okay, fuck it, we're doing it. Yeah, so like there'd be stuff like that, and looking back, and I was like, fuck, those were really, really hot experiences. I really enjoy that. But like, that's basically rape. Like, it's pretty rapey, yeah. And it's very, 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 very complicated, yeah.
Okay, so what intimacy does is, okay, so like openness leads, well, maybe like openness leads to trust, which leads to intimacy, which leads to, so what I do, should I give away my secrets? Wait, hold on. I have to think that maybe a future lover might be listening to this. Yeah. Okay, I'll say it this way. In intimacy situations, especially when you really know somebody, the line between what is a hard, in BDSM we call them hard limits and soft limits. So you have your soft limits, things that you're like, I don't know. And then hard limits are things you cannot do. Like, do not shit on my fucking chest, you fucking scat player. I'm not judging you, but do not do it. Right? It will ruin everything. But maybe, like, these are the soft limits you can play with. Okay, the line, though, is, like, so blurred because in the right situations, I have done things, not related to scat, but I have done things that are hard limits that I'm like, I know I said I didn't want to do this at all, but like given the situation, I'm kind of more open to it. And no, I'm not going to feel manipulated after.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Brittany is so fucking me. Like I'm so reliable with my own self. Like I have conversations with myself all the time. Like right now I'm having like 3 in my own head while I'm talking to you.
Sure.
Should I say this? Should I say it this way? Should I say
Oh,
it
like
this
the movie
way?
Her, basically,
It's like,
yeah. You've got like, have you ever seen that movie?
The robot one with
Yeah, she's talking to the guy and she's like,
Yes,
I'm
yes.
talking to 9 other AIs at the exact same time. We've got 47,000. Yeah, I know what you mean,
Yeah. So it's like, I actually really like that movie. But yeah, okay, so like, exactly. And so I have to rely on myself, not my partner. I have to rely on myself to communicate to my partner, hey, we're going towards that boundary. So like, are we sure we want to go here? I don't know how I'll react. I might cry. I might be angry with you tomorrow, but I'm not going to hold it against you because I'm making a decision to do it now. But I still might need really like a lot of aftercare tomorrow. I might need a lot of cuddles and reassurances that I'm not a dirty horse slut and you actually do love me and like all these things, right? So that's why I trust myself to have consensual adult relationships with people, because I know what I want and I know what my limits are. Even when I cross them, I know what they are.
But
I'm doing it.
It's interesting that you say that, because so this is one of the reasons why, not to make it about you, I guess, but like if I was with somebody, I would never trust somebody on a first time to make those calls. Now with somebody like say Melina, my wife, like that I could see either of us doing that, and it's like, okay, like even if it ends up being like this is a horrific experience and it maybe even traumatized, I'm never doing it again, but I'm not gonna hold it against you, right? Because we're both like we trust each other relatively quite a bit. But this is one of the reasons why I tell people, this is why sometimes I hate the concept of enthusiastic consent, and sometimes I hate the concept of like, you know, as long as she says yes and she enthusiastically says yes, it's okay. Like here is, I hate a lot of this because it sounds like advice for rapists, but here is something that I know to be true, okay? And I know this from personal experience. Not that I would do it, but because it's been on the table when it shouldn't have been, okay? Almost every single girl that I've been with, that when we've talked beforehand, she's like, I only want to fuck with a condom. If you eat somebody out, if both of you are hot and heavy, if she goes down on you and then she's crawling up and it's time to jump on you and the condom's not right there and you're like, do you just want to go for it? She will enthusiastically consent not every time, but a lot of the time. And it's one of the reasons why I tell people, like, sometimes having conversations beforehand is really important, because in the middle of it, you have no fucking idea what you'll be okay with. Like, I've been with girls who've never done it in their life who will say some shit like, pull it out and like fuck me in the ass. And it's like, we can't just do that in the middle of sex. This isn't gonna work, right? They're like, I don't care, just try it. It's like, it's not gonna work, but okay, right? Like, people will consent to things in the middle of sex that like they don't even necessarily want to do, or later they'll end up feeling bad about. In the context of like a very caring relationship where you guys trust and love each other, I think it's okay to push those. But with strangers, I get really nervous, and it's why I like to have conversations beforehand, because like you're liable to agree to a whole bunch of shit in the middle of an activity that like afterwards you're like, fuck, what the fuck was I thinking? Why did I do this? And now you're gonna have a lot of regrets and anxiety and like feel like you fucked up and like, yeah.
Well, actually, okay, so I kind of equate this to like non-sexual activity too, because like our first conversation was good, but this one's way better. And this one's way better because now we've established who each other are. I've seen your content. I assume you've seen enough of me, or at least you've talked to me now. It's like, it's better now the second time. Same with sex, guys. Like, you get to know someone. It's always better the more you know somebody, because then you do better and more interesting things. You adventure better, and like, you might even push some boundaries better. I feel like people forget that time is an honor. Like, spending time with somebody is like a big deal, and it's nice and it's good to have it because it allows opportunities for intimacy that like a lack of time just won't. And then you fuck up and then you wonder why it's not exactly the way you want it to be. But that's also life. Like, I don't know where this like, I mean, obviously I think it's from Hollywood and all this stuff, like this perfect sexual fantasy. Like, I see so many people that I'm like, so hot, would do. And then you talk to them and you're like, oh my God, like I can't, because like there's a discrepancy in how we see reality enough that this could land us in a bad sexual situation. Like, I listen to how people talk about consent and how they view it to decide my sexual partners, because I don't want to run into the mistake of like a miscommunication because of cultural differences. And in BDSM, we do this test with newbies where we'll say, what are your hard limits, or what are your limits? What are things that are off the table? And they're like, oh, I don't have any limits. I'm like, great. I'd like to cut off each of your toes. And then the idea is to like push into the head of the newbie, hey, fuckface, you haven't had enough experience to even know what is capable. I mean, what avenue we could even go down. Sex isn't just like missionary. Sex isn't just penis and vagina. Sex is so many things.
Sex isn't sex at all sometimes, but like in your case, right? Like, yeah.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
Like, why do you take your pencil? Why do you think your dick would be involved if we're gonna engage in a sexual, right? Like, it might even, yeah.
Exactly. Which is, by the way, I think my sort of like pocket of the world when I don't live in my farmhouse, like when I'm living on my little farm area and I'm like in the area with my friends, it's like their bubble, our bubble together is open for sex being so many things and looking so many ways that it's so cool. It blows my mind how many ways you can like turn a person on or fuck with their mind in a good, positive, healthy way, or how you can like adventure together. And it's so cool, guys. It is so fucking mind-blowing to me that like people live their, but you know what? I'm not trying to, literally, I don't mind if people don't want it. I don't mind if you just want missionary. I don't mind if you need the lights off and a tissue by the bedside. I don't mind how you do sex. What I think is the actual issue here, and it's like one of the allosexuals, which is like me and you, like regular sexually people, and then the asexuals, I'm losing my voice. The asexuals and the allosexuals come together. It's like a discrepancy in like what we imagine intimacy to look like. That's the same with everybody. Everyone has a fantasy preemptively going into a situation, which is why you have to check to see how much your fantasies align. Because like, what if you have a totally different idea going in of what you want, but then I'm sure you've had this happen, because it's definitely happened to me. You get someone on text, oh, we dirty texting, like it's the best thing. I'm saying everything I actually want to do, and that person is just going with it instead of actually expressing what they want. And then when you actually get down to doing it, it's like, oh, we have totally different ideas, or they thought, oh, it's just sexy talk. I didn't think
1,000,000%. Man, dude, I've done this to people, and I feel bad. Like, I'll look back on some text with a person because, like, I'll beat the shit out of you if we're like fucking role playing in a Discord chat room. Like, I'll be like crazy. But when it comes to real life, like, fuck, I don't know how tightly I can grip your neck. Like, I don't know like how much I can like do this particular thing. I don't know how comfortable. Like, it gets way harder. Yeah, and I've even had conversations where it's like, man, you know, we talked a lot on text about how like aggressive I like and everything. It's like, okay, yeah, I can type those things, but when we're actually hooking up, and it's the first time, it's the only time I've seen you, like things are gonna be way more moderated at that point, you know?
Yes, as they should be.
Yeah.
There should be a build up, because look, if you, well, I don't know how you operate, but my brain operates in the sense of like, I don't one and done people. So I'm assuming we're gonna have sex again, and I'd like to build up to whatever intimacy level we're gonna reach as like lovers, right? So instead of putting us in a hole saying this is our first, like our only time, we have to do everything, we have to fulfill every fantasy. I'm like, whoa, calm down. Let's like talk about future things. Let's do this now and get to know each other. And hell, if we feel ready for round 2 in the next 20 minutes, we'll do that too. But you know, there's always tomorrow. There's always later.
Yeah, and it always like they always build to better experiences, you know? Like again, like I have a decent amount of experience, but I'm still like a little bit nervous on my first time. Or there are times when I just like I totally don't. I know where everything is pretty well, and I feel like I really enjoy some things, but there are even times where I'll have a girl's like, "Hey, like my clit is like an inch below this, okay? You're totally missing it." It's like, "Oh shit, okay, well something is bumping out here and I had no idea, right?" Like there are times where like even I like, well, yeah, fuck shit up like that. And yeah, the first time is like it's like the exploratory phase. Like, okay, well, let's get to know the basics of our bodies. This is like the level 1 experience or whatever. Hopefully it can still be fun, and it usually is like really fun, especially if you've talked beforehand. But yeah, but then like after you've gotten that first experience out of the way, the second time you're just like you're ready to go. Like you have so much more ground to work with, and now we can start building to like more fun and slightly more adventurous things because we have some of the basics out of the way. Like I know what's gonna hurt you or not hurt you. I know like what gets you off, what doesn't get you off. Like I can read like when your body does this, it's a good thing. When you're doing this, you try to pull it. Like those like basic like nuances that you can really only figure out through experience. Like the first time you mess with somebody.
And look, like things won't always go perfect. I had a situation where I was having a threesome. It was me, a male, and a female as the focus, and this was like a different pairing than the one I talked about before. I've had quite the number of threesomes. Like I do like them. I think they're a lot of fun. Yeah. So like I was having this threesome. Yeah, I think they're great. Like bouncing off energy. I love the idea of double tagging or double teaming someone. Like it's just like it's a huge fantasy of my switchy brain. Okay. So okay, we're chilling. We're in bed, and the girl is getting turned on. And she starts to smell really bad.
Oh no.
And we're like, oh no, what do we do? And we're looking at each other, and I'm looking at him, and we're like, well, we can't just stop. Like we're literally having this conversation in our heads. We're not even talking. I'm like looking at him, and I'm like, he's thinking exactly what I'm thinking, which is like, we cannot just stop. This will embarrass her. It's just a smell. I know what it is. It's a yeast infection. I know what a yeast infection smells like. I was like, okay. And I looked at him. I was like, because like, you know, her head was kind of like in a pillow, and I was like, Like, just finish. Just, like, finish. So we focused on her. She finished. We kissed her on the forehead. We tucked her into bed. And I was like, in 10 minutes, you and I are going to go shower, okay? It's going to be really hot. And she was like, okay, great. We showered. The next day I called her. I was like, hey, girl to girl, yeast infection much? And she was like, oh, my God. And then I realized she was raised without a mother who never taught her about hygiene. And she was soaping her vagina, which fucks it up.
Yeah.
And it creates the yeast. But a lot of women don't know. Like, a lot of people don't know. A lot of men don't know. Men, oh, my God.
And women, men and women, and women.
Oh,
You're totally right with what you were about to say for men and shit on them. I will say that people talk about smegma a lot with men. It is a thing with women, okay? You absolutely should not be soaping your vagina out as a woman, okay? And I've seen women give this advice online, and it drives you crazy. It is not enough to just aim the shower head at your vagina and let it kind of like, or your vulva, and just let it flow over. You have to get into all the folds, and you've got to scribe it out with your fingers or whatever. There have been times I've been with women that are very clean, and they seem like really hygienic or whatever, and then you'll move a fold to the side, and it's like, we missed a little bit here, right? And it happens, and it's like, but nobody seems to mention that. But go ahead, shit on men now that I've shit on women. Go ahead.
No. I know men who like were so self-conscious of smelling. They would like put perfumes down there.
Ew.
And I'm like, Habibi, you're trying to give me a yeast infection. You don't even know it. And so what I do, my rule of thumb is before sex, we go shower together and I soap your body and I learn it and I touch it and I clean it to my specifications. And then we can do everything because I'm a very like oral person. Like I like my mouth on every part of a body. I think the human body is fucking magical and I just love it. So like I am all about it. There's no part of the body I don't want to put my mouth on. And so like if I'm going to put my mouth there, I need you to be clean enough for me to feel comfortable doing this. So I will clean you. I will do it. Let me clean you. You know what I mean? Or I was with a girl. I was with another girl. We were in the shower and she's like, can I clean you? And I was like, of course. And she soaped my vagina. And I was like, girl. No. And then I got a yeast infection within 24 hours. I was like, girl, who taught you? And like, again, all these women, there's so many women and it's not their fault. Like in the sense of like, we have no sex education. Moms don't teach us. My mom never taught me not to put soap down there. She just like wash yourself with water and be clean. So like I get in there, you finger yourself, you pull whatever you need to out. Some women, like I really recommend hydration. My rule, even with oral sex, like I literally have so many rules of like, if you want me to swallow, you better drink a shit ton of water and don't be sick. Like, because I will, I am not I don't want to spit anything out. That's super weird to me. I will swallow anything you want, but you need to make sure you are not putting me in a situation, which I've been in with men, where like, what I just swallowed was not okay. Like, just not okay. If you had to swallow this, you would not be okay. And so it's like, it's consideration. Be considerate of the situation you're putting someone in. But people don't. They just think, I gotta get sex. I gotta get sex. And I'm like, oh my God, the pressure. Slow down. There's so much that's about to happen here that is so great if you just slow down. And I just, oh my God. Oh, my mom brain is just like, please. Like, I want you guys to have good experiences. But you have to first own it that like you get to decide how and when you have sex. What it looks like. What it smells like. How far you're going. Speak up. Speak up. Don't come to me and say you're a strong, independent person and then can't even communicate with intimacy, which is like one of the best experiences, if you like sex, one of the best experiences you can have with a person. You're going to miss out on it because you don't want to do a little fucking research, because you don't want to speak up a little bit. What a lack of efficiency really pisses me off.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think that almost circling back to what started this conversation, I think sometimes people view sex as like this, you have a right to have it, and any impediment to it whatsoever is like a denial of your human right to pursue something. And it's like, no, like sex is like a cool thing, but there's like a decent amount of groundwork that has to be done sometimes to make sure it's happening in like a fun and productive way. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, can I ask you a couple open relationship questions about you and Melina?
Knock yourself out.
Okay, of course, like, don't answer anything she might not want you to answer to. Also, I hope, like, if she ever wants to talk to a girl, like, I would love to talk to her. She seems like a really nice person. I a little stalked her, but she seems lovely. So how did you guys actually have the initial conversation to have an open relationship? Because that's pretty unique to a I assume you guys don't hang out in, like, polycules or poly groups and open relationship groups.
She might have, kind of. I think she did.
Oh, okay.
But, so it started off that way. I don't know if you can have that conversation. I think if you're in a monogamous relationship and you suggest opening it up, I think it either opens up or the relationship ends, because I think that's a really hard conversation to move on from. And I've heard a lot of stories of it ending there, basically. Yeah, because it's like, oh,
well, yeah, it's like, well, first of all, it's a huge consent thing. We're like, hey, we're living a life together. It's limited. Do you want to be monogamous or not? But I work with couples too, like for their open relationships, and it's always like the fear is, who opened it up? Are you just wanting to fuck other people? Are you like not wanting to spend time with me, so you want other people? So that's why I asked.
Exactly,
so please
yeah.
go on.
I basically cheated in my last relationship, or a couple relationships ago, kind of, and I was like, I don't think I can't do monogamous relationships. Through my 20s, I was super horny, and then I figured, like, okay, now that I'm 30, I'm gonna try dating again, because I think I'm older and I'm a guy, and my sex drive should be dead by the time I'm 30, so no problem. And then I dated when I was like 29, 30 again. I was like, okay, well, this didn't change at all, and I realized, like, okay, I can't do monogamous relationships. It's not possible. So I found Melina, and she was already like a poly person. And then, yeah, we basically just started from that position. And then, yeah, that's how our relationship started. There was no like big talk or anything like that. It just started.
It must have been really nice actually for you. Can I dig a little bit into why you think you can't do monogamy?
It's sexual experiences with different people is a lot of fun for me. I think like I don't know how to explain it, but like every body is just a little bit different. Like there are some people that just the way that you fit together or the way that they move, or like it's not even like they're necessarily good or bad or whatever. It's just like different people are different, and it's super fun to be with different people and have those different types of experiences. Like there are some people that for whatever reason, when they give blowjobs, whether their mouths fit, then their tongues are, whatever, it's like, oh my god, this is like really good. I don't even know why. This girl isn't even like, she doesn't even have that much experience. She doesn't even but it just feels really good. Or there are some people that like the way that their attitudes are, the chemistry you have with them, it just makes the experience like really fun. The idea of being locked in with one person forever and then not getting to have any of that anymore seems like really daunting to me. Like realistically, I wouldn't be able to. I would cheat every time. There's just no way I could handle it. So yeah.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna poke you a little bit about that.
You can poke as much as you want. Go for it.
Okay, I want to preface this for the audience too, guys. I'm gonna poke him, and I'm not judging. I'm just like gay queering. So like, I hear this from men sometimes in open relationships, and it makes my red flags go up. Where I'm like, I'm sorry. Are you saying that you don't, because it sounds like Fresh and Fit, where they're like, every man just wanted to fuck pussy, and you can't expect men not to fuck pussy. Now, of course, the difference is that they say, like, their female partners can't also fuck, which is so fucked up, right?
I don't know how that works, but yeah.
You just, yeah, so you're saying you love Melina, you want to be she's your anchor partner, she is the only person you will build a life with. You guys want the options to enjoy moments of time with other people.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheating is hard for me too, because my partner cheated on me, and that was really difficult for me to process because we were also in an open relationship. So I was like, why did you do this? You don't sleep with this one person. And like he was like,
but usually if that rule has been set, and we have those. Also, let me be like ultra clear, okay? When I give advice, I'm like the best, most responsible, like perfect person, and this like my real life relationships are way messier than this, okay? Like I have tons of problems that like people would look at some of my problems and they would go like, man, there's a guy called Destiny Online that gives really good advice. It seems like you should take some of it sometimes, because I do a lot of dumb shit and I have problems too. So let me be clear. I might even said this last time, but like don't let me lead you under the false pretense like my relationship is perfect and I take all my advice perfectly and we have all these great conversations and everything's fine. Like there are absolutely problems we run into. So I have a feeling that what you're about to say related to the partners, like we have had those discussions, like there is this person like you can't be with or whatever, and I was like, okay, well this is the person I want to be with, and like there's a lot of complicated shit that stems from that too. So yeah, go for it.
Well, it's this idea. I have this romanticized idea that if I'm in a relationship with a partner, then we are going to see the world similarly enough that we will avoid trouble in the same way. So like, okay. Right? So like the girl he slept with was my stalker, and I was like, don't sleep the crazy lady. Like we didn't know at the time she was my stalker. She used him to get to me, which was very clever of that little person. But like I was one of those things where I was like, I'm telling you, I'm getting bad fucking vibes, bro. Like there's something about her that seems very dangerous to me, and I don't know why everyone is ignoring it, because she's like, she looks like a victim. Like that's like great. I love that, and I'm the angry Middle Eastern woman. I get it. But I'm telling you, there's something wrong. And then where did we end up? In fucking court for a rape accusation. So like I was right. And so like what I'm saying is, at what point? So you guys don't run a relationship where you're like equally, oh god, I don't want to like put this bad energy out there, but like you're not equally
You can put the worst type of chat. Listen, my life is insane. Nothing you say, not that like you're dumb, but like I think you're like approaching the conversation in good enough faith that like you're not gonna say something like, oh fuck you, like you ruined everything, blah blah. Like you're fine. Don't worry about it.
No. Okay.
You're good.
So I just like it sounds like you're almost in a relationship where you don't rely on each other to be smart in the same way. Is that accurate?
We don't rely on each other to be smart in the same way, as in because like one of us sets certain types of boundaries on who we can fuck or not fuck, or.
Yeah, like what if Melina came to you and was like, hey, Steven, like this person, bad vibes. And you were like, fuck it, I don't care about bad vibes.
Yeah, so this is something so we're moving off of like general sex advice to stuff that's kind of like very personal to me. A difficult problem that I have is I don't get jealous ever. I can be competitive in what I think is like a fun way, but I don't ever get jealous.
No.
And I'm also incredibly internally driven. I super don't give a fuck about, it sounds negative, but like even my partner to some extent, like I don't need her support or approval to feel good about myself. Like all of this is internal. I'm very, very, very internally driven. So one of the difficult things that I found when balancing my relationships is that like, I don't usually have any boundaries for the other person. I super don't give a fuck. They can go and fuck whoever, they can do whatever they want. Like I just don't care. However, there are the other fuck, hold on, I'm sorry.
You're Pepe.
It's okay. I used to play Rust a lot, and I don't know how you play Rust.
It's not even, no, I'm not even, I'm just mining.
Not even Rust?
I'm farming. No, I am, I was just being stupid. Okay. There are times where my partner, obviously, almost everybody that I associate with is going to want to have like a few more boundaries than what I'm comfortable with. So we necessarily like don't see the world the same way sometimes. So one example of this might be, and I try to set these rules at the start just because I think they're like basically like compatible rules, is like if I'm associating with somebody, like there are a couple rules that I have. I'll never, ever speak about any problem that I have with my partner with a hookup friend. That's just like such a basic, obvious rule. Even in friendship circles, you should never do that.
Pause. I'm sorry. I was reading a comment and I was like, we need to talk about that. And then you said something. Did you just say you do not talk to your partner about the people you hook up with?
No. I never speak negatively about my partner or any problems I have with my partner with a hookup person. So if I'm seeing a girl,
okay, good.
Even if me and Emily had a horrible fight that day, I'm never mentioning that to a girl I'm hooking up with because it does a whole bunch of really bad things.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and I'll never like shit talk my partner or anything. These are obvious. Like you're disaster zone, right? However, hypothetically, theoretically, there might have been times where other guys try to do that with Melina. Or I'll see, some people say things like, "Oh, I'm better than your partner. Like I got a bigger dick than him. Tell me blah 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 blah." Personally, I think it's funny because like when I see stuff like that, it reeks of insecurity to me, and I think that it's a funny competitive environment. Like this person is like super hell bent on like trying to outdo. Like I don't know. I think that's funny. But if somebody was saying that about my partner, about Melina, that would be like you can't see that person anymore because this person is like being like really negative or combative. So like that's an example where you ask, do we see the world the same way? Probably not. We see it a bit differently. So I think I need input on her side sometimes to figure out like what she's okay with, because there's always going to be lines that she doesn't want to be crossed that I myself like wouldn't even think twice. Like I don't really care about this thing. Yeah, if that makes sense.
That's fair. Now I also don't. I've had this as a theme in my channel for like literally my whole life, where like I'm not. Anytime someone has described what jealousy is, I was like, I don't feel that. What is that? And even my partners have said to me like, I feel like you're not jealous enough. I was like, oh, I don't think I should feel that way. Now someone's calling cap in the comments though. They're saying there's no way. They're saying you are so disconnected from your relationship that you don't need to feel jealous. But I want to ask you about that because I haven't met another person who identifies that way like I do. So I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't even bother explaining it. I think that it's a very inhuman response, and I don't think most people understand it, and I don't think most people believe it when I say it. But there's like really no other way to like I usually just don't even have the argument. Yeah, I mean, like I can point to like, I mean, this is my lifestyle, this is how I live. Like you can ask a girl I've dated or whatever. Like, I just don't care. It's not something that I'm intimately concerned with. I think that like the way that I view it is, I like it when my partner has other sexual experiences, especially good ones, because I think that it makes me feel a little bit more competitive, and I'm a very competitively driven person, and that's like a fun environment to me. But I also have like a lot of stuff going on in my real life. And I'll admit this might be a little bit toxic, but like my point of view is that like if my partner were to go off, find somebody else, and they have such a good time with them that they want to be with them, then go knock yourself out. Like I can find a different partner. I'll focus on my work shit. Like I'm not going to hold you hostage in a relationship where you feel like, you have a better match with somebody else. Like go enjoy your thing or whatever. That's cool. And then I'll go find somebody else and I'll do my thing. That's just like how I tend to view things. But like I think I have a kind of an abnormal level of like internal drive or I don't want to say something that makes it sound like everybody else is worse, because I don't think so. I think that there are a lot of value monogamous relationships. People can do that too. I don't mean to like present that as like, oh, like if you're not like this, you suck. But just for me personally, that's just how I view relationships. It's not something that I'm like, so yeah, I don't have that type of attachment to them. Yeah.
Okay, so I call it roommate dating, where you guys are like two individuals cohabitating, but like you go in different parts. Because like I don't feel jealousy, but I feel possessiveness over my partner. So I'm like, that's mine. I own it. It's mine. I peed on it. It's mine. And like everyone who comes in, like I've established I'm like monogamish, where I can't do poly. I'm too, my plans will not fuck with it. But like threesomes on occasion, like things we're doing, sure. But not a revolving door. I cannot handle that much new energy in my life. Like go away.
Sure.
But I am not jealous. Like I'm not jealous that someone else loves you. Of course they do. You're hot as fuck, babe. Like why would I be with you? Obviously. Like it's just like cool. Like it's great. Human beings are animals. Like we live on a planet. We have sex drives. We have attraction. Like I hit part of toxic TikTok where like some couples won't even let their partners like salivate over actors and actresses.
Yeah. Or like, is it
Like,
cheating when my partner masturbates to porn? Or like,
I can't handle it.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh man. Now there
Like,
are
what?
those circumstances where like, this might be like a little bit like too much. Like I think you've got some stuff you need to work
So
through.
much. So no, that is so overwhelming to me because like I'm a big proponent of sex work and porn and OnlyFans. I don't give a fuck about any of this. Like guys looking at Instagram posts, like yeah, I'm also looking at Instagram posts. I think it's also because I'm queer. Like I'm literally gay, so like I can also look at women and be like, yep, that's fucking want to hit that, want to do that. Like I get that. But I am, so there's two types of relationships I think the world mostly operates in, and that's the roommate. Like we are equals, we're in a relationship, we could get divorced, we could not get divorced. I'm open to you being happy. And then there's what I call like Coco dating, which is Disney's Coco. It's like you have generational love. You have grandparents and grandmas and have been together for 40, 50 years. And you have grandkids and all these families, and you come home and there's pie and food on the table because that's how I was raised. That's what I love. But, but I also know, because I'm a fucking adult, I know that there might come a point where even though we are madly in love and we love each other so much, that my partner might wake up one day and say, you know what, I think I need something different. And that would be very painful to me. Like I would understand that. I would believe in consent. I would want them to feel safe to leave, but I would also want them to understand like, oh, this is hard because I imagine we would die together. Like I am that kind of brain. So like you don't feel that desire at all to grow old with somebody, or like you do, but you're like how?
Yeah, I don't know about, maybe I have like attachment issues or something, but it would be nice to. Like I super love my current partner. I love Melina a lot. Like I think about us like, oh, like you know, if I was dying, like this is somebody I would want on my deathbed. Like I hope that we grow old together. Like the idea of like having kids and everything would be really cool. And these are things I look forward to. But like, I think that the thing that I'm more concerned with is I really want to make sure that the person who's with me, that I'm the person that they want to be with the most. And if you going off and then like fucking another dude and like really liking that guy and then you really want to be with him, if that's something you enjoy more, I don't want you to feel like you're a hostage to me, that like, oh no, you've got to stay here. Like I can't fathom you being like, if you really enjoy someone else, go find someone else. Like I think I can probably find another person that likes me. Like I don't seem to have a problem. That sounded weird, but like I can like, yeah, I can find other people that like I can date and then like we can go on from there. But I guess that's the thing that like I don't like the idea of like, this person has to be my partner, and I don't want them to even look at another person because if they find somebody else, they'll like somebody else more. Like, I think I'm a really cool person. I think I'm a really unique person. I'm a hard person to get along with, but I think if you're in a relationship with me, I think you're generally having like a pretty unique experience, a really good time. And if you feel like you can find something better elsewhere or find something different that you enjoy more, then I mean, go for it. That's on you.
Yes, no, I agree with what you're saying is very reasonable. Obviously, like if you believe in consent, you can't hold people hostage. Like you got to let them go. But on the same front, I feel like it's the way people go into relationships that are very interesting to me. I've changed them over the years. Like just comparing myself and my past, like I always think about like, what do I want? And again, my life is so freaking perfect that I'm like, even thinking about dating someone would be such a very specific thing for me that I probably won't even get there in my lifetime. But if it happened, I assume the reason it happens is because holy shit, like there are 1 million people I'm compatible with, let's say out of the 7 billion, like let's say 1 million, but like what are the statistical probability that like I'll even come across them? I don't leave my house, I live on the internet, so maybe they're like in my audience right now. Hello, are you in my audience right now? It's like, oh wow, but like I don't need a relationship to like fulfill the joy in my life, but it would be like a cherry on top. But like I guess I would feel maybe it's the borderline. I would feel insecure, I think, if someone didn't have the same plan as me. Like, hey, yes, we can fall in love with abundantly willing people, but we're not going to. And yes, there is somebody out there that's probably better suited for you in this lifetime, but we are in love with each other, and we are in a category already of compatible people, so we don't need to go for that thing that's even extra more perfect.
Yeah, which I think is actually, not only is that super fair, that's one of the biggest problems that I have with people in my life, and maybe you've actually already even picked up on this because you're kind of saying this, is I think people in my life tend to feel very replaceable, which makes them feel a little bit scared sometimes when they interact with me. And I don't mean to give that impression. Like, I'm super love Melina. I've done more for her than I ever thought I would do with a person in my life. Like, moving to Sweden for fucking 2 months is like an unfathomable thing for me to do. So like, there have already been things where like, and that's a challenging thing for me because on their end, they're having a very human experience where she's saying things like, hey, like the experience that you have in this relationship is a little bit different than mine, and it makes me feel really insecure and sometimes really bad because I feel like really replaceable. And then in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, well, hold on, you dumb bitch. Look at the actions I've taken. How the fuck can you think I don't love you? How do you think I'm not want to be like? You're actually insane. Like, you think I'm gonna leave you for something that would never happen? But we're having very different emotional experiences where I think her experience is super reasonable and 100% of people would have that experience being with me. And then I think that my experience is logically justified, but emotionally it's a little bit disconnected, I think, from a lot of people sometimes. So I have to try to go, I try sometimes to go like a little bit above and beyond, and it's like, I think this thing is dumb, but I'm going to do it because I'm trying to show you that like I care or I love you or I want to make the sacrifice for you, whatever, yeah.
Okay, I got to ask a question. Are you neurodivergent at all?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not like diagnosed or anything, but like I feel pretty autistic, but who knows? I don't know.
Okay. I thought you actually did have autism for a second because I thought I heard that, but then my audience was like, no, I don't think it's diagnosed. And I was like, oh, okay. Because I thought that was it. Like the way you talked about Melina in the first conversation we had, you said something that made me go, oh, I wonder if he's literally like, because certain brains really do work certain ways. Like I'm very, with my lovers, I'm very good at being like, oh, hey, I'll talk to you in like a couple weeks, or hey, like when it's time, I'll reach out. Like I try not to because I'm really busy. Like my life is stupid busy. So like I don't even have the time to have small talk all the time with people, but I'd like the openness to be there. When you have time, message me back. It's no pressure. It's not an emergency. Like Habibi, when you have a chance, it's not the end of the world. But when you're dating in normal vanilla culture, usually, or any relationship culture, even BDSM, there's like, oh, they haven't talked to me in a week, and oh my God, they're ignoring me. It's like, Habibi, they're busy. They have a job. We're grown. We're in our 30s. We're busy. It's not personal. And so someone asked me, they're like, well, do you feel like when you have casual sex, Brittany, that you disconnect from what's happening? Yes, in the past, I can do this. If I want to have sex without the feelings, yeah, absolutely. I try not to. Because then it is a very objectifying kind of process, and like we're just trying to get off. Like one time I drove 3 hours, had sex with this guy, and then left, and he's like, whoa. He's like, you literally just came for sex? I was like, didn't I say that? I said I worked all day, I'm very tired, I just wanted to have sex, and I wanted to go home. And he was like, yeah, but I thought you would stay over.
It's a part where the verbal thing didn't even matter because they thought that like, because in his mind, he might be thinking like, even if she says that, I know she's going to feel differently, But yeah, there's a lot of people that,
Which, by the way, because somebody said, the way I talked about that cuddle guy in the story I told you last time, they said, oh, she's so callous with the way she talks about him. It's like, okay, grown up. Let's be grown-ups right now. There are two ways to think about that. Well, there's many ways. You can think about it completely in your feelings. This is a human. He's sensitive. He's never met anyone like me who's like very open in negotiation. He wants to cuddle. He wants to have a moment. From my perspective, he's just a person. I'm not really that like motivated. I don't feel connected to him. I don't know how his mind works yet. Or actually I do, because he insulted my job. And so it's like, okay, I already am like annoyed with him a little bit, and now he wants to be physical. It's like, me, it's very logical. But people are like, but think about his feelings. Yeah, bitch, think about my feelings. This man came into my space, insulted me, and then was like, he literally was doing that thing. What is it called? Guys, it's a technique where they insult you to make you more attached. What is that?
Negging.
Negging. And I was like, bitch. And I was like, I just looked at him like, oh, sweet bean. And I do. So maybe I infantilize adults I infantilize adults, not intentionally, but out of compassion for them. Because if I don't, then I'm going to think you're equal in terms of introspection, which means now I'm going to yell at you and call you a fucker. Do they understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you? Like, if I don't assume you don't mean the worst, then I can be more compassionate towards you. But if you're as smart as I am, then you're doing this on purpose, which means you're being a bitch. Like, you're being a literal malicious person.
Yeah, when there are people that I interact with, I like very out of the box people. Okay, that's toxic, crazy, whatever. It's more entertaining for me. But there are people that I interact with, and me and Melina talk about this sometimes. Sometimes I interact with people, and this sounds really mean. Hold on. Let's say there are two other hypotheticals, right? Because I realize it's going to sound really mean. But nah, I mean, realistically, it happens. Like, we'll be talking to people, and sometimes, like somebody will say, like, man, I think that person is really evil. And I'll be like, no, actually, I don't think that person's evil. I think the person's, like, really selfish, but I don't think they have, this is a term I've used before, I don't think they have, like, the emotional depth to be evil. I think they're just kind of like selfish and rude. But there are other people, and they might even do like kind of similar actions where it's like, this motherfucker is evil, okay? Like, there might be a girl who is like, I really want to fuck you and blah, 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 and they don't really, but they just want to because they want to hear it. Like, that girl is like, would I call her like manipulative? Probably not. She just, there's like a certain set of actions she does, and she's like, blah, blah, blah. But we've ran into other girls who, like, I know they hate the fuck out of Melina, and I know they don't even like me that much, and they are desperately trying to fuck me just to fuck with Melina. That is evil.
Oh, that's so
yeah, and I'm like,
fucked
this
up.
motherfucker's evil. Yeah, but I wouldn't accuse like every person where I'm like, okay, you are an evil person. I'm like, okay, this person's selfish. Like, I don't care that much. But for other people, it's like, you're actually an evil person, which is yeah, a different type of thing. Yeah, there are differences to where it's. Did you ever do any art in school?
I did theater.
Oh, fuck.
Does that count?
Okay, it might count. When I did music, there's this weird phenomenon where if a beginner does something, this is actually probably the same in the theater world as well. When a beginner does something, there's not really much you can critique them on. Like you give some general, hey, try this, try that, or whatever. When somebody that's at a far more advanced level does something, there's a million places for critique. Like, you can do this better, that better, but it's because there's so much better, there's more for you to say about it. Right? And I imagine it's similar with theater. Like if I watch like if I go to a play that Nathan is doing, like he's 10 years old. Like, what am I going to say, Whereas like if you see a play by, like a professional actor or like a college level, intermediate college level actor, there's a million pieces of critique you can give. Like, have you considered this type of tone, this way of delivering a line, right? Just because they're better. And I feel like that's a little similar to what you're saying about people who are like, like if I feel like you have a little bit more emotional depth and maturity and you're acting this way, it's so much worse when you do it than somebody that like isn't really that has that level of emotional depth who's just kind of like running on autopilot.
Yes, this is what I mean by humanizing people, because I know I talk in black and white language. Y'all just like fucking translate, please, for the love of God. And then like obviously like I deal with a lot of hyper emotional women especially, and like one of the things I've realized from my past, like people, I am much more compassionate and lenient on people that don't have the literal capabilities of even problem solving close to what I expect them to in order for me to judge them. And it's not me like infantilizing them, it's me respecting where they are in their fucking journey. So like that's why like I worry about when I'm interacting with people, like how it's like adults are adults and you can make decisions. This is going back to the consent conversation, but not all of us are adults in the same way. So yes, you will run into situations where grown-ass adults, like there were people in the dungeon in their 70s that I absolutely could have manipulated and been abusive towards if I really wanted to, because they were so innocent in their BDSM journey. And I brought them in, as many of us do in the dungeon. We go, hey, don't do it this way. Come here and do it this way. Take a class. Don't let people take advantage of you, because they even the people taking advantage of you might not even know they're doing it. Like they might not even process it. So you have to be very open. And the problem is like if you have a lot of people pleasing people, which I am not a people pleaser in any capacity, and so like when you have a people pleasing person, they tend to forego those rational kind of like, oh, I don't want to make people uncomfortable statements that they're going to have to make to be clear and to be safe. And so
absolutely. Which
so like
another way, real quick, and looping, or actually no, finish your thought before I go.
No, finish, please.
I was gonna say, looping it back around to what we were talking about in the beginning. There's something that I said yesterday that at least one person on that panel got really upset when I said it. And I said, a lot of rape, I think, happens like accidentally. And you're just like, what? Impossible. And it's like what you just said there. There are a lot of people that are like people pleasers, and they're not really 100% into something, but they don't really want to say no. And they might, the craziest thing is, they might even say yes. They might even give you affirmative consent when they aren't really feeling it and they don't really want to do it. And it's like, this happens. And these types of people like can end up being in situations where they're like, I don't know if I'd call it rape or not, but like it kind of sort of is. But the person raping them, it doesn't mean to do it. They do mean to like maybe push a little harder than they should, but they don't mean to be like a rapist. Like if they knew what they were doing, they'd probably like, okay, fuck, I should stop this, And it's these things definitely come up and happen.
I'll give you one about men because I work with a lot of gay men and bisexual men, and one of the things they tell me is like, as a man, I feel very obligated to be sexual and to want sex all the time, and even I don't want to do it, but then the girls make me feel like, you're a guy, you're supposed to want it, which, by the way, happened to me in my 20s where like I've never had a male partner not say that I want it too much. So like one of the things I had to deal with was like, am I hypersexual because like I'm making up for my assault, or like what am I doing wrong? And I realized I just have an insane high drive, which my siblings and I are very open with our communication style. So like I would ask my brothers like, okay, who here could have sex like twice a day? And like 3 or 4 of my brothers are like, oh, that's me. And like 3 or 4 of them was like, I don't know, maybe not every day, or maybe sometimes. Maybe
Wait,
I'm
hold
more
on, one
bisexual,
sec.
maybe-
How many fucking brothers do you have again?
I have 8 brothers and 1 sister.
Jesus Christ. Okay, go ahead.
Middle Eastern people, Catholic, no birth control, baby. My grandma had 17. Like we contribute a lot to this tax economy.
Gotcha.
So okay. So I love it though. I love that everyone is different and everyone's going to be different. But even men feel that pressure to be sexual and to be performative. And so even they run into the situation where they're like, I did it, I didn't even want to. So like that's why it confuses me when you make statements of like, men are going to want to fuck those women. I'm like, yeah, but then like, what about people who literally like just don't want to? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, those people definitely exist. They can exist. And there can be circumstances where there's a lot of pressure on the man and it's not there. Something that I've noticed that I don't know if I'm either a sex god, probably not, but or really lucky maybe for a selection bias, or there's just a really weird misrepresentation in society. I think that women, especially in relationships, it seems like they tend to want sex quite a bit. Now, it might be a selection bias thing again. It might be that I'm just not saying that, but when I see posts online, the overwhelming majority of like dead bedroom type stuff that I read is usually a woman that wants way more sex than the guy. That seems to be a thing that I run across a lot, and I hear about it a lot personally too. And I think sometimes, especially outside of relationships, there's this concept that like men always need to push for sex and women don't really want to have it, blah, blah, blah. But I think that women do want to have sex a lot. I think that it's harder because there are more risks involved as a woman, and like the way that guys go after it. Like, man, dude, I see the way that guys flirt sometimes, or the interactions that people have, and women still go for it. And I'm like, dude, you're at like such a huge advantage if you're just not like a scumbag piece of shit. Like, oh my God, like just having like a bare level of like minimum human decency puts you so far ahead of the field. But it's really hard to stand out that way because like how do you communicate that? You know, it can be difficult unless you already have a relationship with somebody, you know?
Yeah, I would say I'm really lucky that a lot of my work centered around like sex education, and so I got this really good pool of unique and diverse people, and I felt like there was like almost a lot of kind of like even representation for every kind of dynamic. So like the women I know, some of them who are just allosexual, so like actually want to have sex and are have a sex drive that they actually want to work, like actually do something about. They tend to, especially as we age, women, our sex drives are like they ramp up, and so like it's kind of crazy. Like I haven't slowed down at all in terms of like my physical body, but the males in their 30s that I'm talking to have slowed down. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting to me, like that we're at a disadvantage. So most of the men in my DMs are literally like 22. I'm like, guys, please stop. Like I can't handle it. I feel, and they're always so cute. They're like, I want an older woman. I was like, oh no, I'm like an older woman. And like, it's so funny.
When you're 30, it's really hard. And this is gonna, okay, I'll give this, oh shit, I'm in a relationship now, so I don't have to say something. So now I'm just insulting you, okay? So deal with it. But I used to do this even when I was single. The reality is when you find people that are single into their 30s, usually they're insane. Usually there are reasons why. If you're dating in your 30s, it is really hard to find somebody that is in their 30s that is like also single and like available and is mature enough and ready to date. I remember that even like, I think even as short as like 3 or 4 years ago, I used to be really critical of like guys that like are in their 30s and they constantly date like 20-year-old girls or whatever. It's like, man, that's kind of creepy or blah, blah, blah. And I still do believe that it can be. Guys that hunt after that specifically are, I think, pretty creepy. But if you're a 30-year-old guy, finding like a sane, well-adjusted, single 30-year-old woman, I don't know where these people are. I don't know where they exist. Because all of like the really amazing, really cool 30-year-old people that I know, they're in relationships. They've been in relationships. Because they're really cool and they're amazing people. So it's like, yeah, of course they've been dating for somebody for a long time. That's really rough. And then you end up getting to a point where it's like, okay, fuck, well, let's see who just graduated college, I guess, or see what 22-year-olds are available, because these are the only people that like are available to date now that don't have like tons of like crazy shit going on, and like they're single into their 30s for like really good reasons. Yeah.
It's funny. My mom, I asked her, I was like, how does it feel that like 8 of your kids are literally single? And she's like, honestly, Betsy, I never saw it coming. In my generation, this wouldn't have happened. And we all make at least 6 figures or more, a little less. We all have houses or rent our own places. We all have like established lives. And we're single, a lot of us. We all range in ages. but a lot of us, because we're looking for a very particular thing. So like the thing we're looking for seems like all my friends that are single are all very successful people, but they're all single because we're all being extremely specific about what we want. Like the way your relationship is with Melina sounds really great. I'm glad you made it work. But in my head, I'm like, I don't know that I literally need someone who just sees the world like I do.
Sure.
'Cause it would frustrate me. And like your willingness to do that is like most people. Most people are willing to be in relationships where they don't see eye to eye with their partners. And that's beautiful.
And I
But
will say,
literally-
I agree that it's hard. It is frustrating. It's not like it's not frustrating me. It is frustrating. And oftentimes, and it's shitty of me to do this, and I shouldn't do this, but a lot of our fights sometimes, I'll be saying things like, you're 23, okay? You just don't understand. And I shouldn't say that. It's a dumb, stupid, bad thing to say. But I'm like, fuck, like, you don't understand this yet. Like, I'm not here to figure this problem out for you, or if you don't know this thing yet, like, then move back to Sweden and figure it out. Like, because I've already solved these problems in my life. Like, and that's like an example of me saying dumb shit. And usually we'll talk about it afterwards and apologize or whatever. But like, yeah, it is it is a big deal. It's hard to associate with people that are at way different stages of life than you. It's definitely a difficult thing.
Well, I will say too, like, to be like very compassionate to situations. Like, I have friends who love dating and are so open to dating like younger people because they're like, oh my god, it's great. You get to like whatever they need help with. You already went through it, so it's like a cheat sheet. Like they can like expedite that process faster. But I'm different. My brain needed my 20s. I needed my 20s to be reckless and a mess and sleep around and get in trouble and do things to know what I needed in my 30s. Like I'm the kid who like touches the stove over and over again just to double check it's hot. Like I just want to make sure. And then I learned my lessons and I never repeat them, but I have to learn them. I have to like live out my moment. And I found it very difficult to do that in relationships because we were on such different pages all the time. So I will say a lot of the reasons my borderline's been in remission for 2+ years, the reason I, deal with my triggers very good, the reason I have a healthy life and successful and have made a business now in the last couple years has been because I have removed any dating pool that is going to give me a literal like gaslighting feeling that is not gaslighting. Where like they're like, no, this is not how the world works. I'm like, nope, stop right there. That is not how your world works. I will not hear an objective. That's not how the world works. Like, no, that's not how your world works. So like, does your world work in conjunction with how my world works? Because I live in a bubble. Do you live in a bubble? And they're like, no, I live of the world. I'm like, no, you live in a bubble. That's the wrong answer. We all live in a bubble. You have to make a decision about how you're gonna mesh these bubbles together, because they're different. Like I went on that date with that guy, and he said, he's LA. I love LA. Everything LA. And he goes, I was like, I hate LA. He's like, but you're from Cali. I was like, I fucking hate LA. Next, I go, look, I live in a forest. I like my forest. I want to buy like 20 acres. I want to have a retreat center. I have goals that involve the country. And he goes, well, what if I don't like the country? I was like, you're 30. Do you not know if you don't like the country yet? And he was like, well, I guess I've never lived in the country. I was like, great. I'm not interested in dating you. And he was like, what? I was like, bro, I already know. I already lived. I already traveled. I already did my thing to know. That was the whole point of my 20s. Figure out what you want, Brittany. And that's the problem is like a lot of people just go with like this script. Like I went on a date with this guy, also 30, very attractive. Like, holy fucking shit. He even wore a Dragon Ball Z sweater for me. It was so, like, I love anime. So I was like, oh my God. Like, I was, like, in love already. And then I asked him what he did in his 20s. And legit, he was like, oh, nothing. And I was like, you did nothing for 10 years? He goes, yeah, I graduated high school. I was really depressed. And I just didn't do anything. And now I'm ready for a wife and a kid. And I was like, I'm sorry, sir. How did you go from I graduated high school, I don't really have a job and didn't do anything, and now I'm ready to get married? To who? A sugar mama? Like, how do you think this is attractive to an established person? Now, I am not a traditional woman. I have my own money. I want to share my money with my partner. I don't care if I have a stay-at-home partner. Like, none of these things even bother me. I just want a life that makes sense for what we're trying to do. It's very, like, goal-focused. So for me, I'm open to a lot of unorthodox things that the normal, typical couple wouldn't be open to. And I am not unique though, in the sense that I'm pretty sure millions of people operate this way. They just maybe aren't
cognizant
on the internet
of it.
talking about it, or cognizant of it or whatever. So what I'm trying to say is like I think all kinds of relationships can work. All kinds of things are successful, and maybe you're only successful for 10 years and then you break up. That still could be seen as successful. But in Brittany's brain, breaking up would be like sad. I'd be sad, but I also know it's necessary, right? Because we want to respect our partner's agency. I think it would be sad, and I think I want the right to feel sad about things ending versus the way you talk about things almost makes it sound like you wouldn't be sad if you broke up.
I understand. I would be sad, obviously, but yeah.
Okay.
I understand.
You say obviously, but I've met people who are not sad. Like, I've really met couples who are like, oh yeah, like I moved on. And I was like, okay.
Well, there's
bad?
Yeah, when you say moved on, the types of relationships that end where people aren't sad is usually because they already found somebody else while they were in the relationship. So the move on part is very easy because they moved on before the relationship ended. I think it's like the most common thing. Or like they're just like, sometimes you get people that just grow apart and it's kind of dead on both ends. They're like, okay, well, fuck it or whatever, yeah. Or one person is growing apart.
I think that's really fair. No, I think that's really fair. Okay, in regards to like consent and white knighting and love and relationships, is there anything else on your noggin that you'd like to talk about? That you think our audiences might find interesting to discuss? It's because I also don't hold into this like, look, okay, I want to say one last thing. Sorry, I do want to say something.
Go for it.
That lady you were talking to, I understand where she's at and I've been there, but like stealthing is not rape, or it could be rape, but if it's contextual, then it's based off the people involved and the people get to decide if it's rape. And in that case, rape isn't objective, and you need to be really careful about what that means, because that means rape isn't that big of a deal on some spectrum.
Yeah,
that means it is a big deal on another spectrum.
Yeah, this is like the thing that bothers me the most, and like it sucks because anytime I say this, people are like, you just want to defend rapists. You just want to be called a rapist. It's not that I don't want somebody to be called a rapist. I don't care if somebody is like a rapist or is called a rapist. Like the set of actions and the proclivity to perform those actions, these are the important things. Like we have words to describe things to make things clear. But some of the issues that I have with how broad we use some of the language now is that like 10 years ago, if somebody tells me like, hey, I got raped, like instantaneously it evokes like very strong emotions. This is like probably a traumatic experience. It's a really, really, really bad thing. And I can empathize with that immediately. Nowadays, if somebody tells me that they got raped, this was either a really traumatic experience, it's horrible, or something that's like not even a big deal at all. And it's like, you laugh it off and you move on, right? Because like nowadays rape could be like my partner tried to follow me while I was sleeping. I woke up and I was like, hey, like I'm not into that. And they're like, oh, okay. And they stopped. Like, he raped me when I was sleeping. I was like, okay, you know, or like stealthing, which is really shitty and you shouldn't do it. And like I would tell people that if somebody like stealths you, that's an instantaneous like deal breaker. Like you're done and you walk out, you never see that person again, because it's such a disrespect for a variety of reasons, right? But like on the spectrum of all the experiences, there are so many worse things that can happen that you're like not prepared for in sex that are so much worse than that aren't even rape. Like the thing that I hear most commonly that where boundaries are pushed, where it's a shitty way to push a boundary, and I can understand somebody getting scared, are guys that get way too handsy around a woman's face without talking about it first. So people that start like doing aggressive choking stuff or hitting stuff without like talking about it first, they'll just do that in the middle of a casual sexual encounter. It's like, hey, that's like really fucked up. And I can understand why somebody might like freak out in that experience. Like this guy just started slapping me and I wasn't ready for it. But like somebody stealthing you, like if you see that happening and you're like not willing to speak up, you're not able to speak up, you feel like you can't, like I feel like there's a lot there that you need to work through before you start hopping into these like sexual experiences, because like holy fuck, like if you can't even assert your boundary at this point, there are a lot of things that are way more scary than this, and you're basically like making yourself an easy target for anybody that decides to push this way, as shitty as that is or sounds.
No, it is okay. Okay, literally in my Discord we were comparing all our sexual assault stories. I was like, who had it worse? Right? Because it's a spectrum.
Oh God, like that's such a, oh like, man.
Yeah, do not join my Discord if you are in any way going to get triggered, because we are not here to like, we are here to have discussions like adults. And so like, it is one of those things where like, I want to have open discourse about this, because there is a spectrum of impact assault can have on a person. Like I grew up with brothers, we grew up fighting, I grew up with bruises on my bodies, I grew up with like skateboarding my whole life and scraping my ankles and twisting them and breaking stuff, and like, it's just a part of growing up. You take risks, you know, you do things, you possibly get your arm broken. You don't sit there and cast blame. You just go, oh yeah, I was doing this dangerous thing and it fucking happened. But rape is different because it comes from a perspective of assuming, assuming that person has intentionally done something cruel to you. And I would say like possibly, but then I get these calls from women who do consultations with me, or men, and they're like, I think I raped someone, or like someone was like, hey, I think I was raped, and I'm like, oh great, let's talk about it. Were you? And they're like, yeah, it sounds like you were. Are you mad about it? And they're like, I don't know. And I'm like, great place to start. I don't know is a great fucking place to start, because it allows us to have like open discourse about these feelings are complicated and confusing. And also like, you hear these stories, man, I've heard some really whacked out stories about how relationships are. Like Charlemagne the God talks about how his wife was like passed out on a floor, and like all these guys were taking pictures of her before he was married to her, and how he fucked her while she was unconscious, and now they've been married for like years and years and years. And I'm like, this is crazy, bro. This sounds like rape to me. And to her, it was just like, I don't know, like normal, I guess. Which is like, that's why I'm trying to say, like, okay, if we're all in bubbles and we all have cultures and identities and ideologies and ideas of moral objectivity, that isn't exactly moral objectivity so much as subjective. Okay, so where is the loophole? Where's the gray area? Well, this is the gray area. The messiness, the miscommunication, the unintentional hurt, the desire to do something adventurous and then you don't, but then it relies on the individuals to say, hey, I don't want to do this. In BDSM, we have a thing called subspace, which is like your adrenaline. You do it sober, BDSM traditionally. You get so fucking high on the adrenaline, you're like, woo! You're like almost out of the world. Some people even go nonverbal. And I always tell people, if you're going to go nonverbal, I'm probably not going to play with you, like you said, rough the first time. I'm going to go soft, and I'm probably going to back off until you are verbal again. And they're like, no, I want to be taken advantage of. I was like, if we take advantage of you in a play scenario, you should be able to safe word. If you're telling me you zone out so hard that you can't safe word, now we're actually taking advantage of people, and that's confusing to me. But me, Brittany, this is me, Brittany, in a long-term safe relationship, like, I will say, like, for all the faults of my last relationship, the one significant thing about it that I will stay with me forever is just, like, how open we were about consensual, fucked up shared fantasies. How with each other we were able to go places that, like, I couldn't have gone with anyone else, because anyone else might have either gotten triggered or been traumatized on their end, or God forbid been a predator for realsies and like hurt me. And I think like that is like what I'm asking from people is like, what do you want from these situations? Because I feel like you have one life and then you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Don't you want to have meaningful moments in your life before that happens? Aren't you ready to take responsibility for when those things go wrong? And isn't it okay that this is on a spectrum? And maybe, hell, maybe the next time I'm raped, God forbid, maybe the next time I'm doing it, I can really rationalize it and be like, oh shit, this human's doing that human thing that humans do, where they like take advantage of you, much like a brawl or a guy who wants to start a fight. It's like, oh my God. And I have to make a decision in that moment about how to interact. Do I tell them, hey, fuck off? Or like an anime I recently watched, do I fuck them and then kill them before they kill me? Like there was this anime where legit she like allowed herself to be raped so she could eat him. And I was laughing because I was like, that feels like a real scenario that could come up.
Jesus.
Where you could, that's what I'm saying. Like the human brain is so amazing and so capable. And if people just keep thinking about it through the lens of their bubbles, they're not going to consider the actual options they have in those moments. All girls are going to think is, I don't want to upset him. I don't want to get punched in the face. But why are you fucking somebody who's going to punch you in the face? Like, I'm so confused how that happens. You know what I mean? But I'm not confused how it happens because I see it all the time. You know, I do. I hear from women all the time. It's just, it's a lot. It's a lot for the human to kind of balance it out, which is why I think we have to talk to people and talk to each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And like, I think that the most important thing through all of this that's like really hard to, I guess, like, get through to people's heads is that like, and I don't know how to, it sounds like so mean and horrible to say this, but like you should be able to have negative experiences and then be able to like move on from those negative experiences. And I don't just mean like get over it, but like if you engage in sex with a lot of people, like there is a chance that you're going to have a negative experience where somebody's like pushing your boundaries or where somebody rapes you even. It'll happen, right? And it's bad and it's shitty, and it ideally in a perfect world it would never happen, but it can happen. Right. And it likely will, depending on, you know, like how often you engage in certain types of sexual behaviors. Not to say that that's bad or good or you shouldn't or whatever, but we should be able to like have those and then move on from those and be okay and like process those, right? And it feels like so hard to just be able to say that sometimes. Yeah.
I think I met a woman who told me, you know, like our trauma lives on forever. And I was like, ooh, I work really hard, so that's not a fact.
Yeah.
She goes, what do you mean? I was like, I spend thousands of dollars on therapy. I read a ton of books. Like I am trying to kind of beat the statistics of that, you know? I've only had one trigger during sex related to my rape once. And it was a horrible night. It was not great. It was very confusing. And during the time we were having sex, it was just a panic, okay? I panicked, use your imaginations. And I tried to run away from him, and I tried to run out of the apartment, and he grabbed me and pinned me down. And I was hitting him, and I was like, let me go, safe word. I know what I'm doing. I'm triggered. I need to be left alone. And he was like, no, you're like trying to run out of the apartment. I was like, I know, but I need to go away from you because I'm having a trigger related to the sexual assault. Now, this is my responsibility. I did this. I did not tell my partner of like a few years at that time that I had been raped.
Okay.
And told anyone. I had just like kept it really private. And I went to therapy after that and finally like talked to my therapist about it. But everyone had always told me my whole life, oh, you seem like someone who's been raped. And even before I was raped, people had told me that. I'm really like safety paranoid. I grew up with brothers. I grew up with self-defense classes. I grew up with
That's just such an incredibly fucking stupid thing to say to somebody, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, because normal, like, my friends would say something like, you know how girls like lock their doors when they're sitting in a parking lot? My friend used to say, oh, that's such a, like a rape victim thing to do. And I'm like, it's just like protocol. It's just like I'm trying to stay safe, right? But like, I get it. So after I was assaulted and I would hear things like that, again, it's like safety, people. Just do the basics for fuck's sake. But anyways, I get triggered and I hit him. I'm like hitting him to get off me. And when we broke up and it was really ugly, he said to me and he posted on the internet, like, she abused me, domestic abuse.
Geez, yeah.
I was like, do you mean the time I was triggered and you held me down against my will and I couldn't get away? And he was like, yes, you hit me. And I was like, so then I realized, like, okay, I need somebody in the future who knows how to handle a mentally ill person when they're triggered. Because, like, you held me down against my will associated with a trigger where I was explaining, I was safe wording, I was doing everything I was supposed to do even when triggered. To tell him, leave me alone. And he didn't trust me because he knew I was acting different. And so I realize now, like, that I don't blame either of us for that situation.
Sure.
I think it was a very real moment that happened with intimate partners who know each other so well that it both seemed like we were different people in that moment, right?
Or
like,
that they know each other so well that, like, something that can be scary is you think, like, I can't possibly hurt this person. We know each other and we love each other. And it's like nothing, not that they think they can do no wrong, but like as long as their intention's in the right place. And my guess is, I don't know him and I'm speaking a little bit, my guess is he probably wasn't trying to hurt you. Or he probably wasn't trying to, right?
Of course not.
Yeah, he probably thought that, you know, I'm sure I can calm her down, but just hold her down and make her see reason, especially if he's never had a traumatic or triggered response before, an actual triggered response, not like I see something I'm mad, but like something is coming up or whatever. It's a very unnatural thing, and it feels like if I hold somebody down and just make them chill, like they will get over it, like they'll, you know,
no, I'll give you one. I'll give him even more credit. As much as like I could talk a lot of shit, I'll give you even more credit. In the past, when I would have what we thought was depression and anxiety triggers, we didn't know it was borderline. When I thought I was depressed or anxiety, he would, as a way to help me calm down, sit on me.
Oh, Jesus.
He would literally hold me down and be like, you're okay, you're safe, do you feel the pressure of my weight? And I'm like, I do, I feel grounded. And like, it was always safe. So he was doing the thing I had told him to do. And that was what was painful, is like the thing that was supposed to save us from mistakes were the safe words. He, in his own judgment, thought safe word doesn't matter in this moment. She needs me to hold her down.
Yeah, which is so shit, because it's like, that's when the safe word matters the most.
Yes,
you know?
Exactly. So I guess I just have a lot of like, I try to be very compassionate, which means to suffer with people, because I know how easily these things happen to me, and I have to assume it's happening to everyone else, and they don't mean it. And it happens with loved partners. It happens when you don't want it. Like he never, in my opinion, like I never felt like emotionally abused, sure, like he cheated and all this other stuff. I never felt like physically abused. He never forced me into anything I didn't want to do. Everything was incredibly negotiated. But even with heavy negotiation, there are real human moments, and I want people to have leniency in those moments, because that's when it's supposed to be, that's when you're supposed to have it, in my opinion.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
When you talk, this lady I heard you talking to, she was just like, Steven, and I was like, stop saying it like it's this black and white rapey situation, as if people don't have real moments, you know. It like hurts me.
And I always say this, and sometimes this feels cold or mean. I'll say this to people in personal conversations, because like I talk so much about trust on stream that when people start talking to me personally, like, okay, I'm one of the ones you trust. And I always say this, I don't trust you for shit until we go through some serious shit. I do not trust you until a circumstance comes up where you could fuck me over and you choose not to. When we get through that, then I'll trust you. And a lot of people don't realize that, like, a lot of these things don't mean anything until you hit a situation where it means everything. You know, like I trust my partner because like they've never done anything, you know, bad to me, whatever. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, most 99% of people could do that, right? The real measure is like in a crazy situation, like, do they still have your back, or do they still act in a responsible way, or whatever? You know, like, this person is really cool because he's never pushed my boundaries ever. Like, okay, well, they might just like the same things you do. That doesn't mean anything, right? But has there been a situation where they really wanted something and you haven't, and they respected that boundary and they still did, right? These are the things that mean more. So like in our conversation, she was like, well, it can be really hard to give like verbal affirmations to your boundaries when somebody's pushing them. That's the only time that matters. You don't have to verbally reinforce boundaries with somebody that respects your boundaries. You have to verbally reinforce with people that don't. That's the only time it actually matters. And if you can't do that, that's a huge fucking problem you have to think about.
Yeah, it is. No, I love this. Okay, so my brain does like inner circle, outer circle, everyone I know. And so my inner circle, even my inner circle who are like ride or die, like I trust you with my life. I don't even trust them with every part of my life. Just certain things they're really good at. Like one of my brothers, I call him Farm Brother. He's extremely reliable. Like if he's just extremely reliable. So if you ask him to do anything, you don't even have to ask him more than once. He's gonna do it. Versus my other siblings, they're not reliable. They're different. They're really trustworthy with protection or money or other things. And then I have someone in my inner circle that I don't even trust at all, but I love them unconditionally because, you know, we're related and all this stuff. And like they're important to me, right? And so like I think about life that way, where people like trust has to be earned or respect has to be earned or whatever, however you want to phrase it. There has to be like a level of trust. I have that parasocial relationship issue because I'm really close to I love my audience.
Yeah,
it's really
same.
small. We spend a lot of time talking. I spend hours of my life on Discord talking because I love it. Their ideas are so good. We're so open. We're having really important conversations in my mind. Like this is how I want to spend my life, like Socrates in the courtyard, just like talking our asses off, right? It's so nice. And there will be moments where they're like, "Are we closer than we like? Am I closer to you than other people in this Discord?" And I'm like, "Ooh." So let's talk about that, right? Let's talk about what it means to be closer to me when everyone is paying to be here. Everyone has the same access to me. I try to be as kind to everyone as I do the same. Let's talk about what that looks like. And over the years, like 5, 6 years, whatever it's been, some people, yes, have become actual friends with me and they can come to my house and I can go to their house and we can have fun. But this is because over time, they have proven they're not crazy or a stalker. They're real adults with real ideas, that they have their own money. They're definitely not trying to gold dig, or / they're not trying to take advantage of me for certain things. And that's over time. Usually when we've really been vulnerable or talked about things or shared details. And I'm fine with this. I think this is the best. This is one of my favorite methods of doing it. Like, you know, you go through things with people and that's what makes you closer.
Yeah.
But there is like my ex never got into my inner circle and he always asked me why. He's like, "Why don't you trust me as much as you trust like people you've known for 20 years? I'm like, "Because Habibi, I love you. You're a liar. You cheat. You have issues. Like, you're not that. You can't hold down a job. I'm literally paying our bills. You told me you could go to school. You can't do school. Everyone else, like, he had serious problems.
Okay.
I just kept thinking, like, go to therapy. And he's like, "You're the one who needs therapy." I was like, "I already did therapy. You need therapy now." He's like, "No." And so I was like, this is like a mental health. This is why I say ones are people who are useless to themselves and their communities. Okay. They literally will not. They'll get every resource, every possible out, and they will not take it. You will not take it. This is your choice and your one life. But I cannot have someone new in my inner circle who is like this. Because I've already done too much work to weed out all the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is how I handle like dating or interacting. Like I really do. Oh my God. First of all, thank you for everyone who's saying Indiana is so cute. She is though. Indiana Jones is the cutest. I know. I love having her too. Sorry. I like looked over at chat and they're like, "Your cat." And I'm like, "I know." It's like that kind of stuff where like I just try to humanize every situation and think about what's the most efficient and best way to communicate. And then people are going to make their own decisions, right? Like even my siblings who make stupid decisions, I'm like, "Ooh, you want a journey?" And they usually come to me, they're like, "I'm going to do this thing you told me not to do." And I'm like, "Okay." And they're like, "So," and I'm like, "I'm just going to gay judge you. I'm not real judging you. Go be a mess. Go do the thing that I think is morally, you know, awful. Go." And then come back to me and tell me I'm awesome and I guessed it would happen badly. You know, it's just like, you know, we all have our moments. We have to learn. We have to go through things. Otherwise, like, what's the point of existing?
True. Yeah. Yeah. It's the same for me. Like I learned through experience. There's a lot of stuff that like I hear it sounds stupid as fuck. I know it's stupid as fuck because I'm a very smart person. And then I have an experience. I'm like, fuck, that was actually, I should have listened to the other thing. Fuck me, you know? But you know what? You shouldn't listen to it. You do it your thing, live your experiences. And then, because being told that something is wrong isn't the same as like having the experience and then knowing why it's wrong. You know, like people will say that like you shouldn't be friends with somebody that you broke up with, that you still have feelings for. And it's going to happen to you at least once in your life. And when it does happen, you're going to think that you're the exception. Everybody thinks they're the exception.
Yes.
And you know what? Most of the time, you're not the exception. And you will learn very quickly, like, okay, fuck, this is why everybody says this. Fuck me. Yep. And then you learn. Yep.
I say this and people don't believe it. I say, "Guys, I'm not the exception." They're like, "Oh, but you think you are. You think you're so smart." I was like, "No, my life has shown me I am not the exception." And so I have to just move off with that knowledge. So, okay, I got to ask you one last question. And I think I'm out of questions.
Go for it.
What have you learned through your interaction with She Who Will Not Be Named? What have you learned with that interaction? What will you not repeat again? What will you repeat again? If you see someone with that same energy, will you engage? Or will you be like, "Ooh, I know how this ends"?
I think that it's really hard sometimes to tell how people will respond to things until you have interactions with them. I wish, because I audit because I have a lot of pretty wild encounters sometimes, and I audit my behavior pretty often because I can't trust my fan base to do it because they'll either take my side aggressively because they want to, or they'll shit on me aggressively because they want to. I can't really ask the other person because nobody really perceives their own mistakes. I can try asking friends, but we don't usually communicate about these types of things. So I try to be. I think it demands a level of like introspection or self-honesty where it's like, okay, whatever, you know. So I think all you can do is like you engage with people as much as you can. I think that I'm in general. I'm pretty happy with how I handled most things. I've said this kind of jokingly in the past that, you know, like if anybody ever tried to like Me Too me or get me on like rape or something like that, most of the conversations I have with people are incredibly respectful when it comes to pushing for sexual stuff. And like, I was so happy that she made some of the claims she did because it's like the condom talk is like I explicitly say, you know, like, hey, listen, I talk about things on stream. If you're comfortable doing condoms, like we can do that. Or like when it came to like the poly relationship stuff, I was like, hey, listen, like just so you're clear, like this is the things we've talked about. But like I'm incredibly clear with most things. So I think that you do the best that you can, and you understand that sometimes things will get fucked up, or there are some things that you can't, and then you just try to like do damage control from there. Something more particular to that situation, though, that I think I should have been more careful about is because people lie so much and because people aren't honest with themselves so much, you kind of have to play these really big mental games sometimes to figure out like what people really are thinking or what they're really doing. And I think sometimes you can end up trying to play the role of like Sherlock Holmes or House or whatever, or other times I need to just shut the fuck up and listen a little bit more to what people are saying, even if I don't think it's right. I used to contextualize a lot of her behavior through this borderline or histrionic or whatever, like personality disorder, because I feel like there's a lot of stuff that lined up there. But when I took like a step back, this happened about a week ago, I think. I took a step back and I was like, she said she's had OCD so much, okay? I'm gonna just erase everything I thought about the situation, and I'm gonna look at everything she's done so far through the lens of like OCD. And when I go back and I examine all of her behaviors from start to finish, I'm like, you know what? OCD actually explains really, really well almost all of her behaviors. Maybe I should like approach it in that direction. And so we had a conversation, I think it was last night or it was the night before. And basically, I talked with her for, I was like, hey, do you feel like you ruminate on this thing? Like, is there anything I can do to help with that? Do you have people help with that, whatever? And I think that conversation was way more productive. And when I framed things through that lens of like taking what she said and then believing her a little bit more and then understanding, it's like, okay, well, now I feel like I have a better understanding of the situation, and then maybe that helps me going forward. So maybe that's maybe that's a little lesson in like not assuming too much about people or trying to play Sherlock Holmes too much about people and like listening a little bit more to what they say sometimes. Yeah.
Great. Okay, that is a great answer. I'm really happy to hear that too. Like, what a relief. That's really nice, actually. Oh, I'm kind of shocked a little bit. Like I'm like, whoa, look at Destiny. Like, look at you go. Like, look at Steven go.
I try to feel like if you have really bad experiences, I think that like you have to learn from them, because otherwise it's just like you're traumatizing yourself for no reason. You know, like I've had a lot of really bad experiences in my lifetime, and I like to think that like maybe there's something I can learn from every experience. And if you don't learn anything, like you're just like suffering for no reason, right? So yeah, I try to take what I can out of any situation. Yeah.
Oh, I always tell people like to be more introspective. You have to really go through a lot of pain and suffering, but you cannot just go shoot up heroin in a dark alley and assume, well, I'm gonna be enlightened. Like you have to go through things that are organic and real. You have to have feelings attached to it, and they usually come out of being vulnerable and trusting someone and having it go not well. So I'm really stoked for you. That's fucking cool. That's really nice. That's a really good line of thinking, actually. Okay, I'm trying to think. There was like one other thing and then it disappeared from my brain, probably because now I'm thinking about food. About that time, I get really hangry. Like girl gotta eat every 3 hours or she gonna be pissed.
Yeah, I do. That happens to me. And the embarrassing thing is I don't realize it. Because there are a lot of times during the day, especially if I'm playing a lot of like games or whatever, where I need to take a break and I'll eat. And then after I eat, my mood, it's almost like I took a drug. My mood is so lifted. It's like I'm microdosing LSD. I'm like, oh God, I must have been so grumpy before. Fuck, I fucked up.
Literally, my Discord literally goes, Brittany, go eat something. And I'm like, God damn it. Yeah, that's me. Okay, well, why don't we end it here if that's good with you, unless you have anything else to say, and we'll go eat. And I'm sure, yeah, like I think this was a good stream. I think this is everything I wanted from it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it was a good conversation. Have fun, be careful, stay safe. Yeah.
No, okay, I'll talk to you soon. Bye, Steven.
Have fun, bye. This is probably too much, huh? Shit. What?
Why
are you placing 50 furnaces when we can barely run 3?
First of all, we can run all of these furnaces, okay? Why do you have 20,000 fucking metal ore in one furnace? You're fucking dumb. Stop. Don't talk to me. Let me do this. I can handle this.
Because it was just one furnace when I placed them in. They can't.
You worry about you, I'll worry about me, okay? You, hey, Habibi, you live your life, okay?
Right.
I'll do this, okay?
It's alright. Tell me one thing, is it hard being this much of a fucking cook? Come on.
Wait, come over here.
Yeah, I'm in your walls right now.
Shut up.
Don't place any more goddamn furnaces.
We have enough. This is the perfect amount, okay? I read this on the Rust wiki. This is how many we need.
Way too many.
Shut up! Stop! It's fine. What if we raid a base and we get a ton of raw resources? We need to smelt them in 30 minutes to raid somebody. You don't understand. I made way too many. You should probably have like 4 or 5 of these at the most. I don't know why. I just made a lot and I didn't want it to go to waste, okay? People are gonna think we're so productive though, okay? They're gonna be intimidated by our productivity.
Why'd you only put 100 wood in here? It's gonna last 10 seconds.
10 seconds? Really? You wanna break your watch out and time it?
Shut up.
Okay, listen, okay? Get your pickaxe and come break like 5 of these. I don't know why I made so many. I fucked up. Is that what you want to hear? I fucked up. I fucked up. Okay?
Yes.
There. Because I made them. What am I going to do with them after I make them? They can't just sit in a box.
Recycle them. Recycler them. What is wrong with you?
Okay, recycling large furnaces is more environmentally destructive than just making new ones, okay? So it's not even worthwhile. Okay, just deal with it. Go do something. Go mine, okay? Well, go to bed then, okay? Don't worry about my furnace array.
Wait, you know what you've done? You've made me tired, bro.
Well, have a good night. Sleep well. God, look at this efficiency, guys. Destiny, stalk me. Oh, hold on. There's like a whole bunch of random things that people are. Hassan might be the biggest player I've ever had a displeasure of interacting with. Oh, he blocked you? I mean, you talk shit.
This is the first single. It just came out.
It's doing pretty good.
It's better than any of your videos. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, wait, what is the biggest YouTube video?
Wait.
This is the first single. It just came out.
It's doing pretty good.
It's better than any of your videos. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, wait, what is the biggest YouTube video you ever dropped? Was it Vape Nation?
Yeah.
Back when you were, like, still kind of culturally relevant?
Yeah.
Well, it was cool because you used to make stuff, and now you just critique stuff, and there's a big difference between people like me and people like you.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah,
I think everyone that's your fan wants to know, where did it all go wrong?
I think people are pretty happy.
I don't think so. I think a lot of people, I mean, if you look at the cultural relevance and contributions, I mean, you were contributing, and now you're just kind of coming after people. You're like a leech.
Yeah. Well, here's where it is.
Was it the money, or was it the fame?
It
was both.
You seem really jealous of my...
I'm not jealous.
Oh, it's just a meme. Okay, it seems like a meme. Yeah. But he's hitting pretty close to home.
I'm happy for you and all your success and you causing drama, hating everybody, and I'm sure I'll be on that list one day.
You're on that list.
Well, I'm talking about, like, you coming after me, trying to do your, what is it, content policing? What do you do?
Content court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe one day I'll make it on that.
I think probably you're going to end up in a real court one day. I think it's going to go beyond the content aspect. Yeah.
It'd be funny if you just answered the questions.
What do you want me to say? What do you want
I
me
want
to say?
you to tell me why you stopped making things.
Okay, well, first of all, let me remind you, this is my fucking show.
Yeah, well, it sucks.
Okay.
Self-practice. The only self-protective tactics that appear to increase the risk of injury significantly were those that are ambiguous and not forceful. These included stooling, cooperating, or screaming from pain or fear. Okay? Damn. Sucks to suck on this point. I'm so
Wait. What is he? Hold on.
increase the risk of injury significantly were those that are ambiguous and not forceful. These included stooling, cooperating, or screaming from pain or...
What is he not? Did he not read literally the paragraphs up here? In a 2005 report commissioned by NIJ, researchers examined a variety of sexual assaults and other physical assaults against women. The study did not focus specifically on college students. The researchers found that potential rape victims who resisted their attackers physically and verbally significantly reduced the probability that a rape would be completed and did not significantly increase the risk of serious injury. Most self-protective actions significantly reduce the risk that a rape will be completed. Right. Oh, shit. Hold on. The most effective actions, according to victims, are attacking or struggling against their attacker, running away, and verbally warning the attacker. What?
Fear. Okay? Damn. Sucks to suck on this point. I'm sorry, a decade of research shows saying, no. It literally says, and verbally warning the... And then... Great comment. Yeah, no, that's a great comment, Destiny Stan. Look, we'll get to you guys afterwards, okay? I'm very prone to getting stunlocked by chat, so I'm just not going to read comments from the Destiny Stans. That's not the only clip like that we've had, okay? There were clips where Nathan was crying. The live stream fails. Go Google it. I'm not going to pull up a bunch of clips now. Because, frankly, I want to get through this in less than 3 hours. But I'll probably add some to the description of the video. There have been times where Nathan was, like, being taken away after spending the weekend with his dad. And his dad didn't even stop the stream to say goodbye. All right. It's okay. It's okay. What we'll do is we'll give you a 1 hour timeout. And then...
So first it's I torture Nathan. Then it's Nathan was so happy to be with me that he was upset that he was being taken away. I guess here's like a parenting thing I'll talk about, I guess, because I could actually see a world where he's talking about something that looks bad, or maybe even some people would say that it is bad. Sometimes kids, in my personal impression, sometimes kids will do things to stall, and that's literally their only goal, and it's to try to avoid or circumvent a process. So sometimes when Rachel would come to pick up Nathan would be like, oh no, like I want to go hug dad, or I want to say bye to dad, blah, 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 blah. But like, he doesn't really care about this. He's just trying to say or do what he can to like move it off as much as possible, right? Or like sometimes when it's bedtime, it's like, oh, well, can I just get a drink of water? Or like, oh, well, I need to go downstairs and use the bathroom. And I was like, no, you don't. Stop. Just go to bed, right? People will, like, sometimes kids will do things like that. So I'm trying to think, it might have been possible there was a time where, like, Nathan is leaving and it's time to leave. And he's like, oh, no, I need to say goodbye. I got to go downstairs. Like, no, you don't. You're fine. Chill, okay? Like, I don't mind saying, like, goodbye, but, like, do you really want to? Or are you just saying this because you're trying to stall it and fuck with mom or whatever, you know? Like, so, like, and I don't even know if this happened on stream, but I could see, like, an interaction like that happening. But I don't think that's, like, abusive parenting.
And then, self-practice. The only self-protective tactics that appear to increase the risk of injury significantly were those that are ambiguous and not forceful. These included stooling, cooperating, or screaming from pain or fear. Okay? Damn.
What does he think that means? Do you think telling somebody to stop is included in here? Like, if you're ambiguous or not forceful, like not saying something, Not verbalizing something. Like, yeah, of course. Then if you stall or if you cooperate or if you just say like, oh, this hurts or whatever, then like, yeah, these like aren't like effective things. Like, yeah, then the whole paragraphs above here agree with everything I'm saying.
Sucks to suck.
A separate study found that even when a rape was completed, women who used some form of resistance had better mental health outcomes than those who did not resist. Wait.
On this point, I'm sorry, a decade of research shows saying, no. It literally says, and verbally warning the, and then.
What a weird guy. He didn't read the study he was looking at. The study had nothing to do with martial arts. All the data showed it comes down to is causing a confrontation with the attacker that caused better outcomes. Yeah.
A little bit here.
What? A little bit what?
Food.
Yeah, we're running out.
It's hard at work breaking all those furnaces at you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Are you really? Don't yet.
We broke 2.
We did.
Okay, at least cook all the shit in our base if you're gonna break them, okay? I don't know why you would waste your time breaking out furnaces when you could be wasting time
like
cooking material.
No,
I
the
could be wasting
outside
time
one.
playing League.
Way too much. No.
Like,
definitely not.
What?
Definitely not League.
You, I am cracked with the crossbow, okay? I don't know if you guys have seen this.
You
okay?
would get
I have been
by me.
Crushing kids out here. How do I see? Is it /MVP? I better be on the high scoreboard. Hold on.
You would legitimately.
I don't think you are.
Dude, that's because these kids have been running out here with AKs and bolts, like killing people with crossies, okay? It's fucking pathetic.
Yo, calm down, League of Legendsers. Our time will be soon, alright? Chill.
Our time in the sun.
I'm plat 3.
Very nice.
Just don't get gunned down by the outpost anymore, please.
I don't know how that shit works. It's fucking
There's
irritating.
a combat timer.
Yeah, it's
if you
annoying
shoot
as
too
fuck.
close to it, just be careful. If you see that red cross there in the top right, there's a timer.
Okay, well, I'm getting chased by fucking bears and shit. So what am I supposed to do? Just let them eat me?
If you're close enough, just run into the safe zone and they won't hurt you.
Will
Or
it shoot the bear?
They won't shoot the bear. The bear just doesn't do any damage.
Doubt it.
You're invincible inside the outpost. Once it says safe zone, it's just God mode.
Do we know where the one guy's the big base is? We're not killing the. We don't kill the windmill base, okay? That's a Yi frog. But we
Discord Huff Daddy.
What?
He wants his lifting player. I want him to send it to me on Discord.
Oh, Huff Daddy.
I guess I could just click it.
Hold on.
How do I know that this is him though?
Oh, it's him. Look at that dumper. This looks like a DGGer. I can tell.
Those are bumpers.
It's true.
What is that, a year? Or not that big?
Oh my god.
Camera conveniently falls down. Huh?
It's 385. These are the weirdest weights I've ever seen in my life. What country are you in? It says pounds, so it's U.S. or
U.S. Yeah.
Britbonger or something, I guess.
He's in the U.S.
Okay.
I'm gonna dox him, but I think he's in
Hold on.
L.A.
385, 245. So what is that, like 630? And then 395 squat. Oh, I don't know if that...
He didn't go deep enough on the squat.
Is that a competition fair squat? I can't see the knees, Huff Daddy.
We're gonna need another. We're gonna need
I don't
another
know,
video
man.
squat.
The
Yeah.
catches are pretty high here. Now, I think you can drop like 20 pounds and you could try to squat through 75. Are you Yi or Pepe? Be honest. What?
Yi.
Oh, okay. Wait, I don't want your shit. Why? I don't need that.
Why is he giving it to you? What a fucking loser.
What a dick rider.
I made him.
Be careful.
I made.
What do you mean you made them? Frogs stick together, okay?
I always love the gamer chairs outside of our base. It's my favorite
He was
part.
running without saying anything, so I thought he was a Pepe or a friend sitter, so I had to.
The Duncan guy wants to get. Yeah, you can call me if he wants. And after that, we'll boot up the Rift, Moody.
Oh shit!
It's been a while since we battled in the Rift. Okay.
Okay. We're working out tonight, right?
Yeah.
Flaking.
Monday.
Okay. How was your time off? Did you do any cardio stuff?
Yeah, I swam on Sunday.
Ooh.
I can't swim. It's actually really hard. Okay.
I thought I was going to fucking die in the ocean.
Okay, no. That was
pretty sure I was
That
dead.
wasn't a hard to survive, or that wasn't a hard to swim. That was like a difficult to survive.
I understand why fucking Jack died in fucking Titanic. I get it now.
Yeah, those waves are pretty.
Jesus
crazy.
Christ!
It's really hard to breathe and swim at the same time.
Melina's a strong swimmer, isn't she?
Well, she is a strong. She knows the technique. She used to swim.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I think in high school and college, or at least in high school. But like swimming and breathing at the same time is it's unfathomably difficult to me. But we'll learn it. I might start swimming twice a week so I can learn it a little faster.
Put my head in the snorkel and I'm fucking hyperventilating. It's just like water's coming in the snorkel.
Oh, is that the first time you've ever used a snorkel?
Yeah.
Oh, it's really weird or uncomfortable to breathe through your mouth like that. I think it's not normal because normally your mouth isn't like open with a thing in it, like trying to breathe.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking mouth breather normally.
And you also have to get used to angling it up so that water doesn't come in. And you have to be okay with a little bit of water coming in and just breathing out to push it out. Otherwise, it'll feel like you're drowning all the time.
Like tooting it out or whatever, yeah. But like, the waves were so fucking big that I feel like anytime I had my head in, it was just water was just coming in.
Yeah, you have to like tilt the. You have to go with the waves. You gotta
go with the waves.
Gotta be with it. You gotta ride the waves.
That's right. When we go to Aruba, that'll be our time.
True. Fuck, Aruba's so good. You'll like it. Okay.
Did they increase the durability on all these fucking weapons and shit?
I don't know.
No.
I feel like when I used to go and hit barrels, the sword or whatever.
Oh,
I
the
had
melee?
would die. Yeah. I think it does really quickly. But now I can just go hit barrels for like an hour.
Are you comfortable swimming in 80-degree water? I don't know. That water was way warmer than they said it was also.
Oh, that water was...
They said the water was like 60, 65 degrees? No fucking shot. That water was way warmer. That water was
fine. The water was warmer than the outside. Oh my god. This dog's like chasing a boar. We need their meat, right?
Yes.
Alright, I'm doing it with a sword.
That Zimmer, the dating show you were on, lied about her identity. The IG account she said was hers, confirmed it in an IG story. Confirmed
Who
what?
gives a fuck, bro?
Confirmed that she lied that was her Instagram account? Oh, so she's just like a random no-name 19-year-old? Wait, is it?
There's some rockets going.
That's not our base, is it?
Don't know.
Not.
Which direction was it? Which direction was it well triangulated?
It's in the direction of our base.
It sounded northeast, yeah. Well,
yeah, that might be.
I'm not at our base, but okay.
That might be.
Oh, well.
Is anybody at our base right now?
No.
Getting shot?
Oh, cool.
Oh, I just got fucking gunned down.
Oh, cool. Our base is
I'm blown back in.
Getting raided then.
Wow. Really?
There's like 3 explosions. I don't know.
Okay,
I'll be back.
Send me back quick.
Hello again.
Hi, what's up? Are you less mad today, or are you at the same level of madness?
I wasn't mad. Dude, I was, how can I put it without getting in trouble? I was medicated. I was pretty chill. I was very chill. Almost too chill.
Wow, that's you too chill. I'd be scared to see you off medication, so. Well, what's up? What do you want to, or what would you like us to have a conversation about?
I don't know. People came in and said you wanted to talk to me again. I honestly was just going over your video on our debate and just giving my thoughts, you know, just responding. That's all. I don't know what you want to talk about. What would you like to talk about, Destiny?
Oh, well, my chat told me that you wanted me to call you.
No, my chat told me that you wanted to speak again, but I had to call you. And I said, no, I'm willing to, but I don't desire it, because there's a difference between willingness and desire. As I mentioned yesterday, I know that you don't understand the difference, but there is a difference between willingness and desire.
Okay. Well, is there anything that came up in the video that you wish you would have said?
Oh, there's something I wish I'd known, actually, because I've always known that learning martial arts is good for confidence, so that women feel more able to speak up and defend themselves. But did you see the study that I linked on Twitter?
Yeah, I saw you going over on stream. The one that says that if women provide some sort of any kind of confrontation, it decreases the likelihood of a rape being completed.
That's one of them. There's also the other one. There's also the other one that also shows that a 30-day course, a 30-hour course in self-defense reduces the success rate of rapes by 80%.
Yeah, that it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. I don't know if I would tell people.
You were saying we should train all women to be Sarah Connor. Weren't you saying that martial arts was a ridiculous statement, and that saying that women should be trained is a ridiculous statement that wouldn't reduce rape at all? Wasn't that something you said? I remember you saying that in the debate.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I guess if I said that, then I would have been incorrect. But there are other forms of advice that I would give.
No. You literally did a whole performative section where you made fun of me and called me stupid for saying the martial arts was good.
Said a lot
I did not even know.
Yeah, you said a lot of things.
I mean, did you not?
But
did I? Would you like to share your opinion?
Am I going to be able to finish a single sentence without you aggressively jumping down my throat,
cool.
Or did you just want to do this the whole time?
Go for it, dude. It's all good.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't like the advice of go take 2 weeks of martial arts or a month or 2 months of martial arts instructions or whatever, because I feel like that's putting a pretty big load on most people, and they might not be as likely to follow through with that. There are other tips or tricks you can give people in order to avoid
one 2-hour session is enough. 1 2-hour session is enough to significantly reduce the success rate.
Oh, well, if 1 2-hour session is enough to significantly reduce the success rate, well, then that sounds really cool. It sounds like there's a lot of it sounds like if that's the case, then sounds like there's a lot of really simple things that women could do to reduce the likelihood of them getting raped, which is cool. That's good.
There are. Yeah, I used to teach women self-defense.
Did you say 30 hours or 2 hours? I thought you said 30 hours initially.
30 hours is the 80% reduction. 30 hours is viewed as the best. The study concluded 30 hours of training was the best amount of time for time invested to successor prevention ratio. So it's sort of the ideal amount of time to diminishing returns, obviously, on continued training. So the best ratio was at 30 hours. That's what they found was the best.
Okay.
I didn't know this. I honestly did not know this. When I was teaching women self-defense classes, I even used to tell them, look, honestly, this is about increasing your confidence and you knowing how to move out of a situation as opposed to being able to fight off an attacker.
Well, hold on, wait. You would have been correct in saying that, right? These self-defense things aren't letting a woman beat a guy. It's probably letting somebody put up enough of a resistance that the guy stops, right?
Yeah, it's about getting out of the situation. It's not about beating the guy up and knocking him unconscious.
It's not about winning a physical confrontation and getting out.
No, it's not about winning the fight.
It's about being confident. So you were correct in your first statement that you would have said that this isn't going to teach you to win in a fight, right? Yeah, sure. That wouldn't.
Thank you. That's very magnanimous. That's very magnanimous.
Sure. If I'm telling somebody that if you give a verbal confrontation, you're likely to stop most things from happening, then if you can give a decent physical confrontation or at least have the confidence,
the verbal confrontation bit, I feel like I've been mischaracterized on this. I never said that giving a verbal stop doesn't at all reduce your chances of being raped. Of course it does, and the study says so. What I said was that a verbal confrontation, the study also found, was the only type of resistance that had a significant increased chance of violence afterwards. Especially if it was viewed as ambiguous.
Yeah, hold on.
Especially if it was ambiguous.
That's not true, right?
No, it would have a chance of stopping it, but it also has a chance of making it worse.
No.
With ambiguous verbal statements.
Ambiguous, right?
Have you read the study? Could you pull up the actual 77-page study as opposed to this? Because
I'm reading the exact same thing that you read. If you read a different part of the methodology or something where they went over the exact same thing.
I read the study before I linked.
Then go ahead and shoot me the link. Or actually, can you tell me then what were the prompts that were given by the women to be ambiguous in their...
Unfortunately, they don't have the exact language that the women used because this is all about self-reporting.
Sure. So then it sounds like you telling me to pull up the same study isn't going to get us anywhere, right? We just have to kind of figure
I guess not. I guess that's a difference of opinion of what you would consider ambiguous or what they would consider ambiguous.
Think? Yeah, sure. So let's just think about it. If a woman said, "Hey, I don't want to do this. Stop," is that ambiguous to you?
Well, here's the thing, right? When it says ambiguous in this study, it's talking about whether it's an aggressive response or not, is generally what they talk about in the study, is that it's whether it's an aggressive response. So the argument that you should reassert boundaries in that situation, which was what your initial tweet said, we can agree that you said that you should reassert the boundary. I disagree with that entirely. I think that if someone violates a boundary, you don't reassert it, you end the encounter, which you agreed with when I put you in the situation hypothetically.
Well, hold on. So reasserting a boundary can also mean ending an encounter.
No, reasserting the boundary would be... So the boundary is, if you want to fuck me, you wear a condom, right?
Yeah.
We agree that's the boundary that was set? If someone then goes, I'm going to take the condom off, stealthing, and you say, no, reasserting the boundary would then be saying, no, if you want to fuck me, you need to wear a condom. Like this is,
but that could literally be that could be the reasserting the boundary. If you wanted to fuck me, you were Kana, but you didn't. So now like we're done.
That's informing them of the violation of a boundary and ending the encounter. That is enforcing a boundary, which is a different thing from reasserting. I'm sorry, I know that it's nitpicky, right?
It's not nitpicky.
No,
hold on. First of all, I don't nitpick. That's not what I'm here for. Okay. I don't care to waste my time nitpicking. Number one.
All right, sure. You didn't do that at all.
Sure. I don't. If you think I am, feel free to point out a time I am instead of just saying I am. But I'm not here to nitpick, right? What I'm saying is that if you verbally reinforce a boundary, that verbal reinforcement like might lead to you ending the encounter. Like that's fine. Do you think that I would say that like?
No. The answer is it should always end the encounter. You should never reinforce the boundary. It is bad advice to say that people should reinforce it.
Okay, chill.
In the event of stealthing, it is bad advice.
That's not
you. You're helping rapists.
Oh my god.
What? It's bad advice.
That's up for the woman or the person in the sexual circumstance to figure out at the time.
So now the different situations need to be figured out at the time, but before.
No. Hold on. Okay, you're trying really hard to win on a semantic point. Okay, if I tell
I'm not trying to win on a semantic point.
Okay, let me know when I can finish a full sentence. Okay, because you're really
you go ahead. Yeah. You go ahead.
Okay,
that's fine.
So there is a bare minimum of reaction that I expect from a person who's going to engage in sexual circumstances. Once that bare minimum threshold has been met, then it's up to them to figure out, like how do they want to proceed from that point. Just because I believe there's a bare minimum level of reaction expected doesn't mean that I don't think there's any nuance. So for instance, I might say that like, I think you should have to at least be able to see over the steering wheel to drive a car. And somebody's like, oh, really? You think that that's like super important? And I'm like, yeah. And then let's say we get into a circumstance about like how much should you have to drink or how tired should you be, and then I'm like, yeah, well, I don't think that you should drive while you're tired or whatever, something like that. And you're like, oh, well, hold on, now you're giving me nuance about like should you drive or should you not drive or whatever.
I'm
right?
sorry.
This is what. Yeah, sure. I understand.
I'm sorry to jump in. I know that you're getting annoyed, but I
get annoyed because you cut me off like every single time. But go ahead, go do your straw man. Yeah.
No. What straw man?
The straw man you're saying is that I was saying that it was impossible to introduce nuance because there was a minimum threshold of behavior that I expected. That's a totally ridiculous statement.
The argument I was making was when I said that you going after this girl specifically on Twitter yesterday, when I said that it was bad that you did that and to make a judgment on her situation because you did not know the details of it, all right? And then you said, well, the line is, if anybody stealths you, regardless of who it is that stealths you, right? You should be able to speak up. And if you can't have casual sex. And my argument was, well, that situation is highly nuanced. You don't know how he stealthed her. You don't know what was going on at the time. You don't know what he was saying or doing.
Sure, but
like there's
an obvious qualification there. If a guy stealths you and he pulls out a knife and he says, I'm going to have sex with you without a condom or else I'm going to cut your throat. Obviously, at that case,
well, that's not stealthing.
Well, I mean, it kind of is. Right? Or like if there's a case...
Stealthing implies stealth. I mean...
Well, sure, but I'm saying... Well, hold on, but I'm saying if you want to say there's different circumstances of conversation, but like as a general rule of thumb, you should be able to speak up when somebody's doing it to you. That's something I would stand by. There might be some hyper-contextualized, hyper-unique like thing where... Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree as a general rule of thumb.
Then what do we disagree about?
If everybody could speak up. No.
Not it would be great. That should be an expectation.
Okay, if it's an expectation, then I have an issue with the way that you shared said expectation.
Sure, online, and you know what? That's totally fair. That's totally fair.
I think you worded it poorly. You did not point that you are now saying you were trying to make, right?
I absolutely was. We can go back through any tweet, and I'll say it's the same point. Now, if you want to say like you were really mean or you were a jerk with the way that you said it, yeah, sure, I'm an asshole then. I agree.
No,
with that.
I think that the way you said it was attacking a victim. I don't think it was helpful. I don't think your argument now
whether it's
trying to give helpful advice.
I'm being too mean or whatever.
It's not that your argument.
I'm not trying to give helpful advice to her. I don't care about that person. That's not my goal. Is not
clearly.
To give.
I mean, dude, when someone else read a tweet where she said that when she was raped and she told them to stop, they raped her harder, and you belly laughed. Pretty obvious you don't care about that person.
Yeah, I super don't care about that person. But that post is ridiculous because the implication is that no matter what you say or do, it's always just going to get worse. Which by the own studies you've linked now, you've seen is not true, which is good.
No. I never agreed with her point, right? I think that her point was incorrect, that it's always going to get worse if you say something. I never agreed with that. What I said is, what you said in response was not a correction of that misunderstanding. It was not helpful in any way. It wasn't progressing the conversation, which is how you're trying to frame it now, of you're a champion for women and you're trying to help women in these kinds of situations, that I'm teaching people to rape, or that I'm being a rape apologist by saying, like, sometimes women will feel unable or unsafe in speaking up, and that is a very nuanced situation that has to be analyzed. If you're retroactively analyzing it in a past behavior, you have to examine the nuance of that situation, which you didn't know. You weren't doing a helpful uplifting of women or preventing future rapes thing. You were doing dogging on a sexual assault victim. That's what you were doing. You were ragging on a sexual assault victim. I don't know whether it's to be edgy or because you like internet drama. I mean, you clearly like internet drama, but like, there's no reason to rag on a sexual assault victim over their sexual assault. Whether on
How long do you think this guy will talk if I just don't say anything? I feel like this guy could literally go on for like 2 or 3 minutes without me saying a single thing. Sorry. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hi.
Oh, you missed that?
Just the last part. You ramble a lot. I don't know why.
Yeah, I do. Sorry. I tend to try and make my point multiple times when people deliberately misunderstand my point the last time I spoke to them.
I'm not
So I
deliberately
apologize for that.
misunderstanding any point. You like ramble a
Well,
ton.
you accused me yesterday of helping rapists by saying that sometimes women will feel unsafe in speaking up,
Sure. Well,
and then you said that that was me saying.
Yeah, so let's how about we like move away from all of like the debate, bro, like trying to figure out so let's just see what we agree on now at this point, okay?
Okay. Yep.
Do you agree that a woman verbally asserting a boundary can be a highly effective way of stopping people from stealthing her? Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I think that verbally asserting a boundary is very important. I think physically asserting said boundary is also important. I would disagree with the language. But yeah.
What you disagree with what I just said?
No, I disagree with the language you used in your initial tweet.
Okay,
about,
sure. We're not talking about that. We're just saying we're just saying what we agree on right now.
Okay, where we agree now. Yes,
Right
verbally,
now, we agree,
verbally
yeah,
asserting your boundaries and telling somebody to stop is an effective way.
That's
yes,
good.
and
Okay.
people should do it.
Do we think that it should be a baseline expectation that if somebody's going to have sex with like strangers, so like people you don't have intimate, close relationships with, you should probably be expected to be able to assert these boundaries. Otherwise, you should hold off on those types of relationships until you feel comfortable doing so. Do you think that's a fair...
I think that is a problematic statement. So this is where I've mentioned this before, but I'll say it again. I think that there are always going to be situations that can arise where everybody's going to have a different line for where they feel safe asserting their boundaries. And so the logical conclusion of what you're saying is that nobody should engage in casual sex because everybody has a point at which they will not feel safe asserting their boundary.
Do you understand that there can be a blurry line somewhere, but there are still thresholds that make things obviously good or bad? So for instance,
I do.
Like there's a minimum level of expected like competency to drive a car, but after you've hit that threshold, there's like a lot of different things past that point that can make it better or worse.
Yes,
so like we can say there's a minimum threshold.
Why you set your minimum threshold?
My minimum threshold is that you should probably be able to assert a boundary if somebody is trying to break it, at least verbally. But obviously, like if there are like hugely different things going on past that point, then like maybe that changes at some point. But there should be like a baseline expectation that you can like verbally assert a boundary. That shouldn't be that controversial to say. No.
Right. Except that you're saying that the line that you drew specifically was at stealthing. Like, okay, so you can verbally
I didn't draw
assert...
the line of something. I drew it all non-consensual behavior. Anytime somebody's doing something unconsensual, you should be able to say something.
Look,
yeah.
For example, I've been sleeping with a girl before and she's tried to stick her thumb up my ass, okay? We didn't discuss it beforehand, but she tried to do it. Now, I'm not into that. So I said, hey, don't do that. Verbally asserted a boundary. And then she was like, oh, okay, no worries. And then we moved on, okay? So that's verbally asserting a boundary at a very low level that is way below stealthing. Right?
Wait, she tried to rape you. Why is that way below stealthing?
Why is that way below stealthing? Because we hadn't discussed it beforehand and it was in a country where that's kind of normal.
To rape people?
No, girls slipping a digit is pretty normal.
I don't think that's normal in any country.
You've not been to a lot of countries then, because
I've been to a lot of
girls
countries.
Eating ass is...
That's
girls
not
eating
normal.
Ass is a pretty normal thing. Is also normal in
several
countries.
That's not normal in the UK. I promise you that it's not.
It's not normal in the UK, but I wasn't in the UK, was I?
Okay, maybe you're in some crazy hypersexual, but regardless, you're still getting like. What if I were to tell you that stealthing is normal? Does that make it not rape?
Well, here's the difference, right? In sex, do you, before every single sexual act you do during sex, check with the other person that this is something like when you switch positions, you go, hey, are you down to do this position next? Or do you go with the flow of things, and if something violates a boundary and they say, hey, don't do that, you stop?
Yeah, I think it's usually that. It's more fluid than having like a specific conversation.
Okay. Now, the difference is with stealthing is that the boundary was pre-established beforehand, right? Wear a condom, don't take it off. So it's a little bit bigger of a deal than somebody doing something you don't want.
Sure,
what country is that normal?
Like,
Lao.
Yeah, it is a little bit bigger, sure. But like it's still pretty low on the scale of like all the egregious crazy acts that could happen during sex, such that like just somebody stealthing you is something I would expect you to be able to speak up against.
I think the difference is to different people, being stealth could be a lot more serious.
Yeah, sure, but like it's very low on the levels of like how horrible or evil or fucked up does a person have to do.
I don't know that that's true. I think there's a lot below stealth.
There is a lot below, but you probably agree that there's a lot above it too, right?
No, there's a fair amount above it, but it's still,
there's even a lot above it that is like that you would still expect somebody to say no to, right? Like if a guy was in the middle of fucking and he pulled out and he started to like see if he could stick it in your ass, that's arguably worse than stealthing, especially if he starts to push, but you'd still expect somebody to like verbally assert themselves there as well, no?
Do I think that a guy trying to put it in your ass without asking first, did you establish beforehand that you didn't want anal? Because if he tries and then you're like, hey, don't do that, and then he doesn't keep trying to do that, then I would say that that's not as bad as stealthing where it was a pre-established boundary. I think that pre-established boundaries, like violation of pre-established boundaries, especially trying to sneak past them, is a little worse.
I mean, I would say that like there's a lot of unwritten rules to sex, and I think that like trying to go in somebody's ass when they haven't talked about it.
Unplanned anal is definitely against one of the unwritten rules of sex.
I would say that that's probably even more egregious than stealthing. I don't think that's that controversial to say, no?
I mean, I think both are rape. If you
both are really bad. Both are for sure bad. But like the sticking into somebody's ass, that's like holy fuck, right? Like that might be some things where if somebody does it one time successfully, you can't notice that and stop. Like it's gonna hurt for a while. Like you might have pain.
I don't know,
a week or whatever, right?
Yeah, but if someone stealths you, you could get an STI, you could get pregnant. The long-term negative outcomes of accidental or non-consensual anal for a couple of seconds until you say stop versus stealthing for a couple of seconds until you say stop.
Well, if they go all the way to like finishing or whatever, sure. I'm just saying that like both of these are really.
I mean, you don't need to finish to spread an STI. That's really important.
Yeah, but
you don't need to finish to spread an STI.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that both of these are really, really bad, and in both circumstances, I would probably expect. I don't know why it's so hard to just say that.
Well, you didn't say rape was. You didn't say stealthing was really, really bad. You said that it wasn't a high stress situation and it wasn't serious during our conversation.
There are lots of things that aren't high stress situations that aren't too serious that are really bad. When I say they're not too serious, I mean it's like something you should be able to respond to. Do you think that at any point in this conversation, I don't think stealthing is really bad, a bad thing to do?
Well, it comes across as you saying, "Oh, it's just boys will be boys. It's just guys."
Wait, what do you mean when I say boys will be boys? What does that mean? What do you think that statement means?
You very much said it's just guys being horny and trying to push their luck.
What do you think that means? What am I saying when I say that, though? That it's okay to do that? That it's a good thing to do that?
It feels like that. Yeah, it feels like you're minimizing it. It feels like.
Do you think that might be a problem with the assumptions that you're making about how people talk about sex? That if somebody descriptively says like, "Hey, guys do this thing," or "Women do this thing," like, "Oh, you're saying guys should do this thing," or "Women should." No,
I didn't say you. I didn't say you should. This is misrepresenting my argument again. Again, I didn't say you said that people should do it. I never even said that you said that it wasn't a negative. I said that you were minimizing it.
Just
it's
to be
minimizing
clear,
language.
when you say boys will be boys, that's what that's implying. Like men act that way, and they're going to. You know, they should. They're men. Boys will be boys.
No. Boys will be boys that's bad, but it's okay because boys will be boys. That's what that argument is.
Well, but if you're saying that it's okay, then you're saying like, yeah, they should do it. It's okay, right? Why wouldn't you if the guy likes it, right?
You know, it's not a big deal. It's what boys will be boys means. It's not that it's not bad. It's that it's not a big deal, which is what minimizing language is. You are minimizing the impact of stealthing by saying, you know, it's just guys sort of pushing their luck. They're trying to rape somebody.
I'm not trying to minimize it. I'm trying to make people understand how it happens, rather than using like the ultra charge, like it's rape, and it's like it's not necessarily like
sexual assault. I mean, do you know you are an expert on rape? Clearly, you told me yesterday. You know so much more about it than me. Do you know what rape is a crime of?
Bodily autonomy?
All sexual assaults and these violations of Brown. Like, what is the motivation behind rape? What is the motivation behind stealthing and rape and all of these sexual assault?
I hope you're not going to say power. It super depends on the situation.
Obviously, it's dependent on the situation, but generally, what's the big overlap then? What's the biggest overlap between other felony crimes and rape? It's quite a surprising one.
I don't know. Wetting the bed.
Arson.
Arson,
the overlap
like,
between arsonists and rapists. Yeah.
Okay,
and
but like now you're talking about
yeah,
but now we're talking about like the criminal charge of rape and not like the type like if I had to
obviously there's frat boy rape all the time.
Well, no, I'm not even talking about frat boy rape. Even what we're talking about, if I had to guess, my guess would be like 1% of all the stealthing in the world gets like charged as rape. Like the vast majority of people that stealth probably never get charged with rape because that's like an impossible accusation to go through in court. You'd never be able to do that.
No, people have successfily prosecuted on stealthing. I mean, it's becoming more and more acceptable to do that kind of thing. But we've got a rape culture that excuses rape.
Do you think it's higher or lower than 1% of stealthers have been like charged with a crime? Because my understanding is there's literally only one state in the entire U.S. where it's even illegal.
It's only about 15% of men who rape people with any form of rape who ever end up seeing any kind of
exactly. So trying to say that like
I mean, the rape culture is ridiculous. Brock Turner was caught raping an unconscious woman in an alleyway and got 3 months because he's a good swimmer.
But this isn't the type of rape that we're talking about generally. Like stealthers are not these people. They're not arsonists. They're not doing this type of thing.
I think that people who commit sexual assault are people who commit sexual assault. If you're willing to stealth somebody, there is something in your head that says that their consent is not necessary, right? So
or it's that you think that the violation isn't that big of a deal.
I don't think that's true. I don't think people, if they didn't think it was that big of a deal, they wouldn't be trying to hide it or
But
do
that's
it
how
stealthily.
guys pursue women all the time, right? This is where rape culture comes from. It's because it's normalized that guys are pushing for things and they push and push and push, and as long as the girl doesn't explicitly say no or catch them doing something, it's okay.
Your minimizing language perpetuates that.
Okay. I totally.
Do you not see that? That's my point.
The problem
that
is that
minimizing language perpetuates.
So the problem is that the way that people talk about rape and rapists is that as long as I avoid the ultra scary guys that are arsonists or are likely to be arsonists, I'm not going to run into any rapists. But the reality is that the boyfriend that you have, the guy that you're hooking up with, the dude you met on Tinder, these are all people that could be potential rapists, not because they're horrible.
This is a straw man argument because I never said that wasn't true. I never made.
Why did you make the comparison and say that rapes overlap with arsonists? Can you explain that?
Because the psychology behind sexual assault and rape is pretty consistent, okay? So the people who do the super serious rapes are also the arsonists.
But wait, why would we talk about the super...
marital rape are also... The people who commit marital rape are also the people who commit domestic violence, which is another act of power. This overlap goes across the entire scale. I was giving you the extreme to make the point very clear.
So do you think there's a large overlap between people that stealth and arsonists?
Again, that's the extreme, right? People who are willing to be an arsonist are probably the people who are willing to be an arsonist are probably also willing to commit or want to commit more extreme acts of rape.
If we're talking about
people
stealthing, why are we
less
talking
of a power? Because it's still going to be a power complex thing in the majority of cases. It's going to be about power. It's going to be about.
Do you think the majority of people that stealth are doing it for power?
I think they're doing it because they have that part of their brain that wants power. I think that they're that type of personality. Yes, I think if you found the majority of people who stealth and you did a study, I think the majority of those people would be the same kind of psychological profile, just to a lesser extent. Yes, I believe that.
Okay.
Because have you ever been tempted to stealth somebody?
No.
No. Okay. So it's not just a guy being horny, because I've never been tempted to stealth anybody, and I've been horny as fuck before. Okay, but I've never been tempted to stealth during sexual intercourse at any point in my life.
Yep. Okay.
What mindset does a guy have to have in order to be willing to do that?
Okay. Am I going to be able to answer, or are you going to cut me off again?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I think that there is a fundamental misunderstanding of rape and rape culture happening in this and almost every conversation related to rape. The reason why we have a rape culture isn't because there are a lot of violent men with the proclivity to rape, men that might have overlaps with arsonists or other types of criminal behavior. If we had those types of people in society, we wouldn't need a rape culture. We would just have a ton of rapists. The problem with rape culture is that it takes men that otherwise wouldn't be rapists, and it gives them a set of behaviors and actions that they perform that kind of sort of turn them into rapists. So when we have a dating and a sex culture where guys are told to chase, 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 and women are told that if you have too much sex, you're a slut and a bad person, so you need to deny, 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 hoping that the guy pushes hard enough to fuck you, that when we have a culture like this, guys end up getting incentivized into a whole bunch of really shitty sexual practices and behaviors. As a guy, you're not supposed to ask ask if she's comfortable or if she wants to do something, because you might blow your shot. As a guy, you're supposed to keep pushing for more and more because she'll never offer more. So when you're telling people to act this way in sexual relationships, it's not surprising that you might get into a scenario where a guy is like, fuck it, I'm going to pull the condom off. It'll feel better for both of us. She'll like it. Like, fuck it, and we'll do it. That guy isn't a like criminal mastermind or an arsonist or a violent, like rapist, sexual assaulter. What he's doing, we can call it rape or sexual assault. That's fine. But the problem is it's an otherwise normal person that's getting horny and is acting stupidly because the culture that he exists within basically gives him an excuse or permission to push past a person's boundaries. But that same type of person is not an evil person that will physically fight and murder somebody that's resisting their rape. It's the kind of person that if you were to say, hey, stop doing that, they'll probably be like, oh, fuck, okay. And then they'll stop doing that.
Okay. So, alternative hypothesis, right? This culture exists. I don't disagree with you on that fact. There is a culture exactly as you described. But the fact is, the vast majority of men don't stealth in that culture. The vast majority of men don't actually push beyond, reasonable. And I say that with air quotes because I think that the overall culture is too pushy. But don't push beyond reasonable boundaries. And I think that the men who do stealth are the kind of people who would do that kind of thing. And they are operating within this culture, which maybe allows them to do this, but they have to have that predisposition first. Yeah? Because otherwise, all men would try it. You exist in the same culture. You grew up in the same culture. I exist in the same culture. I grew up in the same culture. Every guy in your chat exists in the same culture and grew up in the same culture.
We're having an issue where, I am saying that, A is sometimes B, and you're saying, B is sometimes C, therefore A is, there's a connection on the chain that we're missing, okay? What I'm saying is that the vast majority of men probably wouldn't stealth. We both agree with that. Yeah. I'm not arguing against that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the vast majority of men that do stealth, the majority percentage of that minority percentage would be stopped with a verbal confrontation. That's what I'm saying. Even of the men that do stealth, the majority of them are not violent arsonists.
The majority of men who would rape in any way, would be stopped by a verbal or slight physical confrontation.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
So that's not a fact I am disputing at any point. What I'm saying is the fact that they're willing to stealth means that they are willing to violate consent, and some of them will escalate further. And as a result, because we don't have proper sexual education, we don't have a good basis for women or men growing up, that as a result, some women feel afraid when these things happen and feel unable to speak up. And I do not think that the correct solution to that, or the correct discourse to have, is to mock those women online, regardless of whether you like them or not, or care about them or not. I do not think that that is a helpful or positive discourse in any way. I think it's a terrible fucking take. I think it's a terrible way to put forward, even if your argument was completely sound, which I have my issues with it. I think that the men who are willing to stealth, on average, are going to be a lot worse than men who would never stealth when it comes to violence or sexual assault or anything like that, because they're willing to rape. But I think the main issue here, the main disconnect that we have, is that, to me, I think that education is important and not mocking someone who's already had it happen to them.
Sure. Okay.
I don't
if
think
we want to have a conversation about whether we should mock somebody online, that's a fine conversation. But now
we can mock people online.
Now it sounds like at this point, we are in full agreement then that women should be able to verbally assert boundaries, that verbally asserting boundaries is a very effective way at avoiding even confrontations that are more violent than stealthing. And then the final one, I don't know if you're at this point or not yet, but that there should probably be an expectation that you're capable of doing this before you go out and you engage in random sexual intercourse with people. You should hopefully be able to feel confident that you can assert yourself verbally. That doesn't mean that you can do it in the most violent, horrible situations, but there should be a baseline expectation, just like there should be with men. You should be expected that when you're with a woman, you can maintain your head, and just because you're horny, you're not going to push for shit that you shouldn't be. If you feel like you're too horny to handle it, then you probably, as a guy, shouldn't be engaging in casual sex yet, because you might go rape somebody. And if you're a woman and you feel like you can't verbally assert a boundary, you probably shouldn't be engaging in casual sex yet, because you might be a rape victim and you don't have to be, because it's so easy for you to avoid it if you take some of the proper steps most of the time to avoid it.
If this has been this is a new argument as far as I'm concerned, based on what you tweeted. No. You can say that, but one is this is a general standard that we should strive for, and the other is in your specific situation, you should stop having sex because you didn't feel safe in this situation that I have very little information about. They're different things.
I'm not talking about one particular person. Whenever I'm talking on a case on Twitter,
you were talking about one particular person. You literally said she should stop having casual sex. Like, it's not my fault that I don't know that when you are when you're talking about a specific person
I don't even know
on Twitter,
who that person is.
You are generalizing.
Okay, so then here's a question then. Do you agree then? So then, do you agree with all of the advice in general? You just don't like that I built this all off of quote tweeting that one person?
I think that you could have quote tweeted that person and said it in a general way, and it would have been a lot more acceptable. I think that pushing for education is something I've done for years. Again, I used to volunteer and teach women's self-defense classes because I think it's important. Okay,
so then we fully agree on everything. The only topic of this conversation we disagree on is whether or not I should have used this one person's case as an opportunity to give this general advice, because maybe it wouldn't have applied in their case, and I don't know the specific details of that person.
You could have given the general advice based on their case. You could have definitely used that tweet that was going a little bit viral, and you could have retweeted it in a way.
Isn't that what Mindwaves did though? Because didn't he say, if you don't feel comfortable asserting it, like he literally qualified it with like, if this is something you're not comfortable with, then you shouldn't have casual sex? Isn't that what he said though?
But he targeted it at her. He mentioned that it had happened before. And you specifically targeted against her so many times.
Because she said it happened 3 times and she didn't want to say anything because it was awkward. Are we going to go back to the debate on what the word awkward means?
Oh my God, I don't want to rehash that one. I mean, look, if you don't understand the fact that some people use minimizing language when they're talking about things that have happened to them, then that's fine. You don't get it. That's
sure,
cool.
But like if they are using minimizing language, isn't that then their fault? Isn't that their problem then? That the way that they're communicating on a public platform might lead people to think that like, man, sometimes if you feel awkward in certain circumstances,
you say you've experienced trauma, Destiny. You say you've experienced trauma.
I don't think I've said I've experienced trauma, but.
Well, you said you were beaten as a child.
Not necessarily beat. I think I've been through traumatic events, but I'm not like I'm not a trauma person or whatever. But like I've been through pretty adverse scenarios. But like regardless, like just because
when you talk about those scenarios, do you talk about them like in dead serious language every time you talk about them?
I do, but I process things. I process things in a different way, so I do. But it's a different thing. But I understand that not everybody's gonna. I understand that not everybody's gonna. What I'm saying is that like yes, I make jokes about everything. But what I'm saying is that like you. What? Go ahead.
That's what she did, right? She said it was awkward instead of saying it was harmful or whatever. It was pretty clear from her follow-up tweets, which you continued to mock, that it was serious for her and that she was upset about it. So, like, it's not a really good argument to say, oh, well, the first tweet said it was awkward because you kept going.
We can say that there might be, like, other context that changes it significantly. I personally don't think there is. But when somebody is out there tweeting saying this has happened 3 times and I got raped a 4th time, like, I think that that's enough information. Like, okay, it's time to take a step back and like rethink your approach to casual sex. That's enough information. That would be enough information for me for like, if a guy were to tweet out, you know what? I've been in 3 different sexual scenarios and I ended up like raping a woman like every time. Like, this is like super fucked up. I'd probably like, hey, you sound like you need to take a step back and figure out what the fuck is going on if this is happening to you.
Go to prison because you raped someone.
Not go to prison. No, it depends on what we're talking about, right? It might be that like
you just said if a guy's like, I've been in sexual situations and I've raped someone every time, that's prison to me.
It depends on what we're talking about. There are do you agree that there are types of rape that can happen that aren't necessarily somebody's fault, or that might be just the result of like really shitty communication, or it might be the result of like just like people are inadequate in addressing like what's happening in the heat of like a sexual moment, or do you think that's an impossibility?
Could you describe one? Could you give me a hypothetical?
Yeah, sure. So I might have even used this yesterday. This is like a really common one, right? Say that 2 people go to sleep. Say that they're cuddling when they're sleeping. The guy wakes up. He's kind of got a boner. He starts like touching the woman a little bit. She's kind of like touching her back. She rubs her booty against him. And the guy starts fucking her. And then she wakes up more and she's like, I'm not into this. I don't want to do this actually. And they didn't talk about it beforehand. And she says like, hey, can you stop? And the guy's like, oh yeah, shit. Sorry. I thought you were into it. And then they stop. In that case, I think you could say that like the guy raped the woman. That's what happened. You know?
No, he absolutely did. That's rape.
Yeah.
But
like, is this like
shouldn't do that?
Yeah, I agree. You shouldn't do that. But is this like he needs to go to prison and this is a horrible, absolute?
I think he needs to be punished. Yeah, I think if somebody does that, they need to be punished, and we should teach people not to fucking do that. Like what?
I think that sexual situations are a little bit more complicated than just saying that like that's the example of a person that needs to be punished.
I don't think that one is that complex. I don't think that if that's the best hypothetical you can give of like a rape situation that isn't bad, that a woman is asleep and you decide to fuck them, like If you're in a long-term relationship and you've had sex before, it's a bit more nuanced. But even then, like, she probably wouldn't call it rape. She'd be like, hey, don't do that. Like, it depends on the impact on the person. If it's just a girl that you've gone to bed with, but you've never slept with before, you know, you're cuddling.
No, hold on. Obviously, I'm talking about somebody you have an ongoing. I'm not saying that this is like a random girl that you're like just happen to be in bed with. Of course, I'm saying.
So
this
wait, is marital rape not bad then? Do you think marital rape should be legal? Like, because you're married,
hold on,
right?
Wait, hold on. And we're getting into like crazy. Like it depends on what we're talking about, right? Like the sleeping example is like the most common thing I can think of. I've been with a lot of girls that are under the assumption that if we fell asleep fucking, they can wake me up with sex. They just assume that, whether it's because guys are always ready to go or whatever. They've done it. And there have been times where I've woken up and, you know, I'm like, oh, sure, like this is fine. And I've gone along with it. I got raped there though, technically, right? You would agree with that, right? Would you agree? So like the last time that I had a thing with my partner and another girl, when I woke up to this girl fucking me. And I never had a conversation of like, yeah, you can do this to me while I'm sleeping. I woke up in the middle of it happening. You agree that like I got raped there, right? You have to agree with that.
I mean, yeah, she had sex with you without consent, right?
Yeah,
but here's the thing. The impact on you is also important. If you enjoyed that, then it's, you know, like...
Oh, wait, no, wait, hold on. Now, this is a part where I could get a huge dunk on you, but be careful with your phrasing here, okay?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you, during that act, then consented by saying, yeah, continue it, okay? Let me make that very clear. You're right. The enjoy is a bad way to put it.
Sure.
If you then consent, it's no longer rape ongoing from that point.
And I totally agree with what you're saying. 1,000,000%. Okay. But
she still shouldn't have done it.
I agree. I'm so glad you said this. I agree with you 1,000,000%. But this is what I say this is what I mean when I say these situations are complicated. Because what you just described could literally be the same thought process as a guy who's stealthing. He's like, listen, we're doing this particular thing. I'm going to take my condom off. We're both going to like it more. And then he starts doing it. And it might be the case that there are times when a girl's like, man, fuck, did you take the condom off? This feels way fucking better. Would you say in that case that like the stealthing then it became okay? Because even though it started off as rape, they consented later on?
Can I finish?
Go for it.
She still shouldn't have done it, okay? And if you had wanted to press charges for rape, I would have supported you on that.
Sure, I understand, but like the fact that like we can be, but
the fact that you chose to overlook it, the fact you chose to overlook it does not make it any less bad.
No, but it makes it not. But she still raped me, right?
Yeah, she did.
But why shouldn't the rapist?
And you weren't hurt by it.
But are you saying that like the rapist should be punished here, or this rapist shouldn't be punished?
I'm saying a rapist should be punished if the person who was raped wants them to be punished. I think that is the metric, right? If the person who was raped thinks
any
punishment...
other crime like this, though, no? Like there's like these are like
if you're stolen from, if someone steals from you and you don't press charges, what happens to them? Are they punished or not?
Well, it depends on if it's a civil or a criminal case. In a civil case, it's only if you press charges. But like for criminal things, I think like rape is like a criminal thing. It doesn't matter if the victim wants to or doesn't want to.
Now, I was assaulted and I dropped charges. You can drop charges for assault.
Sure,
you can drop
assault
charges.
But like the reason the reason why these charges are dropped, I don't think is a matter of like, well, I just don't want the criminal charges. I think it's a matter of like, if you don't personally want to push charges and you can't be a witness to it, then they have no case. The state has no case. But like, for instance, like if somebody murders somebody, that's always going to be...
Is that not the same for this rape situation that you talked about? If you'd gone to the police and said, she raped me, she woke me up fucking me, right? And would that not have been rape? And so you have decided to be a witness to it, and they only
exactly.
drop
But I'm just saying that, like, for
to?
criminal things, it's not a matter. Like, so here's an example. So when you mentioned assault, if there's like a really bad battery where you've got like a guy beats the shit out of somebody in front of like 10 witnesses in a restaurant or whatever, if that person doesn't want to press charges, I think the state will still do it. They'll still get you on battery.
Okay.
Like, this is like something.
And if there's a really bad rape where someone rapes someone in front of 10 other people, but the person who got raped doesn't want to press charges, I think they might still press charges.
It might be in that case, yeah. I think it would depend on what happened, but yeah. For statutory rape,
it's kind of the exact same thing. Like, as I said,
hold on, no, wait, but that's what
wait, decide in a lot of situations.
The exact same thing, meaning that like something can be a crime even if the other person doesn't like agree that it is, or even if the other person isn't affected. That was my point.
Yeah, but that could happen for rape too. But what I'm saying is, in my opinion, just like with assault, if you are assaulted, you can choose. If you're assaulted and there aren't other witnesses and it wasn't super grievous and all of that, you can choose not to press charges, and that's fine. That doesn't make the assault okay. It just means you chose not to criminally prosecute.
I'm just saying it seems weird that like if two people are in a sexual moment and one person pushes too hard and they go past a boundary, and we can even say they end up raping a person or whatever, the idea that like that person should always be punished or whatever, that just seems like, it seems to be like a very binary reading of the
No, I think that if the victim feels victimized, it should be punished. I think it is up to the victim. If you Destiny, genuinely, if you had decided to go on Twitter and say, I'm pressing charges against this girl, you know, we had a threesome the night before, I woke up and she was riding me, I did not consent to that, I think that is rape, and I would like to press charges for it, I would be behind you on that. I think most people would be like, yeah, that's fucked up. They shouldn't have done that, and you didn't want that, so that's rape. And I think that that is a fair take to say that charges should be pressed in that situation. I think that because you woke up and you were like, yeah, I'm down, that's fine, I forgive you for the act of rape, which is your right, I guess. Like, that's fine, but we should teach people not to do that shit.
Sure, I agree. We should teach somebody. We should teach people. Yeah, we should teach people. I agree. I'm just saying that, like, man, that's like, it's such a binary reading. It's such a black and white reading on like right and wrong and rape and not rape or whatever. That like I think these situations are a bit more fluid.
You don't think that if a girl gets woken up by a guy fucking her and she feels victimized, she feels violated, you don't think she should be allowed to press charges for rape?
I think it depends on the situation.
Okay, they're in a relationship. They fell asleep together, and then he woke her up fucking her, and she's like, I did not want this. I did not ask for this. I wasn't feeling it today, or, you know, I'm ovulating and I don't want to get pregnant, whatever it is, right? And she's like, this was unacceptable. She tells him to stop. He stops, but she's like, that was rape.
Yes.
And she reports him for rape.
So in that circumstance, no, I don't think he should be. If he stops when she mentions it, I don't think that should be like he's getting prosecuted for rape type of thing.
I just fundamentally disagree with you. I don't think that it should be the exact same like sentence as somebody who like just raped somebody, you know, like maybe it wouldn't be like, as serious.
I understand why there are people
feels victimized. If there's a victim, there's a crime, right? Like
no, that's not true. There can be plenty of victims.
In the case of rape, in the case of rape, if there's a victim, there's a fucking crime.
I don't agree.
I'm sorry.
Not all the time. I think that the situation is a bit more fluid than that. There can be like expectations, like even for instance, what you said, where you were in some area having sex with somebody and they basically raped you by trying to stick a finger up your butt. That's like rape. But like it sounds like in that culture and what the expectations and everything is like, okay, well, like
they didn't stick a digit up my arse because, you know, they started massaging it and I was like, hey, not for me.
Sure, but there might be some people that would have just gone for it, right? Would you say that in that case, that in that culture, in that country, they should be charged for rape if they stopped as soon as you said something?
I mean, yeah, I if somebody just did that and I established that it's not something I wanted, or I hadn't established that it was something I wanted, I would be like, that's fucked up. Yeah, that's bad. That's sexual assault.
I think
like at the very least, the problem is sexual assault charge.
I think the problem is that there's a lot of interactions that happen that like we don't, and I wish we would, but we just don't go over everything 100% like verbally. We just don't say, like, there are so many different sexual interactions where somebody does something and the other person's like, hey, I don't want you to do that. I don't like this idea that like, that's a rapist, charge him. That's a rapist, charge him. Like, I feel like the situations need to be treated a bit more fluidly, especially if when confronted, the person stops. So like the sleep sex thing is really common. People think like, well, if I fuck you while you're awake, you should like, it should be okay to fuck you while you're asleep. That's not true all the time. You should absolutely talk beforehand. But if somebody tries that, and then when the other person wakes up and they're like, hey, I don't like this, and the other person's like, oh shit, my bad, I thought you would, that was my mistake. The idea that like they need to have some type of criminal charge for this is like, I just feel like that's such a narrow reading.
I didn't say they need to. I say if the other party believes they need to, then that's up to the other party. I think that the injured party has the right to go and report it and have it punished if they believe that it was a violation of themselves, right? Like no, insertion didn't happen.
Sure. Okay, I never said that. So I'll ask a question. This is gonna feel like almost like a little bit of a gotcha. You'll see where I'm going. I'm curious. Like, so some guys are very, very, very sensitive about their balls. They don't want anybody to touch them ever. That's just like, they're just not comfortable with it. Other guys like it a lot. Let's say that the girl's like, I want to give you a blowjob. And you're like, okay, cool. And you agree to that. And let's say that a girl starts blowing you. And then in the middle of that, she reaches up and she like gives your balls a good squeeze. Not like she's trying to fucking cock and ball torture you, but she just gives them a squeeze, right? And the guy's like, whoa, I didn't agree to that. I don't want you to touch me like that. Like, I think I need to stop this scenario now. Like, I'm a little uncomfortable. Do you think in that case that the guy's like, I kind of want to push, like, I want to push charges against her for sexual assault, he should have the right to do that?
Do you realize how, like, ridiculous the jump from waking somebody up with full-blown penetrative sex and somebody squeezing your balls when they're already blowing you is, and that there is, like, an understanding that there's got to be a general understanding of like how severe things are. And I think that we disagree on where severity is. I don't think that a girl massaging my asshole was rape. If I'd said no and then she'd shoved her thumb up there anywhere, that's where I'd say it was rape.
We're not talking about saying no. We're talking about like,
but if she grabs your balls during a blowjob and you say, hey, don't do that, there wasn't really a violation, right? Like, she touched your testicles, but she's blowing you. It's not the same thing as waking somebody up with sex.
And again, like, I hate hold on. I'm not equating anything. I was just asking a question to see where you draw the line, okay? I'm not equating these two things.
Okay. If you're asking me, do I believe there is a line somewhere where nonverbal communication or mistakes can happen? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. This is what is confusing me, because I think it sounds like in your head, I think you actually have a pretty good understanding of this, more than I definitely thought yesterday, but you just seem very unwilling to...
Okay, dude, like, gonna be completely honest with you. Yesterday, I've been having health issues recently.
Sure.
And yesterday, I was high off my tits.
That's fine, sure. But I'm just saying, it sounds like in your head, I feel like you actually have a good understanding of how all these concepts connect, but it just seems like sometimes you draw the lines in like really weird areas, or you don't understand how people draw those areas. So you said something about like this, that I totally agree with, but it's not a good assumption to make. But you agree with this, right? There is a general understanding that when you're giving a blowjob, somebody might touch your balls, right? That is the case. And now, should you talk about it beforehand? I think it's good to talk about most things beforehand. That's fine. Do you like this? Do you not like this? We're not always doing it. It might be the case, though, that with some guys, say for the sleep sex things, there's a general understanding that if you're willing to fuck somebody one time, you're definitely willing to get fucked in your sleep. You're definitely willing to, right? That might be a general understanding that some people have.
I don't think that's a general understanding.
I'm just saying, do you think that there might be some people that think that?
Yeah, but I think that those people have something wrong with...
No, hold on. How many times when we go on the internet do we see guys...
The way they view sex and boundaries.
No.
I think that those people need an education.
Sure, and I agree with you that there should be... I don't disagree with that. But how many times online have you read things where guys are like, the best way to wake up is a girl giving you a blowjob. This is like the dream. I love... Oh my God, this is the best way to wake up. I don't think it's unfathomable that a woman might wake up and they're like, oh my God, I'm going to give this guy a blowjob, wake him up. It's going to be so sexy. And then she does, and the guy's like, I have to pee in the morning. Like, this isn't sexy at all. I don't like this, right? I don't think in that case that it's like the woman is a rapist. I think that like both people are working on a general understanding of what the other person wants, and sometimes somebody's wrong and they push a boundary or break a boundary or even rape or sexually assault somebody, but it's not like this is a horrible person. They need to be punished for it, even if one person is made to feel uncomfortable, because these situations are more fluid than that.
Yeah, the situations are nuanced. So again, I think that it's like, okay, so someone's hooked up with someone one time, right? They had a one-night stand, and both people were drinking, so both people were drunk. And then in the morning, the guy decides to wake the woman up with sex. That's a very different wake-up sex scenario than somebody you've been dating for 5 years, and you think, oh, this will be sexy, and then they don't like it. And I think that one would be much more likely to push charges than the other. But in both cases, it is still wrong.
But in both cases, I don't know if it's like the worst thing in the world. It's like you push too hard, and like this was a thing that they didn't like, and it's not good. And you yourself said, hold on, you yourself said earlier, you said something. You were like, well, if the other person ends up liking it, it's not a big deal. Which is how a lot of guys I'm not saying you're part of rape culture, but a lot of but I'm saying that a lot of guys operate under that assumption, because girls are told that if you agree to sex and you're really sexy and you do all this shit, you're a slut, you're a whore, you're promiscuous, you're disgusting, you're worthless. So girls are like by default kind of like playing like, okay, I'm not gonna say yeah, or I'm not gonna like push for this, or like I'm gonna let the guy make the moves. And if the guy is thinking, if I keep pushing, she's gonna like this, she's gonna like this, she's gonna like this, it's not gonna be surprising that eventually, as a guy, you're gonna run up to a boundary, or even as a girl sometimes, where it's like, fuck, I shouldn't have gone that far. That was uncomfortable for them.
My position is, if somebody feels victimized and violated, that's kind of up to them. And so the general thing that you should do is learn to not do the things that might make people feel victimized. And I think that there are very, very few people on this earth who would be like, you touched my balls, that's rape. And I think that there's, a line where you draw when you're like, okay, you're being ridiculous now. And I don't think that that line extends to intercourse. I don't think that that line extends to somebody waking you up with sex when you haven't discussed it beforehand. I just don't think that the line extends that far. I think that that is actually a violation of somebody's consent. And I think the violation of consent is important. I think that we should teach people about consent. And I do think that there isn't enough education, and that a lot of guys do have these beliefs.
I don't disagree.
That doesn't mean these beliefs aren't fucked up.
I don't disagree with anything. I don't disagree with anything.
We shouldn't punish these fucked up behaviors. But that's just because.
Yeah. I don't disagree with anything you're saying, that like the conversation should be better. You shouldn't run into these situations where men are pushing. There should be situations where women feel safer to say no and yes, where they don't feel like they're safer. I don't disagree with any of that. I just don't like when we talk about like the mens rea, the state of mind of a person that is doing a rape. This is the thing that I just don't think that all the time when we talk about it publicly, we just don't have a good understanding of it. It's not an evil, horrible, arsonist personality type person that's trying to rape. It's usually just a guy that's being stupid, horny, and is pushing too far. And all the times that these things happen, it doesn't need to be met with like, No, it's not.
There
not
is a correlation between the
of...
people who push too far. If you're asking me if I think that we should have different classifications of different tiers of rape, and that the wake-up sex tier of rape should be punished less severely than aggravated rape, I agree on that. But so does the legal system. That's why the punishment for rape can vary so wildly, right? Like, I think that the legal system is broken and we don't punish enough people. I think that a lot of people get away with it, again, because of institutionalized sexism and all of that. But I also think that there needs to be a punishment, even if the wake-up sex scenario, you know, the girl complains and the guy doesn't go to prison for it, but he does community service for it. It's like, no, you did a bad thing. Bad. Learn your lesson. Go do community service or some shit. Like, even that is better than nothing. Now,
I don't even know if to like
example,
do communities, but this is the problem. I don't know if this fixes the problem because, as I said in the very beginning of this conversation, the problem is on both sides. This is the issue: is that women suck when it comes to communicating about sex-related stuff, and men suck when it comes to understanding what they should be communicating about sex-related stuff. In our society right now, women are generally set up to be the pussy guardians or the gatekeepers, and men are set up to chase until they can break down the barriers and get in. And as long as that situation is set up in society, it's going to take both sides working against it to change it.
Society tries to push that situation, but I don't necessarily believe that that's what's going on. I don't think women particularly suck at communicating when it comes to sex.
I will tell you, if you are you married or anything, or fuck?
I'm married, yeah.
You can't ask your wife this because obviously it's not shitty. But like, if like one of the most common things that comes up, like women will talk to their groups of friends all the time before they talk to their partners about how bad their sex is or how horrible the situation is or how they like, oh, they don't.
That's a different situation. That's about feeling bad and like they don't want to emasculate people. That's about not wanting to emasculate a partner.
Even what you're saying there, that you don't want to emasculate a partner by criticizing him. That's an issue with our culture, with our communication. Some women won't give feedback to men because they're worried they'll make the guy feel bad, and some guys suck at taking feedback.
That's not the same thing about communicating and consent.
It absolutely is, because all of these things go together. Communicating consent, communicating what you like or don't like during a sexual scenario, all of these things are part of the same awkward, difficult, confusing, and horny-induced conversations that happen.
But I would say that the difference between a woman being able to communicate with a long-term partner, whether they're bad in bed, and the ability of a woman to communicate whether they consent to sex with a certain person are very different things. I would say that women actually are pretty good at communicating that they don't want to have sex with somebody, or they do want to have sex with somebody, because they have to do it all the time because they get constantly hit on. So that's just my take, right? Like, from the tiny pool of women that I have interacted with in my life, because, you know, you're the man who fucks, so clearly you have far more experience. But my experience is that women are actually relatively good at communicating consent, and I would argue better at it than men on average.
But that might be the case, that you might be a person that's really good at making a woman feel like she can communicate that. You might not be the type of person that leans into a woman really hard and makes her feel uncomfortable saying something. So, like, I think that in most of my experiences, women tend to be comfortable saying no, but that's because I've taken a great deal of time to make sure that they feel comfortable. But if I was somebody that was leaning really aggressively into it, maybe I'll never hear a no in my life. Because this is the problem, too, with people saying, like, consent.
So that's the woman's fault because guys are too aggressive.
No, it's everybody's problem, and it's everybody can take steps. I'm not trying to this like first grade notion of figuring out who's at fault. That's a boring and worthless conversation that gets nobody anywhere. The question is what can we do to fix the problem? How do we ameliorate the situation? And the reality is
ground up sexual education.
Yes, for men and women. That's
yeah, absolutely, for men and women.
Yes,
but the main issue is men. When you
no, it's not. The main issue is everybody. It takes two people to have sex.
It doesn't take two people to rape. Well,
it does. It absolutely does.
Take the consent of two people. It doesn't take the consent of two people to rape.
Usually it takes some level of consent from the woman to get a rape. Yes. They either consented to go out to a certain area, they consented to be in a certain area alone, they consented to be in a certain situation. Like, that's the whole issue. That's why this is so complicated. And that's why it's not as easy as just saying, like, well, one man did something totally against the desire of another woman. If it was that easy, bro, nobody would get raped, because women would just be like, oh, well, I'm just going to avoid non-consensual situations. But it's not that easy. The problem is a lot of rape will happen 3 drinks of wine into being on somebody's couch, and then you're like, fuck, I don't know if I actually want to fuck this guy. I'm not feeling that anymore, but I'm in his apartment, or even worse, he's already in my apartment, and now you're like, fuck, I don't know what to do. This is why it's so complicated.
I am completely like just stunned by that. I know that you'll say it's because I'm an idiot, right? Like I'm not as intelligent as you. Okay, I get it. Like you're
I'm being
debate bro,
really hard not to use
God.
any ad homs. I don't know why you're trying to do it to yourself, but
no, like well, you did it yesterday. Fair
yesterday you
enough.
admitted that you were really high, and we came into that conversation. You shitting on me as a father, so of course I'm coming, but I'm trying really hard right now. I'm not using.
I still think you're a pretty shitty father, but that's
great. I don't care about your opinion.
We can talk about that.
Sure, we don't have to.
All right.
But go ahead.
Also, by the way, I just want to make it very clear, because this is something I did not know your height at all. I'd never heard anything about your height. I'd actually never heard any of the jokes about your height. When I called you a gnome, it's because of the beard and the way you look. It was not about. It's just because God and gnome was the first thing that came to help.
Better. Thank you.
It wasn't a height insult. Like I know now that you are 5'8", and that's a fine height. All right, you're taller than Moist Critical, and he's the perfect height. Okay. So it's all good, dude. Like don't worry about it.
Just finish what you were going to say before you started the self-deprecation.
The self-deprecation?
Before the self...
Oh, because I'm an idiot?
No, I'm not saying you're an idiot. I was saying you were going to make a point, and then you...
No. The self-deprecation of calling myself an idiot. I've actually completely lost my point. Went on a bit of a...
So I mentioned that like a lot of the rapes happen because a woman has consented up to a certain point, and then she's like, now at this point, I want to not do it anymore.
My argument there would be that it's kind of fucked up to say, oh, because a woman decided to go on a date, and then she got raped, it's partly her fault because she decided to go on a date. Because, like, people should be able to date without being raped, right? The fault there lies with the guy who did the rape on the date.
People are dating and getting raped. So that's what we have to look at. That's
so
what we have
people
to deal
are dating
with.
and getting raped. So no one should date because date rape happens?
No,
like,
it means that you have to be able to take a certain level of agency over yourself and your future in order to make sure that you don't end up in these situations.
Yeah, but no matter how careful women are, like you could be the most careful woman in the world.
No. No matter how careful you are, no. Stop. We're not talking about preventing 100% of rapes. No matter how careful you drive, you could still drive. You can still die in a car accident.
No,
that doesn't mean that you don't wear your seatbelt or you don't practice defensive driving or you don't drive the speed limit or you don't pay attention to traffic signals. Same way, like, there might be an unavoidable situation where like a woman gets raped and there's nothing she could have done. That it could happen, but those are the vast minority of cases.
Right, but while I'm arguing that it's great to educate women on how to keep themselves safe, I do not think that it is fair to say, well, both people are at fault here when this woman got raped because she didn't take every safety precaution possible.
Have I used the word?
That's like you getting in a car accident.
Have I used the word? Have I used the word fault ever? I'm not. When am I ever?
To blame. I find.
No, I never said to. I'm saying that there are different levels of responsibility or agency that we can have over ourselves. I'm not saying that if somebody rapes you, the fault is like 100% on the rapist, unless there's some crazy shit going on. The fault is.
But the responsibility isn't.
Yes. Correct. The responsibility is on all of us to take
the best care of ourselves. Could you explain the difference in a negative situation between responsibility and fault?
Sure. If I'm driving through an intersection and I see that there's a guy approaching from the right and he looks like he's driving a little bit out of control, but I've got the green light and I drive through and that guy T-bones me and he kills my wife or whatever, he is 100% at fault for that accident. He crossed the line. He was drunk driving. However, I could have exerted more agency. I could have been more responsible and I could have avoided that accident.
Okay, now apply that to a woman who goes on a date and then gets roofied and date raped. Like how much
a
more
woman goes out with a guy who's a stranger. She doesn't know who the guy is. She meets him on Tinder. She goes out with the guy. He takes her to not like a sit-down restaurant, but like a club. And she orders drinks. And the guy's like, "I'll go get him for you, and I'll be back." The guy goes and gets him. He gives his drinks. Like, "Hey, do you want to hop in an Uber?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, sure." And then they go in an Uber, and she blacks out and doesn't remember. And then she wakes up in the guy's bed. That's a situation where the guy is 100% at fault for roofing and raping her. But there were steps that she could have taken to be more responsible, have more agency, where she could have avoided that situation.
Do you know how good some guys are at roofing drinks? Do you know how, like, the fact is, right, like, you can't be on it 100% of the time, like 100% on in a date situation where you're meant to be getting to know someone and relaxing a date.
To tank the productive conversation, so then we should treat women like retarded children that can't protect themselves at all. That's where we're back at now. That's what you've just told me. I don't view women in that way. I've been friends with too many women that are too good and too smart and too responsible in their life to pretend that women are like this. If a guy wants to roof for your drink, there's nothing you can do to pretend it. I wholesale reject that. My view of women is not as infantilizing as yours, and I don't think that we're ever going to agree on that. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't care. I'm done with this. I'm done with these talks. I'm done. All right. Go.
Did you win the debate?
No, I'm ready to lose the debate and the ELO. There is no winning in these conversations.
Oh, not a debate. That's what you say when you lose, right?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Wow.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
You should watch the movie Encanto.
You should watch the movie. Wait, what's?
I don't have sex.
What's the one word you say a lot that people like on stream?
Obama.
True. True. Hey guys, welcome. This is a League
Wait.
of Legends stream. All we do is we play League on the stream. We don't talk about any dumbass fucking social issues. Okay, just play League. Oh my god, you have a soundboard for it? What?
Shut up.
In V4 Derpstony.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Here's 5 quid for some new Rust skins.
Shut
Tell us
the
you need
fuck
some.
up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
This chick sounds like she's terminally on Twitter.
What, chill?
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
I ban Hecarim now.
XQCL.
Fuck that champion.
Haha, based.
You could have a dream about eating a drink. Or you could have a dream about buying a hat. Or you could have a dream about losing your friends. Or you could have a dream about burning your bread.
You're a genius, dude!
Destiny was rating me, but it was too awkward for me to say anything, so I am.
Here's a question. Let's say you're having sex with a person that has DID, okay?
In like someone else's life.
Let's say in the middle of sex, they
Sup,
change
when
into
are
their...
you going to let the YouTube chat members play Rust 2?
They change into their child other. Are you now a pedophile, Mutin?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I don't have sex.
Giga chat.
Destiny, have you been watching
I
me
feel like
for
I've
it?
outpaced him intellectually. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
We're greater than...
You know what? Fuck you.
This.
Yeet.
Milkers!
You count.
Fucking dubstep.
Shut up. You don't get to do those.
Anytime Melina comes on stream, I have to add to the queue count.
XD.
What does that
I
mean?
feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Moot?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Smiley face.
You're a fucking
Statistician! I am a statistician, Moot. Thank you.
/raid. That's tiny.
The guy is saying that because there is a chance
I
you will
feel
miss
like
the
I've
roofie
outpaced
and get
him
roofied no
intellectually.
matter
You got a
how hard
dodgeable
you
team,
try.
dude.
That we shouldn't talk about trying at all because it's bad.
They just got a really good team.
Nah, that team is garbage. I've had so many horrible set
You know, I
players.
really got to hand it to you. Only because you can't reach.
Because I'm putting
Doing some
100%.
good like echo.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I'm gonna get a drink. 1 sec, loser.
Who? No one.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Better question. Say you have a sister that moves out of the house and then develops DID. Is it okay to bang her as long as her main personality doesn't front? I'm asking for a friend. He's down bad. Ooh. Ooh. L. 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 L.
Is he back?
Hello, hello.
Oh.
Stop.
Is that Melina?
Yes.
Why does she keep saying that?
I don't know.
I know how you could get her to stop saying it.
How?
Ask her to stop.
No! Stop! We just had a big conversation about stopping. No!
Alright, just tell her you're gonna start screaming during her stream, playing League. She'll stop.
Okay, Mel. Next time you stream, I'm gonna make sure I'm playing League as loud as possible.
Best. it's dryer time, Stevie.
It's what time?
Dryer time. You gotta run the dryer.
Yeah. Shut up, don't give her ideas. Oh, it's been a while.
Do you ever tell Chad about your Kit Kat story?
Kit Kat story?
Melina apparently leaves stuff in the fridge for Steve to take, and she's always like, "This is for my fat Steve."
Oh, yeah, she buys shit. It makes me... Oh, God.
My fat Steve.
Dude, the worst was, Rachel, my kid's mom.
Mm-hmm.
She loved baking stuff, and dude...
Oh, and that shit's good, too.
Yeah. Living with a person that bakes is that's just a death sentence.
That's a recipe for disaster. Why are they killing our war?
I don't know. That's pretty tryhard.
Just cringe. Good job.
Yeah, it is good. I'm Draven, okay? I wouldn't ever let them grab you without me punishing them hard for it.
Committing?
Did you say committing? That's what I like to hear, babe.
I think we get it first.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
It is.
Flash heal.
You know what we call that? Easy. Hello? GPS, where am I? Oh, ha! Easy Street. That's where we're at right now. Picking up all the free... LP, do we need to help our guy?
I'm typing, sorry.
Easy, okay. Yes, I'm on him, and he's dead. I got it, I got it. Oh, you're gonna fuck me anyway. No, it's all good, dude. Jungler's gonna be down here?
Yep. I'm neck you. I have it up now.
Okay, it's okay. We only have Nunu. He's like, he can't really move through the jungle very quickly. It's like, it's really, really difficult for him. Yeah, he needs an ability like Rammus that lets him close in on long distances with like some accelerated damage or something like that. Maybe next patch.
Well, the champion needs buffed, of course. Alright, we should just back, yeah?
Why?
Well, tower plating's not gonna do much for us.
Nope, but I feel pretty healthy. I have all my sums up.
Okay. What'd you go with? Cleanse?
Why the fuck? Oh, back up, back up, back up, back up.
Yeah, he pinked it.
Fuck. He might come through our try. So
yeah, I just under. I have to back him.
Yeah,
0 HP.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying a different build this game.
Thanks for having these consent and sex convos. It's helped me understand past experiences and how I can protect myself and better engage with
We're going Imperial Mandate, boys.
Oh, are you the same girl that DM'd me on Twitter? I was gonna say thanks for that, or it might be a different person, but I get messages like that sometimes. Good luck, buddy. Why not cleanse there? Cleanse what?
Cleanse
if
what?
Thresh hooks me and I cleanse, I can run, but he can still zip to me and then flame me and then I'll die. So it's not a good interaction in that point to cleanse. I needed to flash to avoid the hook. Or not get hooked.
He's men. Coming bot, Thresh. Coming through here. He's still men. Sorry. It's 3 men. They're coming bot.
Yeah.
Killing pink. Careful, because I think
they're gonna come.
the
They're
jungle's
both.
yeah.
Unless. Oh, were they there?
Nope, they're both coming. Do you have a ward? I don't. Again?
No. We need to wait for Nuno. Back up a little. Oh.
We can get it.
He might be on this. I want to throw my pink
Maybe.
over and check.
I'll eat it.
Fuck. I'm inting hard because we have no teammates here. I should have cleansed earlier.
Dude, this fucking Nuno.
Everybody is just so slow. Oh god, and he's trying to kill it? Well, he got it anyway.
He got it.
Well, we take those.
I'm dead. Dead because I'm dog shit. Not dog shit.
I think that was actually good for us. I cashed out my stacks. We got the Drake.
Yeah, I got a shutdown too. It was very good for us.
Imagine if he just came rolling into lane here and killed her. Instead of going to golems. Why is Thresh up there? Let's try, bitch. What would you do even if you hit me? You think you're gonna actually come tower down me?
Maybe with jungler.
Nah. You're not in the bush, but I know you know that.
Huh?
You weren't in the bush, but I knew you knew that.
No, I was all timed.
It's giving you the benefit of the doubt, okay?
No, I definitely all timed. Turning on my music. Or changing the volume. I'm alt tab, or I'm not alt tab, but I'm looking at an item. Okay. I just feel scared because we have a win.
Oh, true.
Warding?
Ah, fuck. Okay.
Yep.
I think they have no sums between the both of them. She used her flash and heal when fighting me, so. Ah, fuck. This is warded right here. They might try to do some wacky shit.
He's top. Mid's me though.
She's gonna try to. Chase her.
I'm going.
Nice job.
I'm gonna push it in too. I can't do anything. I'm just too little, man.
Oh, bait him out.
Zero
Auto him, you got it. Yeah.
Huh, okay. No ignite.
Who's taking so much damage from creeps?
Yeah, you got fucked. I am backing though.
An ally has been slain.
Should have no ult and no flash, I think.
Did you talk about the TikTok?
Oh my god, that bush. Nope, don't care. I don't care. Nope, not talking about it. I should have avoided the bush. She missed like 2 waves or 3 waves of the turret at least. Or cleanse? What is there for me to cleanse? There's nothing to cleanse. I just need to avoid the bush.
Yeah, I think this is a big item for you.
Okay. What item?
Hero Mandate. If you hit him after I slow them, you deal an additional 90 to 150 damage, and you get 20 move speed. We both do.
Really?
Yeah. No warrants. But I don't have a warrant. Yeah. He's only level 5.
Mm-hmm. I can just...
Yeah.
You can be really aggressive here. No ward, don't know where the jungle is right
still
now.
there? He just got rift. He's mid. Their jungler. We're getting pinged.
Yeah. It's probably gonna be both. We gotta back up. Save all your spells?
Yep. Can only be one person.
Oh, true. We don't care then.
No.
I should have stepped up to the turret. I don't know why Nunu is walking away when the turret is literally at 75 fucking HP.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Fine.
They're all could be coming. Let's back up. Fuck, we're gonna get. Yeah. Oh, that was so good, but
I don't have any mana.
I'm backing up. I'm super owned too. Fuck.
Yeah. It's alright. Created space for mid. I have to back, no mana.
Enemy has been slain.
I have no mana. For my ult. No mana, no level up. Are they doing trade?
I think they are.
The bitch isn't there, right, Zaya?
Shouldn't be. I don't know though. There.
Get him! Nope.
Right, almost. I have 0 mana.
I can flash at least. Fuck, yeah, the mana, the Umi, Jesus.
Yeah.
That ult was really close to stealing that. How mad would you be if Quiver just deleted PC with one of his random encounter beholders? I mean, that almost happened, right? Like, if I would have failed my roll on the,
Yeah, you died.
Yeah, I would have been petrified. Now, maybe I wouldn't have been dead, but they would have had to carry me all the way. The mission would have been over, basically. Wow, Scarter, thanks for the raid, bud. The dual beholder thing was kind of wacky.
Absolutely was.
Fuck. We should probably go mid.
Yep.
Do you think most of the difficulties of Glacier are behind you? No. There's probably going to be some ultimate cuck encounter with the Ion Stone shit.
Do you want Update to resubmit his squat?
Wait, do you what?
Do you want him to resubmit his squat?
Well, no, we can probably let him.
That was wacky. Fine.
Good job. Every single fucking person in the world on me. Every single fucking teammate standing in the back. Thank you, Aurelia. Fucking 2-5 shitter. Just eat the fucking, like, Nunu. Or the Volibear. Just let him run into you. Who cares? At this point, Archer character's kind of broken. He's kind of given up, giving you broken counters. Yeah, but the problem is just that I'm okay with, like, broken encounters. It just Saber dice suck. They just feel so shitty. Feels like Path of Exile.
What else does this Korean guy build?
I'm just saying. I just wanted to run it down.
Nice.
Thanks. Have commercials.
What you call love was invented by guys like me. Is that right? Are you sure about it?
I don't know, man. Careful, careful. Distractions like always.
Yeah. Around. I'm gonna go Rift.
Calls Rift, runs mid. Dup, 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 dup.
Fuck, what else did this Korean guy build?
Oh. Nope. Dumb bitch. Get fucked.
She flashed.
Aurelia! What are you doing?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Well, good try, almost got the kill. Maybe next time.
We have to win through Yumi and top, because the Aurelia is dog shit, the Nunu is dog shit. I'm holding out a rift right now.
You're on top?
Yeah, we've got 4 up here actually. We should just drop it. He wants to do a 20-minute Baron?
I know what he wants to do, but we need to drop rift.
Well, I got it.
Like, drop it with Baron.
Will it disappear?
What do you mean? Yeah, if you don't do it in time.
Well, I've got 113 seconds. I mean, it's not going to disappear because.
Oh yeah, I was just saying, drop rift to create space for our Baron.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to grab a top because I feel like that'll go the whole enemy team's out. Otherwise, I would. Nice.
I don't know how the fuck we got that dog shit play.
Nice. That's a super good kill for us.
You blew it.
Fuck, does anybody know what the Korean guy builds for the Lux? I'm halfway built, but I don't know what's next. I didn't think I'd get this far. It's the guy who builds Imperial Mandate into Frozen Heart.
Oh, so you're a troll build.
No.
Destiny, did you know that Chrissy Mayer was the one that recommended Gavin to debate you due to a super chat? She was on the Lauren and Brittany panel.
Nope. Top inhib. That was pretty good. We made good progress here. You did probably one wave then Drake.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they ent mid.
We're gonna do Drake.
Fuck. Oh, they got him. Okay. Careful, cast to your left.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't mean running
Head down.
Oh.
Almost. I'm so glad my flash was out. I almost flashed into him like a dog shit player.
You gonna camp here?
A little bit behind.
Okay, we got her ult at least.
Yep, I have ult in 10. We have pop pushing, so no need to freak. Okay, quick back, coming.
What's your favorite idea? Mine is being creative.
How do you get that idea?
I just try to think creatively. Now when you look at this orange, tell me please, what do you see?
It's just a boring old orange.
Okay.
We should probably be topside for Baron. Or at least
maybe.
mid.
Mid, maybe.
Enemy has been slain.
Dog shit player.
Volley coming from the right.
Double kill.
Oh, can we kill him? Absolutely, we can.
Yep.
Oh fuck. Oh god.
Careful.
Yeah.
He's right over the wall. Just run. Fuck him.
Oh my god, that was a lot more damage than I thought it was. I think you guys can kill him. Nice.
What a dodge.
See ya.
Dog should play by me. Need to run.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Are there any plants? There's a plant. Oh yeah.
Cass is chasing you. Just keep running, keep running, keep running, run. He's gonna kill you. Nice.
Alright, I'm backing.
Okay. Do you think Thresh is there? What a man.
What a man.
A godlike Garen. And Lux. Aren't you both from Demacia? Oh my god.
True.
Or... What?
I think they're lovers or some shit, right?
Lux is 14.
Your team has
And?
destroyed an inhibitor.
Oh, they're siblings. And?
And? Based.
Yeah, we have to end the game soon though. Isn't Silas a bad guy?
Cause he's black?
Is he?
Are you racing him?
Let's just do dragon.
Okay, it's 40 seconds. Can we catch Thresher when he comes to ward? He's coming to ward.
Yeah, but I don't want to be here.
Okay, back up a little. Do,
I'm gonna ward over.
He's gonna kill that ward,
He comes for
and
this
then you're
one?
gonna.
Good.
That's what I'm.
My ult's literally on a 20-second cooldown, so.
Cool.
Let's go Drake. Drake.
Yeah,
it's tough right now.
Seconds.
This is dog shit play. Going mid.
Listen, we gotta follow the team.
We're the safe players.
They're
now.
gonna die.
Yeah,
We can
fuck
get this
them.
in. True.
They are dog shit. Listen to my pings. I'll let them win the game.
Going mid. A lot of pressure top and bot. And we got the noons.
What he's doing, I don't know.
Inting. Oh, it's time to int. Oh, inting is coming.
Okay. The mid turret. Okay, we have 2 people dead. They only have 1. We're half HP.
Oh shit, this guy is gonna kill me. Fuck, I didn't even see him on. Rebel. Oh, kill it. Oh, nice play by Thresh. Oh my god, the cannon walks back. Oh, fuck. That cannon was ready to fight. Or not cannon, man, Superman.
How much HP do you have?
1899. The same year that your grandma was born and I fucked her. Damn.
Who's Warden?
Watch this, guys.
Oh, you're gonna steal my way?
No. I'm getting at least 1 minion. This one. Okay. I got him. Waiting for 20 gold. Fuck me.
Trying to get my Rabadons. Close-ish.
Rabbit on what?
Death cap.
Somehow I got him there.
You got him then.
An ally has been slain.
I can't see stories. Stop linking them, guys. Fuck. Oh, is it the one at a time until they get all their items back? Oh, actually, we traded Aurelia for Cassidon. I'll take that trade any day of the week. I'm coming. I'm here, babe.
Get turrets.
Trying.
Good job. Focusing in him or ending him.
I'm a little occupied over here with like 12 people ulting me. We got it. Nice!
Yeah, I don't know how good Imperial Mandate is.
Dude, I am so good. I knew she was a compulsive liar, dude. I'm actually, it's not that good. It said everything she talked about. It was obvious she didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. God, I'm so fucking big-brained. I am Sherlock. You know what they call a Sherlock that fucks a lot? They call us Sherlock Bones. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'm back.
You've been here, yeah?
Yeah. What was she lying about? She lied about everything. She said that she'd produced a ton of music and she was super famous, like working with the biggest producers in the world and blah, blah, blah. And I asked her like a simple music question, like how many sharps were in the key of E? And she gave this weird nonsense. She's like, I don't know. She's like, well, I play a ton of different instruments and there's different sharps in the key of E on different instruments. That's not true. That's just not true. And then later on, she's like, do you like a girl that's really strong? And I'm like, sure, yeah, I guess. She's like, well, I lift a lot. I deadlift a ton. I'm like, really? Wait, what do you deadlift? And she was like, I think she said 286 pounds. Wait, who lifts 86 pounds? What is 86? What are you using, like, point? What are you even using to put on the bar to do that? It's like, yeah, I don't know. Oh, 256? It was just a weird number. I was like, okay, dude. And I was like, I think you're a compulsive liar. Boom. And I was right.
Never contributed anything outside of playing some fucking video games.
Okay.
A guy plays video games.
You're out of line. You're way out of line. You're way out of line. You're way out of line. Gavin.
He's contributed. Do something. Do something besides letting people fuck your wife. Do something. The more we accomplish, the more you fucking inconsequential cunts trivialize our accomplishments.
All right,
the less you accomplish,
I didn't respond.
You trivialize other people's accomplishments.
Hold on, excuse me.
Do something. You're literally on your ass for a living. Get up.
We do have to. Go ahead.
Never contribute.
What a guy. Oh, what happened to the Ankh, guys? How did his live stream go?
How do we get on Cameo?
You make an account and go on Cameo?
Will they let us, or do you need invited?
We'd probably make it.
Give a chat. You have to be famous first? Sad. No, I want to go to the other rooms.
You dumbass.
Chad, this build feels so fucking dumb. I'm not doing it again. How much would I charge for cameos? I don't know. Like $5 a cameo, probably. Maybe 10, depending on how many it was.
What?
Not as much as Unk charges. Unk charges like a $25.
Why not just charge? Why not just keep doing it through donos? Wouldn't that be better?
Well, it's for like videos and shit. No, I would do it through dono. What do you mean?
Like, I bet Cameo takes like a fucking 40% cut or some stupid shit.
Yeah, probably, but everybody knows about it.
I don't know, Moot. Moot.
Let's not.
Moot.
But we're gonna stomp this game. We don't need to
look at him though.
It's warded though.
I know. That's why they wouldn't expect it. Imagine you just toss an E in there though.
An E?
You got it. Just an E. Boom! Look at that, dude. You fucking popped him.
Back up, loser. Okay, it's New Janna. Have you played against it?
Well, who's New Janna? Like Ujeb is?
It's just like very fast. The Qs and shit are incredibly
Whoa! What?
Which it's nice, yeah.
No? Excuse me? A knock up that quickly? All right, we have a new ban for the bot lane. Holy shit. Whoa, this guy's like dead.
I should have.
Oh, is it only on tornadoes that she charges up?
Yep, fully up.
Oh, okay, okay. You know what? I'll take that.
I'm mentally 3.
Like 3 years old? What?
Yeah.
First blood.
Nice.
Well, there goes the game. Do we have a jungler? Oh, we do. Okay.
It's Viego, the bad guy from Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah. Master Yi's mid, so. Who's their jungler? Volibear, he's mid. Watch where he paths. It's going to be very important. He's pathing bot.
Yeah, they always path bot.
Okay, probably should back off.
I want to ward up here.
We can go meet him.
If he goes to Scuttle.
Oh. He's a jungler. Where the fuck else would he go?
To gank us bot, because he's obsessed.
He literally has a small brain. Okay, he's probably going to be here. I can ward in 10 seconds. Three seconds? 2 seconds?
Juan Dig. They call me the Juan Dig Master. Do you know why?
Why? Good dodge.
Duh.
Careful, your tornado's charging.
Yeah, I'm not getting hit by it.
I'm gonna take another E.
Good.
So I won't have my shield.
Yeah, and I don't get hit anyway. I'm Draven. Ouch.
Fringe.
Good pressures. Ooh.
I don't have Q.
Oh! Oh, my...
Okay.
I should have waited for the exhaust to cleanse instead of cleansing that. Did he heal? Oh, they have exhaust.
Exhaust.
He has to back.
Yep.
Is he backing? Oh
Nope.
my god, no way, dude. Did she flash?
She did. This is like warded, so it's just annoying.
Careful, careful, back, back, back. Are we getting ganked?
Backing. I don't know, they pinged it, so. Yep.
Yeah,
He just flashed. Shoot him.
You have been slain. An ally has been slain.
That guy flashed.
An ally has
And he died.
They both went on flash. We're losing them. I think this Akali is trolling.
Nice! Good Mutant Destiny. No, that's a rebuild.
Winning.
Nice. Diego, you can't gank us right now, dude. Ah, fuck, I went in early, man. Nice. Okay.
I didn't have Q or anything up.
No, it's okay. I showed wait a second.
I'm gonna take so much damage, but I'm gonna try and hold it.
A real Chad would have gotten executed there.
No. It's a real Chad wants to get back to lane.
What are the death timers right now? It might have been faster, actually.
Maybe.
Because when you respawn with full HP.
With the moon guards? Or home guards?
Well, I don't know if you can come back with home guards, but I know that you come back with full HP. So like right now you've got to go back and you've got to wait in fountain for your HP. Yeah. But you wouldn't have to if you just die. That's why I like to die.
True. But it would have fucked my KD up. And I'm a KD player now.
True. Base. Giga Chad.
An enemy has been slain.
You know where Jen is?
Nope.
Okay.
Enemy killing spree.
What?
That Kali just... It was funny.
Is it funny, or is she just running it down?
She didn't run it down. She got tower dove, and then it was one hit from killing, but he has Conquer or whatever, so it healed him.
We need to
And a stop.
Yeah, we need to kill this guy.
Ally has been slain.
I don't know how.
We have to tower dive him.
This game's over.
Yeah, our game is fucked.
Okay.
So like.
Yeah, he's not even gonna let us do it. Keep in mind, it's supposed to fate. Banked.
I would just run him down, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have actually. I don't know.
If we get double killed there, the game's absolutely over.
The game is.
So.
I think the game is already like absolutely over.
Yeah.
So our last game was just a total fucking waste of time. Because now we lose all the LP from that because of this fucking Akali. Feels good. 34 CS affiliates. What a joke.
An ally has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable.
This guy's pretty base though, I'll give him that.
True.
Standard. Behind you. No Q.
The thing that sucks is that like we can't even like outplay the ganks because it's like none of the champs are like skill champs. Like it's TF,
No,
you just
you just
ult
run
in
in.
and like autos and like it's not like there's nothing to dodge or nothing to counterplay. Just... I'm backing up. Right in here? Fuck it. Do you have ult?
I do.
3, 2, 1, go.
I dodged it.
No, not sure. Oh, close.
Enemy is legendary. Enemy double kill.
Do you have some med at the moment? I'm walking around. Oh, he's based.
Person is based though for running it for a jungle. You know what? I respect it. I wish I had the courage to do that.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Nice. Fuck him.
Fuck it, babe.
Shut down.
I feel like we're gonna win this game.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got a feeling.
I got a feeling too, then. I'm feeling it out.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy double kill.
Nice.
He heals too much.
We're gonna get so many shutdown bonuses, move. Did you vote no?
Hell yeah, brother!
There we go.
An enemy is legendary. Your turret has been destroyed. You have been slain.
I keep living like this, I might lose it. My man's coming home from doing long ass bids. What up, Kiko? I ain't seen your ass since we was kids, it's all strange. My niggas locked down thinking long range and see their names in the Daily News 3rd page. They sent a kite to my nigga killer. It only took one
Shut
sword
down.
to put 7 holes in a squiller. A 3 to 9 spending most of his
Your
time
turret
inside
has
the
been
Benz
destroyed.
Klein, and still came home with a shine.
Shut down. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill.
Okay, what's our win con?
Honestly, WinCon is that they have Twisted Fate.
Yeah, that is one win con.
I think that's our. I think that's our win con.
And they have an Aphelios.
Yeah.
They have some dog shit champions.
They have 2 dog shit champions. I think we can win this
So
one.
that, instead of thinking it was a 4v5, I think it was a 4v3 if the game goes on long enough, right? Played 100 games in 20 days. Is that even that much of an own? It's like 5 games a day. On ladder, I feel like you can find way more degenerate people.
Just saw the video with Nathan getting tricked, and I'm literally shaking right now. Unbelievable what a piece of shit you can be.
Jax has a 63% win rate on the enemy team and a 40% win rate on your team. Nice. That's a different game right there.
I'm dead.
I'm defending you, babe. I'll try to defend you, babe.
You're a fucking statistician.
We're gonna get this guy right here, Moot. We're not getting this guy.
It's close though.
We're still winning this one, right? We do have 2 innings worth of minions. You gotta keep them off the turret, dude.
I'm gonna get it. Hold on.
This might be a big penna here, or an ace at least. Not a penna, but an ace.
My guy trolled, dude.
I'm trying to kill the rift. Good ult.
I got it.
Get him off our turret. I got Jax on me. Jax on me. Jax on me. We have a master E too.
Close.
What a game. Report this to Kali, please.
I think I broke him.
Okay, I'm gonna stay broken here. I'm probably gonna
done?
work out in like half hour or something.
Oh, okay, we're working out early. Damn. Right.
Okay, I love you. Be careful, bud. I'll mess you when I go
Bye
down.
bye. Yep.
First of all, slow down, you on the wrong route. Let me put you on your feet and show you what's it all about. The street life ain't nothing to play with.
You know what? Fuck it.
For years I've been doing the same shit, just drinking liquor, doing bids, extorting crackheads, and sticking up the stick.
Going out with Mind Waves. He kicked off the discourse. Okay.
Each week as the League of Legends action heats up.
And you can see Riv and I this weekend during the North American LCS, but until then, let's watch Faker try to keep things on ice in our last hit.
이게 맞나?
아니 저거
정을 이렇게 따다다다다다 이렇게 딱딱처럼 해야죠.
아 이렇게 하라고요? 아니 그 반대
조심 손 조심.
아 이렇게 하라고요?
네, 따.